Hello again.
Hey guys, welcome back to my YouTube channel.
So much YouTube. Are we still on the speakers? Oh, we totally are. Hi, guys.
Alright guys, today we're going to give you a slime tutorial. First you put on the glue.
That's so true.
You get your borax, but make sure you boiled it with some hot water first, and you let it cool off, and then you put the borax mixture into the glue and you stir it up.
And welcome to day 2 of the Allied Esports PEC Conference. In day 1, we had the 2 top teams that people were expecting to make a statement. Boise State and Michigan State claim championships in Rocket League and Smash Bros. Respectively. But in day 2, as we're ready to crown Overwatch and Valorant, there are rumors swirling about that there might be overconfidence in the leading teams. In fact, some are saying that these teams might be thinking of this not as a competition to be won, but as a due to be paid. Of course, Boise State and Michigan State should remember they've both been on the receiving ends of some severe punishment. They've tasted the bitterness of defeat, suffered the agony of a close loss, and there can be no excuses for a subpar performance in the entertainment capital of the world, Las Vegas. So as we get ready to see if Boise State and Michigan State will continue adding to their wins, or if an upstart Syracuse, Ohio State, and Kansas will take the crown away from them, let's head up to our 2 casters. We got Alex and Carson up in the casters booth to help us crown a Valorant championship. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Jacob. Welcome back to the Sin City. We're here for day 2. Like Jacob just mentioned, I'm Carson Caster in the booth with my co-caster today.
I'm Alex Reimer from KU.
Sorry yesterday on the hosting job. Amazing job yesterday. Thank you very much for that. But we are here with the Valorant Grand Finals. First off, Ohio State University taking on Michigan State, the 1 and 2 seed, expected to be this high. But these 2 teams, they've had a little bit of a struggle going on.
Yeah, I mean, they're the top ones, but like, I mean, Michigan has just been in it, right? They're the ones with the bye round, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And Michigan State only had to play 1 game yesterday. They went 2-0 against Boise State, who beat
So they're not
Syracuse
fighting. They're not climbing. They're ready to defend their title of top seed, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And as we get towards that, we're going to jump right in here to pick bands as soon as we can possibly. Syracuse, that team that beat them earlier, but so Split, Fracture are going to be the 2 bands, and Michigan State is going to be picking Icebox for round 1, one of the more newer, back in the competitive scene. Ohio State picks Haven for game 2, Lotus for game 3, Pearl game 4, and Ascent game 5. It is a best of 5, it appears, and we'll have a bunch of different opportunities for each of these teams, and I'm very excited to see just how each of these teams play. Obviously, you pick and ban for a certain reason. I'm not very surprised to see both Split and Fracture gone, but we are going to get some 3-point opportunities here with Haven.
I mean, yeah, I'm excited to see what happens next, and I'm really ready to see those picks because I'm not familiar with these teams. I don't know what to expect, except for, like those whisperings of like who's, defending their title, who is expected to win. But as you guys know, I don't care about that. I will always root for, the underdog. So if I hear that like, oh, they're gonna lose, they're obviously gonna, they can come back.
Absolutely. I mean the self-proclaimed kings of the tournament, Michigan State, the number 1 seed going into this, the massive, I guess, they believe they're going to be on top. I think most people do. Number 1 player in NA for some time, Slam, roommates with one of the best players on Michigan State, Breadloaf, also named as Ice Bear if you're more familiar with that, but Breadloaf is the current username, so we're going to use that. Today they were roommates, probably one of the best Valorant duo roommates, I guess you could say, in the world, but these 2 were very good, but
I
talked about
would have loved to have been in the room where it happened, like just, being at the top with another person that's also at the top. What's that like? How does that feel, Because, I'm an Iron, so it's just...
Yeah, no, I would know either. I played a lot of Valorant. I've never really got good at it. I pay attention very close to the competitive scene. But Syracuse, Valorant this year, you've seen a lot of teams go through there, and we'll talk a little bit about the results because they are very important. Ohio State is one of the only teams this year that did not take a game off Michigan State. Michigan State went to 3 against 4 schools, being KU, USC, BSU, and Oklahoma, who was not present today. But those schools brought them to 3, and Michigan State 2-0 to Boise, even though they had a game against them earlier.
Yeah, so we haven't seen those games. We don't remember exactly what happened, but with them, having maps taken from them, they're obviously trying to defend their title of, being the best, and they've obviously done that.
Yeah, you have to imagine at a certain point that it is just a very good team that you're going to be playing just throughout. Everything. Michigan State has proved that they belong on that top step. They are going to stay on that top step. 7-0 with a differential of 10. Multiple games where Michigan State is 7-0. So, you have to expect that that's something that you're going to see a team on top. But Ohio State, if there is a team that can upset, I believe they might be it. Their only 2 losses, an 0-2 and a 1-2 loss to Ohio State and Syracuse, respectively. maybe a bit of national championship joy. It was the day after Ohio State won the football national championship. Can't imagine there was too much focus in that building. That Ohio State team definitely is dangerous. They 2-0'd Nebraska to start off the game, games yesterday, and actually 3-0'd them because of a rematch. So, I mean, they played 5 games and gone 5-0 with a 2-0 USC win afterwards.
I also heard there was a coincidence that Ohio State and Michigan are competing against each other in something else. What was it?
Oh, yeah. So Ohio State and Michigan are both today competing in the Dodgeball National Championship. Michigan State is the 3 seed in that event. Ohio State the 8 seed. Michigan State taking on, I believe, Akron, or maybe. I think Akron might be the 1 seed, but Ohio State taking on number 9 Virginia. Gotta love April Madness for dodgeball, but a lot of fun, different things these schools are participating in other in esports. Michigan State 4th in the Landscaping National Championships earlier this month, so rather late last month. So a lot of fun things going on here. Michigan State, of course, is the favorite. I want to hear your predictions.
My predictions for the team, I mean, I have no idea what these teams look like, and I'm ready to see what happens, but I think I once they do their picks, once I see picks, I think I'll know. But it's also like, I think we'll get into the scheme of things. Like when we see them in that first map, we'll see how they perform. Then we'll kind of know where we stand, where they are right now. No matter how they've played in the past, how they played yesterday, it's a new day, it's a new morning. So we can never truly know.
Yeah, and as we're in the Sin City, all bets are off here in the final game. It's going to be just everything on the line here. It doesn't matter where you were, how you got here. It's going to be just everything you can do, trying to fly through this game so far.
No, yeah, the game does not care that you had a layover. It does not care about your jet lag. It's you play, you lose, or you win.
I'll tell you what, these teams are fairly similar in terms of jet lag as we go through the fly-through, which we cannot see up here, but going to see how much we can go through in this other end with Michigan State. That pyramid kind of looks like the Luxor, doesn't it?
Oh, it does. And we have our picks.
Oh yeah, picks on the other side. Waldy, Gritty. For there is Knight is going to go maybe on that deadlock. We'll see how that's going to go. But yeah, take us a little bit through this analysis here.
All right. So I mean, Harbor on Icebox. I mean, that's like an unconventional pick, I would say. And looks like we're hovering ISO, and we already have a Chamber. And I mean, Chamber, I feel like, is not like a conventional pick as a Sentinel, but in Icebox, does it really matter? You know
Absolutely.
what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. It kind of depends on where you're at with just how your team wants to play.
I mean, if you have a reliable controller who knows how to use their smokes, knows how to time them just perfectly, those smokes can really hold down a site pretty well if you have someone who also can hold those angles.
Yeah, absolutely. And Ohio State going for it's a very similar comp. Obviously, you're going to see a lot of Viper on Icebox. It's a fairly common thing to see, especially with just how her ult works, how her abilities just are. They kind of tame to this map very well, and it's a very good control on the other end. Knight, Hamburger, Dez, all on that top end. Dez, an average APC of average combat score of about 318, I believe. Very high, has done a really good job in this overall matchup tournament so far, but attacking will be the Michigan State Spartans. Sparties guys will be playing on offense here with their pick of Icebox. Defending will be Ohio State. And we'll have to see here, really interesting Harbor pick and a Viper pick.
That's what I'm saying is Harbor is not really, I mean, like, it's in the ranked game. Like, okay, you pick Harbor, whatever. If you get your kills and you do your job, like, okay, you can play Harbor. But in organized, does it work? Or does it matter?
That's also an interesting point, is Harbor, you have more control. You flat out, I mean, you have less initiation. You have less, I guess, combat boosts in the terms of, like, flashes, everything
and
like that.
And it's also really great for sticking bombs.
Yeah,
Harbor's Cove is such a good thing for sticking a bomb. Or, I mean, just messing with people, because you just throw it and it, like, bounces and it's weird. And it can just, you know, distract the team or mess up their line of sight.
Absolutely. I'm a huge Harbor player. It's my main, if you were
Really, I
curious.
actually do like playing Harbor as well. Just not the best
Yeah.
pick usually.
Ohio State going to go to this left side. Moby going to help lead the charge with Viper as well. Waldy dropping back. Going away here as we see KO going to initiate on that other end. Not a lot of more initiators on the Ohio State side on that offense. I would be expected to see Michigan State maybe struggle a little bit with that struggle control on that shot right in front. moving down that left side. Firefight on B, back towards up. Moby gonna get some damage off.
I mean,
but
it looks like they're just trying to play off. They're trying to like look for Flood. I mean, they're not trying to, take those initial frags. They're not trying to give Michigan anything here. They don't want to give them those picks. They're just trying to play as a team and do well.
Absolutely, slammed. One of the best players in the country on that offensive side is going to be Michigan State on the defense first, rather. I apologize. Or Ohio State on the defense first. 2 picks real early. 3 for Dez, who's been really good in combat early. Waldy, 1 more. And they defuse for Ohio State. They wreck the Spartans, but we're going to come back to Casters for a map restart. 1 round for Ohio State. They're going to lose that round. They've had a lot of rematches already. Did well that first time against Nebraska. 3-0 win for them. Absolutely dominated the Cornhuskers. Big Red.
I mean, we just got a sneak peek of what we're probably going to see there. I mean, they were playing off site. They weren't like fighting those initial angles. They just gave the site truly, and then they waited, they grouped, and they really tried to flood. But the thing is that you have to time those floods just perfectly, because if they have time to set up for that post plant, it is stall work. And like, I mean, they had all that util too, because they're not fighting these initial angles. They're not wasting that util. They're not, putting anything into like getting onto the site. So they have all of that to defend the site. So then it's like, it's gonna be tough. I mean, if you don't take those initial fights, if you just, play more passive, it gives them so much more space to be aggressive, and that's not something you want to see from Michigan.
Absolutely. When you're in a best of 5 for Valorant, you have to imagine that this is going to be a slog. You're going to have, it's going to be a punching battle whether you like it or not, because coming down to it, neither of these teams are probably very experienced. This is a very, not weird format, it's a new format. I mean, you're talking 0-0, best of 5, first 1 to 3. That, at minimum, can be what, like, it's at minimum 60 rounds, and that is typically what you see in a best of 3. Like in an overtime matchup with a sweep, it's going to be 6 rounds in a 3-game series normally. And you talk about the potential of Ohio State takes 1 game, they're bringing that up to a total of 80. And if Michigan State can't handle it, and Ohio State's, who's probably got less pressure on them, can maybe take a game, maybe take 2.
And I mean, Ohio State has been fighting for this. They have been in it. They've been playing these matches, and it's like they've been working hard for this. They've been doing the work, and it's like Michigan hasn't been playing against these teams. Michigan doesn't quite know what to expect, but it's also like right now it seems like we're feeling it out as a defense player. We're just kind of letting them do their thing, trying to see how they push sites, and then we decide how we place our defenses after they've taken it. But also, you can't just always give the site.
Absolutely. I mean, if you're more comfortable on offense, which I don't know how Ohio State plays that, if you are more comfortable in offense flat out, you're going to let them take more, because once that spike is planted, obviously you're basically switching sides. Now you're on the offense if you're on defense, because the bomb is planted and you now to go, or spike rather is planted and you need to defuse it. It's a really interesting matchup because it allows you to be more open. Valorant is one of those games
I really love the push and pull, because when you're playing defense, you don't always play defense, because once they get that bomb down, now you're the offense. Now you're attacking the site. So whenever you have this moment where you're not defending, even though you're on defense, and you just purely play the offense to try and get the site back, you lose some agency there.
Yeah, and I just said offensive defense doesn't matter. That's not true at all, first off. I apologize for that. But it does matter, but in a way it doesn't, because now you're looking at it in a way where, say, I have to go into it, I have to go right there, and I have to play this game in a sense that I'm playing with Harbor and maybe at Viper too, and now you have more control. Now you have more control on the offense, but once you go to defense, you're going to have that advantage, because no matter if you are not letting them have sight or if you're trying to take back sight, you're getting favorable angles, and you're making favorable angles. As we're going to take another quick look back at pick bans. It's the same. But
looks like the same, yeah.
No, it is the same, but yeah, obviously Icebox is on the same end.
Just a little
Michigan
refresher.
State. Yes, no. Split and Fracture, the first 2 banned. Icebox, Haven, Lotus, Pearl, and Ascent. Pearl and Ascent if needed. BO5, of course. So if Michigan State or Ohio State takes his first 3 games, Pearl and Ascent will not be needed. And I'm curious to see Ascent, obviously that quintessential Valorant map. When you think of Valorant, you think of Ascent. Love to see Game 5 there.
I mean, also Split. Split is such a Valorant. I mean, and that's why it's banned, is because it's so overplayed, and like everybody has comps and like plays for it, because that's the Valorant map.
Yeah.
So then taking that out of the game takes them like under their feet a little bit.
Yeah, this is a quintessential favorite for me. I love Icebox, so it's a very contested, very strange map where the angles are not as fluid maybe as other maps.
Yeah.
There's not a lot of room. and you get up
The
close and
angles
personal,
are
how do you
so
like it?
odd. It's not like Haven or Ascent in the sense that like when you're pushing a site, you're looking across here and there's maybe someone here or there, and then it's so different with Icebox because there's those levels.
Yeah.
And it's so much harder to push a site when there's so many levels to figure, because like a lot of people say like aim is about crosshair placement, but where do you place your crosshair when they could be up top or down low?
Yeah. As a former CS2 player, that's really interesting because CS2, yes, the angles matter, of course, vertically, but it's very rare you get a map where that's the big thing. That's a huge part of it. But Michigan State and Ohio State going to be playing with an up-down section earlier, and we are backing out. Looks like we're going to another tech pause, potentially, yes, another tech pause. So we'll have to see some claps for that one, but Michigan State is still up 1-0. I believe I kind of just a bit confused with Icebox. I'm kind of curious. I don't really understand the Harbor play because Harbor obviously has that limit on the height of his walls too.
Yeah, no, but if you like pull it up, it goes over kind of like Viper.
Yeah.
So it's like, what if we just kind of like have the Viper wall and the Harbor wall, and you just can't see anything? You throw the cove, you throw the orb, and there's nothing. Like what? And then you just swing out of whatever because there's so much like here. You can't tell where they're gonna swing out from because like you can't see anything.
Absolutely. Certain points, it's like GTA free roam and Icebox where you're just kind of lost. There's not much you can do because
I think
you
at
get
that
locked
point
in
you're
between
just
so many
playing
walls.
aim labs. You know what I mean? Because like you're just like you see the little balls and you click the balls wherever because like they could be from anywhere. You are like you don't have the angles of the lines of where they're gonna swing out from because it's just smokes everywhere.
Yeah, of course. And the big thing there is it's kind of it's so strange. That double Harbor, that Harbor Viper pick is really interesting to me because you have so much control over Icebox because the angles are so tight, obviously, and we'll have to see just how Michigan
And
State.
I'm excited to see how they apply that, or if they apply that, because sometimes I see some like the best players playing controller. It's like the pro player that's on their team, and like this is the guy that's the good one, and they play controller, and he plays Viper, and like he just puts the wall somewhere, and it's like not even like doing much for the team, but he gets his frags and he's doing stuff for the team, so it doesn't matter.
Absolutely. Controller Valor, not one you hear too often, but as we're going to jump finally through this bye phase, we will just see how Michigan State and how Ohio State can put this together. Buckeyes, Spartans finally underway. Going to be 0-0 fully bye phase. Going to be a replay of round one. Well, replay of round one, replay of round two. We've got round one. It's going to just be
right
quickly here soon.
So, looks like we're just on the screen right now. Hey,
yeah.
guys.
Hi. Hello, welcome back. So many more on this other side. Val has been a clear favorite just for about everything else here. They're just replaying round one.
Oh, okay.
I think they're just going to get it corrected. Yeah, Michigan State going to get all the points that they need. Kills everywhere, right? That's what you're watching in the background right now. But Val was a really interesting thing because you had to... I don't think anybody really expected OSU, despite being the 2 seed. It was very rare that they were going to, I think, feel like they were going to get there. They weren't one of the teams that took the game off. They had a tough loss to Syracuse that didn't really seem like a great team. Syracuse, a 5 seed, lost 0-2 to Boise State in the first round. As much as I like my guys and I want them to do well, they didn't do very well this game, this tournament. They had a very tough beginning and couldn't find a way out. And Ohio State losing there, like they've improved a massive amount. Back towards the end of the bye phase. Michigan State going to look maybe for the defensive side on that left. As they're going to push Bureau heavy towards A, out towards Ohio State 3 and 4 and 1 with a split push for Ohio State. Soba trying to make some noise over at B, but an initial firefight really going well for neither side, honestly. Ohio State and Michigan State getting some damage off for both. KO going to be an instrumental piece here as well as Omen into leading this fight in, but Ohio State, again, very conservative lead into this. Knight with a big shot on the slant Val right instantly. You're going to see Knight vary with those long shots. He really likes playing deadlock. And Breadloaf goes down right in the other end. A good pick from Dez, who I believe we are switched. Michigan State is on the offense. Grifty, yes. Michigan State is on the offense. And Ohio State's on the defense. The names are switched. Moby's going to get Hamburger again. And Moby 2 more. That's going to even it down to 3 overall. A logical forward. Knife for KO put on that right side. And Michigan State's kind of in a tough opportunity here on the offense. A logical forward. Just trying to make some noise. or maybe just make a little, rather see something on that other end, pushing forward. Michigan State felt like they had no control down 5-3, but now they're pushing forward. Logical
left.
forward, left
I mean,
side,
that's the
Viper wall
control
up.
of
This is
his
going to make a
footwork.
really interesting situation. You'll see this wall a lot on Icebox. Grifty forward. No aggressive push. I'd be surprised there.
Oh,
One
there
more
he
for
goes.
Grifty. They've been really aggressive all tournament. You're seeing that right
Nice.
there. Waldy with
Oh.
2. Moby and Moonrow go down, and Ohio State up 2-0 early.
I mean, what a flood there. I mean, like, the patience, and Grifty was there the entire time. And he was just, you know, waiting for the opportune time there, you know. And that's like that's what it's about. It's like sometimes it's only about like staying alive for your team, waiting for your team to back you up, especially when they get those initial frags and you're all alone on site. It's just like, don't die.
It gets kind of a competition of, especially pistol round is I refer to it as the having fun round and the having fun competition. Now you can get more into strategies. Everybody's got some more money, but Ohio State really big credit advantage off rip. Hamburger gonna get blinded immediately as the Harbor Cove comes out. Bit of a slow, and you see an aggressive pushback from Michigan State. Wrong angle, wrong time. That's what you just call poor timing for
Man.
Hamburger, who goes down to slammed. Moby gets one more. That's in the Viper trade, and that's going to be a huge loss of control for Ohio State, who's only got initiators fully as 2 go down immediately. Knight and Dez right off rip. Michigan State trying to get their comeback here. Down 2-0.
And I mean, those are the ones you just cannot lose there. And hello.
Trying to use that handle.
Oh.
Gun advantage can't really help.
What
Grifty
can you do
gonna go
there?
down.
I mean, you can't shoot them all at once.
No, they just got unfortunately, they just got paved over. New road in Columbus. Michigan State, East Lansing team has come down, and I mean, they are the favorites for a lot of these games. They're favorites to compete in a lot of these games. The only one they really haven't, they were the 1 seed, 7-0 going into this for Rocket League, and of course, they fell to Boise State 4-1, and I mean, it was kind of really just all Boise State, and we'll see how that pans out later. No Michigan State, obviously, in Overwatch. No team competing here tonight. KU and Syracuse, if you missed that, we're competing right now in the losers finals to play Overwatch Grand Finals against Boise State later, but we are in the Grand Finals for Valorant. Dez on that top angle at A, seeing a bit of a split push from Michigan State, who's going to take it a lot slower than they have earlier. They like that push at A and B initially, very aggressive, but are backing off. Breadloaf going to get one for the side of Michigan State. You're just seeing really tough situation on both sides. And Dez drops down. Oof.
Timing there, you know?
Yeah, that's the fun part about some of these games is that timing. Sometimes you just look away and you just get annihilated, and it really sucks.
Yeah.
There's not much you can do. I mean,
Or they just barely miss each other.
I think one of my best quotes is that you're all about the neurons firing in the sense of you're just trying to figure out and just trying to guess at certain points when somebody's going to do something. That Sova arrow going to give some intel for the Ohio State side. They're going to dodge it with the wall. Yes, forward. Not sure they know that they're there. We might see some less aggressive push from the A site.
Now we're making some noise. We're like trying to maybe push the site here.
That rotate's going to come over. Only 2 for Michigan State, or rather Ohio State on that defensive side. One go down. Breadloaf annihilates Dez on that right side. One of the best players on that Michigan team in Harbor. Great control, great wall.
He's doing some great damage there. That spray.
Spike planted.
A little ambush from Hamburger back in that downside. Peeks right. Gets damage to 1, but Grifty goes down up top. Hamburger gets Breadloaf. Michigan State's first kill in 7 in a row for Michigan State. 2 for Hamburger. Looking for one more, but the wrong timing. Did not know
Up
Sova.
the rope.
The rope did not know KO was there and goes down. And that's just Knights versus the world here. Back forward, going left, right. Shot shoots the spike, get a little damage there. That's not how that works. Forward, hits the KO, rather the Killjoy block, and just really gonna maybe should try and save here if they can. Trademark goes out, but Knight gonna back up, gonna get headshot by Illogical. Top down, it's 2-2 all even as Illogical for the top rope gets another one from Michigan State. They are dominating right now.
Man, I mean, you say they're dominating, but I mean, it's still even. They're still in it. They've gotten, if you can prove that you've gotten around, I mean, it sucks when you go 0-3 to someone, but the moment you get a map, or if you get around, you know you can get around. And that's what they've done here. So, like, it's not a landslide here.
No, absolutely not. We've got plenty of game to go.
And I really think the thing that they're using to advantage right now, Ohio State, is really playing with tempo. And they're playing with, you know, the timing of floods.
We'll get a brief little tech pause right here. Ohio State and Michigan State. 2-2 all knotted up. Harbor and another ult from that other side. It'd be interesting to get that one-on-one ult. That is one of the most fun in the game. Really got to love how Valorant I guess makes those ults.
And I mean, depending on how the cookie crumbles, that can be a game-winning ult. You know, like if there's 3 of you, you know, defending the site, and there's 1 person left, you just hit that ult. Whether they win or lose in the ult, they're dead.
It brings you to a one-on-one situation where you're kind of just, you get a favorable chance. And it's one of the things now you talk about how important angles are, how important being there in the right time, being in the right place in the right time can be. And when you get to go one-on-one in an even situation, or rather a disadvantage partially, it's a really interesting
I mean, it's disadvantage if he has that shield. I mean, that initial bullet does not matter. And then he gets that first bullet on you. Yeah. And then it's up to him whether he whips that or not.
It's a big advantage, and it's a bit of a gimmick, but I like seeing Ohio State play it. If you're going to be the underdog, you're going to play some gimmicks. You should play some gimmicks, and that's what Ohio State's doing directly. Talk a little bit about the team. We didn't quite meet the rosters. OSU, Kame, the coach, founded OSU's first Valorant team when the game came out, and graduated in 2022. He's been coaching the team since that point. Gotta love dedication to the sport, to the game. Been a great coach to them to get them here in this 2 spot. Dez, their real offensive mastermind, it feels like, was really good. Average combat score of 318 in these last 5 games, has been dominating the competition.
I mean, wow. So, like, they have these things under their belt here. They have the proof that they are good and they're in this. We just want them to show their true colors. And, I mean, they've gotten 2 rounds here. And if it stays even like this, it's going to be that push and pull of who wants it more.
Someone with a shark hat on, I'm going to shout that out. I saw that for a moment. Love that shark hat. I don't know who that is on that downside there. Bottom left of the bleachers. Huge shout out. That's an elite hat right there, and I can't lie. You got to love the audience participation yesterday. Today, it's awesome. But other for Ohio State, you have Hamburger. Sam, a CS major from Ohio State for the red and silver. Waldy, who squats 500 pounds.
Oh, fun fact.
Goodness, that's
squats 500.
Frightening. Powerful on and off.
What does that do for Val? What do you think? Like, I mean, like, I know a lot of the aura. Yep,
I think
aura.
It's aura. I think aura is an important part of Val, obviously. It's a big key to winning and losing is aura. And obviously, the last one, Grifty Griffin, has a presentation due tomorrow. We'll see if you can get on that after this.
I wouldn't want to be thinking about that right now.
No.
Why would you bring that up?
No, that's actually the fun fact he gave me. So,
so it's on his mind. Maybe that'll play into what we see on the field.
Maybe if you did your homework, you're at an advantage.
Oh, okay.
Not sure. We're college students, so we'll see how much homework does get done after this weekend. We're student athletes, so it's going to be all of it. I believe in us very, very much.
If I can't see it, it can't see me, right?
I did my homework, actually, guys, so you should everybody do your homework is kind of the general thing, I feel.
Well, I'll be the devil's advocate. I did not.
Oof.
I did, like, some of it, though, like what I could see, you know, but then I pretended I didn't see the other things, you know what I mean?
That's a reasonable thing to do. What you're seeing right there, that's Grifty and Waldy.
Hey, guys.
Or Elliott, rather. Those are the 2 on the end right there. But for Michigan State, we have John Masterini, I believe. Slam was #1 NA ranked for a period of time. Maxine Moby has... I didn't write that properly. Logical, one of the best duelists in the country, at this facility.
Yeah.
They say Alex K, a duelist as well, and says was a roommate with Slam, and says that they were the best roommate combo in the entire country.
Did you like duo queue together, like
I would
as the
assume
roommates?
They do.
That's kind of low key a LAN, like a mini LAN together.
Mini LAN?
It's kind of cute. You're
that's the way to
sharing the
phrase
Wi-Fi, your duo together.
Absolutely.
And you can't blame it on your Wi-Fi. You can be like, oh, I lagged, like, oh, my ping, because you have the same ping.
Yeah, as Knight reconnects here, we'll get going underway soon. But the last 2, Broad and Munro, who is a civil engineer. A lot of STEM majors here in esports, and you gotta love that. I'm not a STEM major. I'm a journalism major. You might be able to tell. My job is talking. Love communications. As we go closer and closer to getting underway, we are finally going to be back here in Michigan State, Ohio State. All knotted up at 2-2. Finally, round 5. Had some tech pauses to go here, but hopefully we'll put it back together and we'll get the pieces.
But good things come to those who wait.
That's true. That is true. That is very true. We're going to have an excellent game through here. Hamburger De Silva, very aggressive push from Ohio State on the defense. Not done being content anymore. Slam going to get Grifty up top. See that gun fly down. What's left of Grifty? Rather, Des goes down as well. Munro, another pick for Killjoy, who is also a great controller for Michigan State. They have full just angles, can control so much.
They're just so oppressive. I mean, and it's not always about the util. I mean, some of these fights, they were just gunfights and they won them, and then there's your sight because they're dead.
Yeah, you've seen the, I guess, duelist erasure in Valorant. Not a lot of duelists being played anymore just because they don't provide as much that you would want. And I mean, you would see Phoenix in every matchup almost in the beginning of Valorant.
Yeah, I mean, I remember it used to be double duelist every map.
Absolutely, and now it's how much control, how much angle can you get? Is good kill. Knight up top, Illogical goes down. One more, ran out of bullets, unfortunately, and down it goes. Waldy, Breadloaf gets one. Hamburger, though, able to get one as well. TTV slam Val. Knight on that bottom end, and it's a 3-2 advantage for Michigan State as Ohio State back on the offense trying to get the retake.
Ooh, that's a crazy wall.
This is a very interesting wall there from Cove, who just knocked Hamburger out of the game, essentially. Forced him to walk right into a harbor wall. Knight forward, goes down. Breadloaf's third kill of the match, and it's 3-2 Ohio, rather it's 3-2 Michigan State. Sparty is rolling already.
I mean, we just saw what that harbor wall can do there. It was like a paper in his face because you couldn't really stick it and watch the angle without it being there.
You talk about those first two games being pistol round, and then whoever wins pistol round having an advantage once rifles have fully come out, full buys. Michigan State's 3-0, and I think that's something to watch for the rest of the match. We'll have to see if Ohio State can find more success on this even end, but they're going to have to go to a save round here, I believe. You talk a lot about two kinds of momentum, money momentum and mental momentum.
Yeah.
As a more of a Valorant player yourself,
Sure.
How this game can be devastating when you are losing.
Yes, for sure. It's literally always about the money. It's about the economy. It's like, what can we afford to lose as we are broke? So, like, you can't afford anything. You can never afford to lose. But then it's like, okay, do we lose this round and we have to win the next? Or do we just force it and every time it's a fight to win?
Absolutely, and you saw that aggressive push from Ohio State go very poorly. You didn't have a full team. I'm wondering if maybe you're going to just try and let them get point and play together as a team, try and have a numbers not disadvantage. Those picks going very well for Michigan State. We'll see how they can retaliate. They go on a thrifty round here. We'll just see. I mean, it's a really tough situation. I mean, you go through this Maui format, you play 2 games. Michigan State might go through this, win a grand finals by only playing 4-5 games rather than Valorant. And I mean,
wow, that would be a crazy feat for the first PEC championship.
Feels good in the Maui format to do that. Just dominate your opponents. Michigan State has so far. Hamburger peaks, has to deal with 2, backs up, trying to get a more favorable angle. Gets almost one as Logical goes and gets Hamburger. Very low on health though. Dez gonna get a trade. TTV slams out, goes down.
Really
Dez
damage.
gets 2. We've talked about how good they are at combat.
Crew.
I mean, absolutely.
Spike is down.
Dez on the custodian job, does not know KO is right down there. Pushing in that right side, gonna have to back up here. More angles now is Ohio State still not fully rotating. They're expecting another maybe rotate from Michigan State, and they have called it very well.
I love this from OSU. I love this. Every time you're keeping them on their feet, they have to take a site. So then it's like you take the space that they don't take. You know what I mean?
Maybe too much noise made there as Moonrow gets Knight right in that back end towards spawn. Waldy kind of stuck in that back end here. They're going to have an ambush, though, as Killjoy goes down. Spike down for Ohio State and Michigan State at their first disadvantage since rifles came out. The limbs have been very uneven as Dez going to get the 3. As Illogical goes down. Good advantage for Ohio State. 3-on-1 odd advantage. Now it's kind of stuck for Viper.
Moby all alone. Gets one. Oh!
What a job from Dez as Waldy goes down to Moby on a beautiful shot. But
I swear, I was just talking about the 4K, and it's the last person. It's always the last person, and then that's the round.
I have a feeling Dez is going to be a name we're going to be calling all game. Very, very good round. That's the 4K. Gets them the ult. 3 ults for Michigan State, 2 for Ohio State. The Buckeyes going to be playing from a disadvantage, it feels like, the entire night, just because how impressed that Michigan State team has been.
For sure. I mean, and the thing is that, like, they're switching it up, which I really like. I mean, you can just, like, hard push every site, but Michigan State is switching it up. They're not always hard pushing. Sometimes they poke and prod and look for that space.
Here's an interesting look, much more aggressive from that Michigan State side. We're not really splitting. You have Viper towards mid. Wall from there, which is one of the more unique abilities from that top side. You're seeing a fiesta of Spartans up top there. As a slam going to lead the charge there, so maybe going to try and get some utility.
It's also interesting to see these rotations, because how long do you sit on a site until you rotate?
It's going to be pretty long, pretty short for Ohio State, who I think is going to rotate some over, but they've been pretty conservative about bringing players over. Grifty
This guy is just
with
trying
that
to stay
judge,
alive.
one shot, 1 kill. Breadloaf goes down. There's a logical one more, and Grifty, here comes the ult, gets that shield, and Moonrow still gets Dez. That's really tough for Dez. Down goes Illogical. A consolation pick, but
What
it's
a
still
spam.
tied. Trades everywhere. Waldy gets Moonrow, but here's the Viper ult. Control now for Michigan State as Spike goes down.
This is a sticky situation to be in. I never want to walk into a Viper roll here.
Back on that forward, and Knight
One
alone
enemy
gets
remaining.
one in
Last
Thermomobi.
player
Now it's a
standing.
one-on-one for the rest of this round. 5 bullets for Knight. Not enough. Slim gets Knight in another win for Michigan State, who is 4-1 in rifle rounds.
And I mean, this is what I love about LANs. I mean, you can hear the crowd cheering, you can hear the teams pumping each other up, you know, like, it's just the energy is so different, and it affects the game too. There's so many other factors that happen when you are in a LAN.
Yeah, Ohio State, it feels like maybe not that great on the defensive side personally. They seem a very aggressive offensive team. We'll have to see just how they play. It's going to be a very interesting situation for them, but I mean, they've been very good so far. They've won. They're here for a reason. But, I mean, they got 2-0 by Michigan State last time. What did they learn, and what can they do? They got oh boy, here we go. We got that op coming down here. Free op from Valorant there for Ohio State.
I mean, they've just been swinging these initial angles that people could be holding, and it's like the reliance on the control, the timing, and Breadloaf is going down.
Knight just absolutely clotheslined Breadloaf. That is a sandwich cut in half, it appears.
That feels horrible to be the first one to go down to a chamber.
Yeah, that chamber ult is deadly, and it just sucks at a certain point when you have to deal with that, because it's a free kill for Chamber. He gets a free gun any point he wants. Moby gets Hamburger, and that other
How's the
end,
timing?
real good.
down.
Grifty
But
gets
he
one, but goes
doesn't
down,
know.
but Dez gets one more in the consolation. 2-2, 3-2 advantage for Ohio State.
It's a
as
shield
Dez
down.
gets one more. The shield knocked out. Like you mentioned, Moonrow.
Oh.
We are playing Scooby-Doo Ring Around the Rosie. Oh no.
Oh no!
Dez
The
looked the
Valorant
wrong
timing.
way. Valorant timing.
Oh my
Moonrow
goodness.
gets Dez, and that other end forward is Moonrow pushing into that
30
other end.
seconds
They
left.
planted here earlier in that first round and went down
You should
very
run.
early. It's
But
now
they need that
even though
spike.
Killjoy ult. That's huge for Michigan State.
We're
Just
locking it down.
Ugh,
We're
that's
investing it. I mean, this is
Killjoy going to come out. Michigan
Last
State
player standing.
going to go fully
10
out as
seconds
Ohio
left.
State
Spike
down
planted.
1-2. What can Waldy brew up here? As the attacker Killjoy got one, and that was not good enough. Pushing forward, forward. Too much
what?
presence detected for Waldy, who just walked into it, unfortunately, at a wrong time. Waldy forward. Looking for an angle, looking for a Spartan. Right and left. Shots down at Spike.
Oh.
Push right, push left, and they're stuck between two.
what a
Rock a hard
crossfire
place
here.
for Waldy. Crossfire and goes down to
I
Moonrow on the
mean,
other end.
It's like, what's the lesser of two evils there? Where do you go?
3 shots down, and that is rough. Moonrow, another 3K there. Killjoy has been dominant shooting. Of course, the spike there has not put it there yet, so it's kind of just made Ohio State sell themselves out.
Yeah.
Killjoy not putting those traps there really
For sure.
anywhere on.
I mean, this is one of those things where it's like, even if you give this site and you like lost your fight or whatever, if you get out, if you are 5 HP, that is so much better and is so much less stress for that person who has to 1v3 to get the spike. If there's 2 people, you can Yoru clone your way in or whatever.
Probably our first flash we've seen all day, it feels like, because Waldy gets blinded. Moonrow and Hamburger trade each other. Breadloaf goes down in that crossfire. Logical with that nade out. Slammed goes and gets Knight. One more. Ohio State at the disadvantage already. Aggressive play from the Spartans. We're talking already 5-1 in rifle rounds. Just annihilating Ohio State. It feels like the Buckeyes can't do much of anything at even strength. 1 minute and 14 seconds already remaining in this round. Excuse me.
Man, I mean, that's what I hate about this, is that they are just able to run around wherever they want right now, and because they can just shoot them.
Dez goes down to slam Val up top. Knows that there's one more down low. Not able to get him. Waldy, QK,
Nice.
but goes down to
A
Moonrow
little
on the
bit of
other
a
end.
beagle there. Okay, okay.
Gotta love the Sheriff. It's a thrifty right now for Ohio State, who does not have the money to go out. Nice shot in chat. You're seeing by
Oh,
Slam.
picks up
Good
the gun.
compliment. Gets that Vandal. Peeks one, peeks right.
Oh, hello.
Can't do anything in the crossfires. Grifty goes down to Moby in Ohio State. Reeling at this point, 6-1 in rifle rounds.
I mean, imagine that 1v2 there. Your heart's pumping. You're like, I need that gun. I need to pick up that gun. And then boom, they're there. And all you've been thinking about is like, picking up that gun, and suddenly the people that you're supposed to shoot are right there, and it's...
Yeah, that's really rough. I mean, you're looking at the stats right here. I don't think they really do justice for Ohio State and Michigan State, and you're kind of seeing just why. Munro's been in control as well as Moby. You're talking about, I guess, Valorant's really interesting because duelists, as you go on, have just been less and less important in the competitive scene, it feels like, because you can do, if you're good enough, you don't need those abilities, and they can initiate, sure, they can make fights easier, but what makes fights the easiest is having those angles and being able to control space, which is something you say a lot more in Overwatch than Valorant.
No, yeah. I mean, honestly, I think that, like, Valorant is truly all about space here. Like, every time we're pushing a site, we're trying to take space. When we go mid, we're taking space. And then it's like, on the defense, it's like, wherever they're not, we need to be there.
Knight clotheslines Moby is now Michigan State all stuck in that right side. Really good chamber shot from Ohio State, who the last time they went around had that chamber op. KO. Only one with ult on Michigan State's side could really change it. Breadloaf gonna put a wall up with Harbor and another quick right turn, basically the same wall you've been seeing for both sides on Viper and Harbor. Control of that site, cutting off Michigan State's entrances. Cutting off, or Michigan State can go from the back. Grifty.
Spike not yet down.
Breadloaf gonna plant it, and here's an ambush angle from Grifty as they wait for Harbor wall to go down. Dez pushing forward with double tap. See what they can do. Right side up top.
A little bit of info.
Good info from the teammate. Doesn't know there's one behind. Illogical gonna get Grifty. Dez pushing forward.
Oh, the
gets
timing.
Harbor, one more.
Nice.
Moonrow gets one, and same with Waldy. They're tied in terms of trading, but one's still down for Michigan State. 3-2 remaining.
It's time for the
Dez
swing.
gonna clash
Oh!
here. Valorant timing goes down as Knight clotheslines Moonrow. Diffusing for a moment there. And
What?
Waldy gonna finish it off. Ohio State, after 3 in a row, finally get one back. It's 6-4 Sparty.
What a show of that offensive op work there. I mean, that's hard. Like, when you're retaking a side with an op, like, I mean...
I played a lot of Chamber for the reason of I just like ops. And I mean, you talk about Knight, there's a reason that they aren't playing Chamber. They have that op right now. Have been just devastating with that recharge shield. And I mean, come on, you gotta love that. Just really good play from distance. And if Michigan State can't do something about Knight, you're gonna see not much to be done. Michigan State has lost every round where Ohio State has access to an op, which is 2 rounds, so small sample size. But
we're not broke yet. Ohio State is still in this.
money's still up. Bag chasing at this point with that
Truly.
Thrifty. Really good job. TTP Slim Val
What?
immediately just nails
With some
Dez.
shocks? Okay.
That's an interesting situation. I don't know how that one happened. Slam Val gonna go with that drone
It's
forward,
not the first
looking
time
for
either.
info. Judging that
Grifty
corner,
in
what
this
can Grifty
always
brew
a dangerous
up?
position here.
Forward up, Grifty. Oh,
Can't even
no.
get one.
That's 3 in a row for Michigan State, who just steamrolled Ohio State. The Buckeyes have been
Oh, poor Waldy here, all alone.
discarded, it feels, as if Michigan State, this
I mean, they stayed true to their site. They were holding it. They anchored. But there was no time to rotate there. It was just, boom, you're dead. Boom, you're dead.
That's a consolation at the very least if they can't win this round. Slammed goes down. Back up top. Waldy, good angle, gets one
they're
more.
playing with their food here, but Waldy's holding it up pretty well.
Breadloaf sliced in half there, back on that other end. Waldy just going to save. Very smart decision. Should save. But Michigan State still pressing,
like
getting aggressive, and that's a
this is
3K
deathmatch.
for Waldy, who was just knocking out Michigan State in every sense of the word. Point-and-click adventure game. You'd think you're watching RuneScape right now.
Do you guys really want your guns, or like, is it worth?
They've got the money, but that's going to be 2 rounds in a row where you die for Michigan State, which sucks. But 7-4, they get their first round off the end of 7-2 on rifle rounds. Rather, it'd be 7 of their last 9 for Michigan State, who've kind of taken control of this game. But Ohio State, with that early lead, with that early round, not too far out of it. 4-7, trying to get around here. Maybe not down 3, maybe down 2 instead at half. Rather, it'd be down 4 if they lose here.
And we're seeing a different strat here, which I love. It's like you don't want to be predictable. You don't want to fall into this like predictable behavior. And I mean, they do switch it up so well. They're always keeping Ohio State on their toes.
Moby watching now, charging forward, who put down that wall initially. New walls for that Viper on the Michigan State side. Here's the one-on-one is Dez 0-2 at these ults. Moby gets one more. Hamburger gets a consolation, but it goes down in the fight. Slammed Val pushing forward with the rest of the team, and Michigan State's going to get quite the easy plant off and up 2-4 with an odd advantage. As Ohio State.
I mean, that ult there, I mean, like the Harbor ult there is kind of low-key an initiator move there because you get some info there. You can figure out if they're pushing from mid, if they're standing in that ult.
That, and there's huge space to be gained. You know that somebody's going to get stunned,
you push
concussed.
them off from being able to push you or get that timing to flood.
Absolutely, combining that with Harbor's other moves is Waldy trying to avoid getting turned into a dart on the dartboard there with the Sova ult. 4 for Michigan State still. Breadloaf gonna get one more. Waldy goes down, can't make any heroics there. Knight gonna get one with the Guardian. Gonna get 2, gonna get 3. Needs one more. Can't go down. Knight forward. Just goes down. Needed to defuse and had to make a choice there. And what a round for Michigan State, and what a round for Knight, who couldn't get much of anything, unfortunately.
I mean, come on with the Guardian.
I mean, I'm a Guardian believer. It's a one-shot headshot. Anything that's a one-shot headshot is a good gun. Ooh, beautiful sword.
And you look at the scoreboard, you see 4 and 8, and you're like, it looks like they're losing pretty bad. But then you see these rounds where it's like they're so close, and it's just truly about how you close out those rounds, and it's the timing, and that is what Michigan State has really been playing with here. Is like they take those initial fights, they win it, and then they don't have to commit to anything. They can go to another side if they want. They play with their food, and they just really take that space.
If you're just tuning in, we're at halftime of the Valorant Power Esports Conference Valorant Grand Final Championships. Here, Michigan State in green, up 8-4 to Ohio State, who had an early lead but just has struggled on the way. Ohio State now on the offense. We're talking about pistol round. Who can have the most fun? Dez, double tap on, trying to go forward with that shield. Griffey gonna get one. Moby goes down, right side, trying to move forward as Wally gets one more, and another early advantage for Ohio State on this pistol round. They've dominated. I mean, they have to don't have any rifles.
I mean, it feels so good to be good with a classic. You know, I mean, the free gun of the game, if you can kill people with that, you can do anything.
It's definitely a power trip. It does make you feel...
Every pistol round feels great, and it sets you up for success.
Randomly shooting through the smoke. Knight gets one as Grifty gets another.
The spamming, is that allowed?
Is that allowed? Sources are saying it's allowed. Munro up top, has to deal with 2. Goes down in Ohio State. 4-0 on that game. And they're up 8-5 now is Michigan State. They close in on Michigan State. The Buckeyes doing a good job. Brutus. Hopefully they're going to make Brutus proud. Obviously the Buckeyes mascot. And these two teams, Big Ten teams, each of them. I mean, you talk about which of them has a more successful program. I mean, you want to see it here. You want to see Ohio State.
You want to see it come to fruition, you know?
Yeah, you want to see them make a championship.
And I mean, there's also pressure in that as well. You know, like you're supposed to be the best. So then it's like, if I'm not being the best, then what are we doing?
You feel like Michigan State's a bit more like Alabama here, or the Patriots in the early 2010s, which is how good they've played. And you feel a lot about that with the two teams you want to beat. That's a reference I'm honestly not sure how understand it will be in esports, but I know some people.
Somebody will get it, and that's what matters.
That's important. That is the important part. Your hamburger, trying to make a combo meal.
This is low-key giving me some like motion sickness. I can't lie. How do they do that?
Absolutely drone up top. Trying to get some info, and they're not going to catch anyone of Michigan State's side over there. Probably going to get more aggressive of a look here as the Viper comes down.
Time to get that spike down before they... Hello!
Ooh, money can't be made. Hamburger goes down to the Classic with that Marshall Munro down low. With the rest of the Michigan State side, what can they do? Good util usage there, but it doesn't catch anybody. Is Ohio State going to rotate?
A little bit of an over-rotation there for Michigan, I would say.
I mean, I think they heard that the entire team left, and it's a good call from them to move over.
No, I mean before that.
Absolutely.
Before they even committed to the side, Spike wasn't down. We were just kind of pushing the side here. But Moby is here.
That's gun advantage.
Moby sits him down.
That's gun advantage with the Sheriff. Knocking the shoulders off of Moby. Illogical goes down as well. Munro gets a consolation, but it's 3-2 Michigan State at a disadvantage once again. Spike going to go down as Knight holding that angle with that sniper there. Ohio State really liking that long range. There's 2 long range guns so far that I've seen, or 2 players that are making it in those early rounds. 5-8. Ohio State trying to bring it within 2. Munro going to place that turret down. As now you're at a 2-2. As Slam goes down, now you're at a 2-2. Rather, was 2-2. Waldy gets them. Dez gets their 3rd kill of the round, has the Vandal round 2. It's going to result in a lot of good opportunities. Shot missed. Standing ahead. Knight as they go on that other end. Spike needs to be defused. Slam going to have to go forward and just make a choice right now. Touches it, but there's 2 waiting for them behind the end. Val goes down.
I mean, wow. I mean, that was a save round for them, and that they mean to lose that. And it feels good to get those frags with a Classic. And every time you kill one of them, when you're on that save, is more money.
Yeah, you have to talk about. I mean, as a Valorant player, you're down 4-8 in the half. What do you, if you're the coach of Ohio State, if you are Cameo right now, what are you saying to the rest of that team?
I mean, like, it's like you keep in it. Like, you know you can get these rounds. It's all about, you know, that timing. And sometimes it's it's rough because of Valorant timing. It's just like sometimes it's out of your control, but it's finding your control.
If you,
within
how frustrating is that? Do you think for a player? Like when you get hit like that, do you think
I mean,
most
we've
of the time
seen
it's like
pro
oh whatever,
players.
it's not my fault, or is it really just one that kind of dislodges you?
I mean, that's the love of the game. Is nothing is truly ever predictable. And if you're a predictable player, you're not playing it right.
It's a really good point. And Michigan State trying to not be predictable.
Nice.
Knight nails one, but Breadloaf
Instantly
catches them in
traded.
the other end, turns them into a sandwich there. Chamber right in the middle between two slices. 1 minute remaining as Ohio State still deciding where they're going to go. Has to back off from A initially. Has to maybe backing off again as Grifty goes down that end. Breadloaf dominating that A site. Harbor has just...
He's holding it down. That's what I'm talking about. It's like as a controller, sometimes a controller is just as good as a Sentinel.
Yeah, you're talking about just how good you can be, but Hamburger catches the wrong way and gets Breadloaf. A lot of food names in this game. Well, there's two, but I mean, that's a lot more than I think you're normally used to. Food is it's a hot commodity. I mean, gotta love those usernames. Personally, my favorites is Dez, who had that 3K earlier. Really good initially, but has struggled. I think some of those 1v1s pushing forward. Saw Moby goes down. Moby can't see Dez, as that's the wrong angle, wrong time for Michigan State. Going up top, that's a great Viper wall for Ohio State, who's going to set that wall up. Now another 3-2 advantage at the same site, same spike place. What can they make out of it?
And I love where we're placing our pawns here. I mean, Dez is low. And it's like, I mean, just like taking those initial fights here, it's like, I mean, Waldy, it's Waldy, that's low. My bad.
Wall pushing forward, sees the Sova ult, but gets, Dez gets caught. Really good shot from Slam to correct. Back on that right side, Munro takes damage, Slam gets one more, and Ohio State quickly at a disadvantage.
Just putting that pressure on Hamburger.
Through the wall, Slam goes down. Hamburger pushing left.
Not even halved.
Goodness
But he
me,
wins
still
the
defusing, and
fight.
Munro gets Hamburger.
Okay.
You have to, I mean, that's a heartbreaker if you're Ohio State.
Exactly.
Very quick round so far. They made this one pretty quick, aggressive play initially, and it's 9-6. Ohio State still in the rearview mirror, but the Buckeyes cannot keep Michigan State from pulling ahead.
I mean, we see Hamburger take that initial fight there, and he wins it, and it's crazy. And then immediately the next fight is just not the same.
So if you would say, right now, again, we talk about that coaching aspect, how connected you are with this game. You've casted a lot of Valorant. You're down 9-6 on Icebox. What kind of map is this? Is it a map where you can really make a comeback, or how difficult is it going to be for Ohio State?
I mean, it's definitely going to be a climb back up for sure, especially with the more rounds you lose, the less money you have. And it really becomes, what are we willing to give up? It's like chess. You have to give up some pawns to get to the queen.
One big game for Ohio State. Can they come back at this point? Dez has been really good, but you see some angles that they just have not caught. You want them to get those elims. Focusing at the wrong time. Goes down, but they're right there to get the trade. Dez lost initially. Spike pushing forward. Knight gets one more. You're talking about Ohio State in that long-range distance. They've been great there. They're trying to keep as much space as you want. And Ohio State, not a great pick for them. In terms of Icebox, honestly, with how good they've been at range, I'm curious to see how they go on other maps, and still fighting very hard against the Spartans here. We'll see what they can do, maybe on a ascent. Taylor down the road. Waldy going to plant. Forward back. Waldy going to jump.
I mean, I love how careful we're being here, because whenever we like plant Spike, we're so vulnerable. So we're trying to play and wait to see if they try and flood here before we even tap the bomb.
Wouldn't be surprised to see Ohio State play a lot more conservative after what happened last time. Michigan State reversing that aggression. Breadloaf gets one. It's now even. Flash goes out, gets Breadloaf a logical one more. They are dominating on these retakes. Pushing forward, that Harbor gives them all the space in the world. Waldy gets a trade through the wall. Maybe not the right angle, looking left. Have to defuse at some point. Waldy taking as much time as they can. Need to peek now. Waldy gets one, and the defuse still able to go as Munro again defusing. Picks it up and shoots Waldy in the head again. 2 rounds in a row as Ohio State. Really
and I mean,
struggling.
that spray transfer is so hard because it's not predictable, like just the initial like few bullets where you can control it. And you're trying to slide the other way. That's a hard fight to take when they're on the bomb.
You talk about how important control is for Ohio State here, and that Harbor wall just absolutely put them out of it. I mean, you talk about trying to get that retake for Michigan State. They are so good with how much space they have. Ohio State can take those timeouts. Very important Valor to take those timeouts. We don't see enough teams doing that.
It's good to take a break, take a breather, take a deep breath, kind of just like think it out a little bit. Because like, I mean, I hear this all the time from these Valorant players, like, oh, I just turned my brain off. Like, I just was playing the game and I turned my brain off. And it's just like, this is what these timeouts are for, is because you need to like suck yourself back into the game, what we're doing. We're playing because it's not a ranked game. This is organized. You have teammates that you can rely on, and they're relying on you too. So you can't turn your brain off. You can't stop talking. You can't like stop calming because they need you as much as you need them.
Yeah, hearing some screaming from the, I believe the Overwatch side. I'm not
Yeah.
sure which team
I
is
mean,
enjoying. I'm gonna ask.
keeps it active over there always.
I don't know if Joey can hear me. Joey, the other side. How's the Overwatch 2 game looking, Joey? Kansas or Syracuse or Kansas? Do you know? Says maybe Syracuse. So back down on stage, we've got Syracuse potentially.
I don't love to
winning.
hear that, but
No, I understand. Roll orange, I fear. On the other side, Michigan State up 10-6. Obviously, Overwatch Grand Finals will be just after this. Lower finals being played right now between the Jayhawks and the Orange. Two teams that are eliminated from every other bracket, haven't reached the finals in any other bracket, but looking to get their slot against Boise State, who have just been a buzzsaw throughout the entire game. Back up top, Slam, gonna get Knight in that upper container, and Grifty just again. You talk about how much space they're helping to take, but Grifty, I mean, just there, can't help anything. Rather, that was Waldy that could not help in any way, shape, or form. Slammed Val going back up towards the A site as Waldy in a tight spot of logical. This is what you like to talk. This is what the fun part about seeing through walls.
Yeah, I mean, this is like the timing here. It's like, who's gonna leave first? Who's gonna take it?
Dez going through teammate smoke here. Wrong place, wrong time. Stuck between a rock and a hard place. And the hard place wins. Moby gets two as gets Grifty and Dez in the same spray. Waldy one more pushing right. And that is one you have to win. At an advantage for a logic. Gets Waldy through the wall. Hamburger one consolation. But Moby 3 kills. 11-6. Michigan State. Sparty is rolling right now.
I mean, we were saving there just a little bit. I mean, we were trying to keep our creds up for the next round. So I'm expecting them to like go a little bit harder here. I mean, do we have ults on the board? I mean,
look, I mean, time is running
we
out.
got some ults on the board that we can invest. And I mean, like if you think about money, you think about abilities. Everything costs money. So when you think about these abilities, you think about these ults, it's everything to invest to win that round.
Look, time is running down here. You're talking 11-6. You have 4 ults. You need to use them at some point, but you need to win more rounds. You've got a very long road back. Have to win 6 on a road to get even to overtime. Rather, have to win 6 to get to overtime. Michigan State needs 2 to win it. First to 13, of course. If you're unfamiliar with the Valorant format, I know we have some new fans maybe from other games watching their schools competing in the Power Esports Conference Championships here in 2025 in Las Vegas. Sin City, who's going to come out on top in the grand finals for Valorant? Best of 5, of course, Dez. Up top with Ohio State, they're going to get A-Site pretty locked down early. This is the first time I think they've had A-Site and been able to maybe play a retake. We'll see if they're going to continue doing this. But Sova ult coming down, not going to catch anybody on the first 2 shots. Third one gets no damage either. There's no util even acquired there, it feels like. And you know they're on site. You just know who's on site now.
Crazy position there.
Interesting retake spot from Ohio State, but it seemingly works out for Viper. Waldy gonna get Moby in that Viper trade, if you will, as the defender Killjoy comes out. Ohio State gonna have to vacate the space. Here comes 2 ults to try and lure them in as of the outrage. Long range ults for here. Dez 0-3 on those ults now. Slammed and Val goes down. Moon forward. Knight gets Breadloaf. Slam gets Waldy, but the defenders win on the spike defusal as Ohio State can do nothing but watch.
The Cove. And it didn't even matter. The Cove actually doesn't matter. He's sticking and there's gunfights going and they're losing the gunfights as well as the Cove. You're not winning that.
Harbor is overstimulating the other team because you're just like you're in a gunfight and there's now a wall running at me.
And there's also a lot of animation to it as well. Like, does that mess with their eyeline as well?
I'd have to imagine it does. I mean, you're getting distracted in any way, shape, or form if you are Ohio State. But game point year for the Spartans in game 1 on Icebox. This was their choice, of course, so we'll have to see where Ohio State goes next game. But it's looking like it's a wrap for game 1. Unless Ohio State can somehow change this around, have been absolutely dominated on rifle rounds.
We've saved for this round here.
They believe Ohio State
round is going to be your last. Logical gets 1.
Oh, my goodness.
Knight. Oh.
Oof. Valorant timing there. Going to have to back off. I think it's smart enough to do so there. Teammate waiting in the wings on that right side. Still split. I think they're deciding where they want to try and go. But that Viper ability going to force Knight back in that other end. It looks like it's going to be an A push from the Buckeyes. And Michigan State have 2 split, 3 on that B site as Viper moves up into nothing. A site back in that other end. So
I mean, Michigan is really just holding it down here. And, like, one of the things is it's tempting to, like, go and try and take that space. Like, it's obvious they're not pushing the site right now, so it's like, maybe we can catch them or, like, do a flank, but you don't know if they're actually there.
Ambush for Logical got caught by Knight up top. Breadloaf gets Dez up in the top side. One more shot misses for one. Knight able to get one, not before Moonra gets one, though. Really tough situation as Waldy goes down. Grifty, though, able to get slammed, try and even this one up a little bit. Here comes Cove. Grifty gets Breadloaf, and that's finally even. Ohio State fighting back here, down 6. Grifty gonna push together with Knight, who has that ult, that chamber op, obviously. The 3-gun from Valorant, from Riot Games. Back on that left side, Moonra pushing forward.
Invest those ults.
Knight has that right angle. Checking everything they can. Doesn't know there's one down there. Trademark triggers. Grifty gonna put down bomb. Doesn't get Killjoy. Moonra has dominated all night and dominates here. Michigan State gonna take this one here. 3 in a row for Moonra there as Ohio State falls 13-6.
Wow.
Really good game for Michigan State, who are now 1-0 in this grand final in the overall game best of 5. Of course, if you're just tuning in, you've got plenty more Valorant action to go, but give me a little analysis there. What did you see from Michigan State that you really liked on that defensive side?
I mean, they were really great at, like, just winning those gunfights, those initial gunfights, because, like, even when you're, like, pushing main and you're just kind of peeking to figure out if people are on site, you're still at a disadvantage there because they're there already holding the angle. So every time you're like, hey, I'm gonna maybe push the site, it's dangerous. But they're doing dangerous things that they should not be allowed to do, but they can do it. And they win those gunfights, and it just gives them the upper hand. Once you get that pick, once you've got one that's off the site there, it's a snowball effect.
I mean, absolutely. You talk about 2 types of momentum. There's obviously money momentum. That can snowball really bad. But Ohio State had the right foot forward in both of the start of those halves. They were 4-0 on pistol rounds and 13-2 on rifle rounds. That is not a stat for success if you are reading at home, watching at home.
I'm still holding out hope here because here's the thing: it's the morning. Maybe we've played like 1 or 2 games. Maybe our aim just hasn't warmed up yet. So maybe these fights that Michigan's winning and Ohio State has just been losing because they're like not winning them, like they're whiffing or it's just the timing. Maybe they're gonna warm up here and maybe they can turn the tide.
Yeah, we talk, good harbor pun, we talk a lot about how just good Michigan State is, but I mean, you talk about early mornings, Michigan State may be more ready. They've played more lands than Ohio State, obviously as a team that is more, I guess, global, more national, if you will, as they never seem to leave any of these games like this Wire that has been plaguing me all weekend if you've been watching. This Wire has actually been my #1 enemy, so we have to shout them out, I guess, but some other shout-outs of what we'd like to do here. Obviously, Esports integration right here in Daktronics, very big sponsors, as well, of course, as Allied Gaming.
I mean, we couldn't do it without them, truly, and we're so appreciative.
Absolutely. We're only in the Sin City because of them. A lot of fun going on here down on the stage. They're going to recuperate, talk a little bit more to each other. But what can Michigan State do against Ohio State? One more in their own pick. Ohio State going to have the home field advantage, if you will, back in the shoe.
It's obviously one of those maps that they're confident in. So it's like a new map, new me. I mean, that's how I feel like. It's like every map is another chance to turn the tide here. And it's like every map is a different strat. It's a different comp. It's always different. And then it's like, are we warming up? Are we ready to like truly like show our... And it's like reverse sweeps happen all the time, and I'm an advocate for it. I mean, and this is their pick here, so I'm like, I want to see. If this is one of your stronger maps. I'm ready to see you really show off what you've been working on. Like, I mean, people are doing these scrims, they're doing these practices. I mean, I assume that they're really practicing here, and they've won these other games. Ohio has won these other games using these strats, so they're confident in it here. I'm ready to see it.
You talk about BO3, obviously bit different than BO5. You're running a marathon here. So not reverse sweep territory yet. Ohio State still has a game to even it before they get into the brink of elimination there. But 6-13 loss is not one that inspires confidence if you're a Buckeye fan. They head home to the shoe, if you will, their home field advantage here. But we're going to jump right into the highlights here, talk a little bit about what happened there for Ohio State, what Michigan State did right, what Ohio State did wrong. And one thing that Ohio State did right, or Michigan State did right, is those retakes on the offense. Okay, let's reset here. We'll talk a little about what Michigan State and Ohio State need to do. Reset is one for Ohio State, but you talk about how good that they were, Michigan State, on those retakes on the defensive end.
No, yeah, and I mean, it's truly like, do you take those fights? When do you swing? I mean, because it's like swing off tap. Sometimes the tap is fake, and especially when it's a 1v2 situation, what do you do there?
Absolutely, and you're seeing
and it's all about like trying to find those advantages. You're trying to do damage. Even if you lose those fights, the damage matters.
Yeah, and it's about must-win fights, like right there, Waldy. That's a kill you have to get, and that kind of just it's a domino effect where it's a butterfly effect more.
For
As
sure.
if those quick fights that you lose, you go down in credits, you lose more and more. You go down. You're seeing some angles from both teams, which you're watching right there. Closest player. That's a logical. Proclaimed Seth Bell's best duelist in this game, or rather in this in this tournament today. But did not play a duelist. Was playing KO. So.
I mean, it's also really fun to just kind of see their reactions. Like, we see the replay of like them after they win the round, and it's like, it's so invigorating to like, I mean, be side by side with your teammate, and it's like when you lose, it's like, hey bro, it's chill or whatever. But then when they win, like, you can stand up, you can cheer, you can just like grab them and be like, you're so good at the game, and that's what's so fun about these lands.
Yeah, the tournament style is one that I think not a lot of these teams are used to. And obviously you talk a little about Joey Gariziak. You saw that he was the one going like this and looking right up at the board after those replays when you got the overall sight. Talked a lot about how important this is for the overall scene of collegiate esports. They're trying to bring attention to this in events here like in Las Vegas. I mean, you're going to see schools look at it, and you're going to see hopefully more schools put money into those programs and integrate more money into just esports and having more teams and giving scholarships and having a bigger competition. Power Esports Conference, the objective here is obviously up to the directors what they want to do, but their vision is growth, and it is trying to bring esports to a collegiate level
And the vision affects
big,
like
huge,
the next
powerful
generations
schools.
and how, and it's just like, and it's like the next, the next people who come in, and it's new, it's coming up, and I mean, pro play has been here for a while now, so it's like, it's about time. Like, I mean, we have these schools that literally just farm out, like actors or people who specialize in something, and like that's their entire job as a college, is to have people who are amazing and great at this thing. And so it's like now it's time for esports. Like, we need those kinds of colleges for that as well.
Absolutely. Why not a Georgia pipeline? Why not a Georgia school pipeline to FaZe? Why not a New York pipeline to Gen.G? Partner, one of those cool partnerships, Syracuse.
Especially with young talent. I mean, that's what you see in esports all the time, is that it's like the younger you are, I've seen is like they find like more talent there. So it makes sense to have it in college,
Yeah, and some update on the Overwatch bracket. If you're curious, Syracuse up 1-0 on the Jayhawks. Yes, no bias here. We'll take a little bit quick into the pick band situation for Game 2 here. We're going to be on Haven for, that was, Icebox was Ohio State's pick.
Oh,
Ooh.
Okay. Yeah, my bad. So
I'm not sure, because I would believe the higher seed would get the first pick. That may be reversed. Either way, we're going to have a 3 objective situation here. I believe that those logos were switched from the last time we saw that pick band screen. Either way, this is one of the more interesting maps. Run us through to maybe someone who's not used to Valorant about what Haven is and how it's different maybe from a typical CS2 or a typical even Valorant match.
I mean, this is one of my favorite maps to play, to be honest. I mean, it's so different because there's that like third site there. So it's not just you hit one or the other. There's another factor you have to deal with, and it's also that site that you take, like mid is just usually mid. But then if mid is a site, then you can just take mid, and then that's the game. Like, you can win just by taking that.
Yeah, and that's the fun part about Haven, is it makes it so hard for the defenders. I'm not necessarily going to say it's a defender-sided or an offensive-sided map, but it really feels like that against a team that maybe can't.
One of my favorite things about this map is it's also like a very sentinel-y map. Like, it features a lot of sentinels. And so I'm excited to kind of see how they set this up, how they work this out, and how the attacking team is going to respond to those sentinel setups, or if they even have to.
Yeah, Michigan State going to start on the offensive side here. The best part is you're seeing a very similar comp here between two teams, and that's going to actually the exact same comp. Goodness me. We've got one of those games where it's kind of you're mirror comping, so we'll see how that's going to go for each side. But
I mean, this is going to be a game of like who's better. Let's see who can play Sova better. Let's see who can like really drop the Omen Smokes at the right times and like the right places.
For Ohio State, I think I like being on defense first because then you know what you have to deal with at the end. And you have to make some daring plays on Haven, and that's what you're seeing right at mid for Ohio State. But Michigan State's gone a different angle. Tell me a little about these mirror comps rather in a moment after this game. We'll see on the right side. Very aggressive push from Michigan State. They are on site, and they are here. Have an opportunity to put down Plant as Waldy gets TV slammed V on the other end.
What?
Ohio State up 5-4. They've yet to lose a pistol round or the round after pistol round as Dez nails Moby. We'd like to see this confidence,
I mean,
see
things are heating
this
up.
in
They're
other
in
games.
danger here. They're taking that space.
That is the most advantageous intel I've ever seen in my life. Try and get. I don't know if Hamburger knew they were there.
Everywhere.
Hamburger headshot to the back of the
It
other team. Gets
doesn't
Bread Loaf as Knight and
matter.
Dez get 2. It's not enough. Michigan State go down in that first round again. 5-0 on those pistol rounds and the rounds after. Can Michigan State come back after this? But can Ohio State translate this into a rifle round? Can they keep themselves ahead? They went 2-0 at the start of each round. They have to do more here. They have to get better.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you noticed, but I mean, with all those people alive, I mean, sight felt squishy. Like, it was like, where do we watch? Like, where are we going to be placed here? And then when they're coming from so many different angles, I mean, they did such a good job about, like, keeping them on their toes, taking all these different fights, because there's a way to find that timing. If you're fighting here, and there's someone coming out from this other angle, it's a lot harder to cover that. So, it's really just, it's keeping them on their toes here, because
Standing ahead.
to them, it's predictable, you know?
Hamburger really aggressive, going to go down, but Dez aggressive as
Spike
well.
down A.
Gets 1 as a consolation. Breach goes down, but Jet able to get the Ohio State Jet. It's a 4-3 advantage, maybe 4-2 if Ohio State's going to be able to get out here.
There.
Yeah, that's a really tough, another really tough start for Ohio State. But this is Michigan State. Maybe going to be able to get that second round. They have the disadvantage, but they're going to be able to buy some guns a little bit. But Ohio State still with that advantage, needs to collect themselves, needs to get ready. You see obviously one up top, one below.
Preparing period. What a good line
Baldy
there.
jumps down and
Baldy!
nails slammed. Grifty one more. Breadloaf going to get a consolation. No, going to get 2.
enemy
But Ohio
remaining.
State one-on-one, both at low health. What can Grifty come up with? And it's a headshot. 3 kills for Grifty in that second round as Ohio State
Grifty!
keeps that trend going in a defusal. Ohio State, you gotta love it if you're a Buckeye fan. Oh my gosh,
I
hello,
mean,
Omen.
for me there, I mean, in my opinion, Grifty is the MVP there. I mean, did you see that blind? It was so great. And then the jump from Moby, I mean, wow.
Absolutely. Run me through these comps a little bit, because we talked a little about mirror comps at the beginning.
Yeah.
What does a mirror comp, for those in the uninitiated in Valorant, because we obviously have a lot of fans who are watching Valorant maybe for the first time, maybe just aren't familiar. What is a mirror comp? What does it kind of imply between two teams?
So a mirror comp is, when they all are playing, they're saying they all have the same characters. And then it's like, these are the traditional characters for this map that are the most opportune, like they're the best for this map, they're conditioned. And then it's all about like just winning those rounds.
Obviously they fit the best, and so each map is a puzzle piece, and Haven's a tough one. You have 3 points, obviously. You don't typically say Site C in any of these games here, but a lot of the time I'd refer to this game as basketball with a bomb. You have a bit more dangerous than regular basketball. Breadloaf freaking out a little bit. Through that wall there. Not sure they knew exactly where they were aiming and what they were aiming at. Hamburger. There is Ohio State. You guys seeing these silly little strategies that the Buckeyes are trying to complete, trying
What
to
a
bait them
jump
out.
There.
Trying to get them
They know,
forward,
they
and
know.
Breadloaf knows. I think they saw Dez dash over or heard it earlier on in the round. Breadloaf going to back off. I think they're just going to get that pick on Jet and maybe decide what else they're going to do now. Breadloaf pushing away. Curious what kind of Breadloaf that
I mean, this
Breadloaf thinks they are.
is prime. Like, I mean, if you lose one or you've made your presence known, like it's always fine to go to another site. You don't have to commit to anything ever.
Absolutely. And here's what you're seeing in mid. Talk about a vertical
30
elevation.
seconds
Jets up top. Grifty could get slammed from the top rope. They won't. And
Oh
Jet
my.
goes down despite a triple advantage. Moonrow able to get Hamburger, but Ohio State get 2 in a row. Looking for their first rifle round win of this
They
game.
have this stuff on lockdown here. Do you see that?
12 seconds. I mean, absolutely. 12
10
seconds
seconds
remaining.
left.
10. I lied. Michigan State going to have to plant, and they will on that C site. It'll be an interesting situation here. You have 2 angles that Michigan State can run into the site at. Waldy Gonna push
Making some
forward here
noise,
with that
making some
Bulldog. Gonna be the
steps.
first to go.
Oh.
Gets one, Moby gets two. But in the certain
Grifty.
words of an artist from South California,
it
it's
out.
not enough. Grifty with the 4K.
Grifty. I'm a fan.
I don't know how you can't be. 'Cause, I mean, again, you're seeing a typical trend, and I mean, there's some joy going on that Ohio State sideline, which you did
Yeah.
not see earlier in the match. I think they feel a little bit more, and especially a 3-0 advantage will help you feel a lot better about what's been going on earlier.
For sure. I mean, get that energy up. Get yourself moving. I mean, this is very much as a mental game as it is, you know, about mechanics and skill, you know?
Absolutely, and you talk about Michigan State, Ohio State. The paths they had to get here, Ohio State was obviously much more difficult. You're the 2 seed. You get a bye, you don't get a triple bye or a double bye, which Michigan State got. You only had to play 2 rounds of Valorant to get to this point. If you're Michigan State, 10-0 in the entire year, or rather 8-0 in the entire year with a differential of 12 positive rounds, have only lost 4 since the beginning of the spring season at that other end. But you got to imagine those Michigan State teams, they're always great, and you feel like you're playing the Patriots. Just look how good Grifty is.
Nice.
Des and Hamburger.
What a spam.
Ohio State in complete control here. They are driving this car in every way, shape, or the form. Michigan State, 3 players now, and a 5-3 advantage for Ohio State.
I mean, wow, they're just like really holding those sights down. I mean, they're winning their gunfights. This is what I'm talking about. It's like that's what I want to see from Ohio State. It's just, you know, really locking in when you're really needed. This like taking those fights at the right time. And I mean, you saw on B-side earlier, Grifty saw someone that he could have shot, but he smoked instead and he waited for his team. And like that's the thing is like he could have taken that fight and he would have had being instantly traded, but he waited.
Ohio State got really unlucky and also really just did not shoot well. I mean, you talk about it is a shooter game. Like, it comes down to just aim at certain points, and Ohio State's aimed in that first game
30 seconds left.
less than ideal, as Ohio State kind of just playing offense now. They started on defense, and now everybody switched sides, it appears, as they've gone to explore the other side of the map. Michigan State
like
in
a
that
little
back end now.
adventure.
They're going to get on A, and this is sometimes what happens when nobody sees each other. You start walking, and then it just goes wrong. Beautiful presentation in this arena. The entire arena goes red when that spike gets planted, and you got to love it. Spike is down. Forward, Nobi.
It gets your blood pumping too.
It's a lot of fun here in the HyperX arena, so
what
another
a
big thank you for hosting us. But Bredlow,
stunt.
back end, Moby top down. That's a wrestling
still
move.
in it,
They get
though.
one, but 3 in a row for Ohio State and Michigan State. Pulverized in that re-end. Goodness me, they just could do nothing there.
I mean, wow, what a great post-plant situation that they held down. And they're winning, and they're playing off of each other. I mean, you have to calm exactly what you want to do there. You can't just not talk about it and just watch an angle. You have to be specific. What are you doing? Where do you think they're going to be? Or, like, and then the util use. I mean, and we're in a timeout now. We're going to take, like, a second. We're going to take a breather.
Yeah, Michigan State needs to put it together here. Grifty dominating that Michigan State side. No kills last round, but 7-1 right now. We get that timeout active. Michigan State really needs to collect themselves at this point. You're down 4-0, and Ohio State, goodness me, Brutus would be proud, boys, as they are rolling right now. And you see that Ohio State on that left side, coach walking around. That is Matt, or Kame, on the username. Founded this program, or founded this team when Valorant came out. We talked about that earlier. He's been that coach since they graduated in 2022. You gotta love dedication. Gotta love the people in this arena. A lot of STEM majors and a lot of great people who have been in this space for a long time, and you simply love to see that.
No, yeah, and it's such like a comfortable space because everybody here loves the games. They love being here. And you don't have to hide it. Like, you can cheer for the team. You can really just intently watch the game, and everybody's watching it with you.
And the bleachers got brought out today, so we have some individuals I'm seeing doing homework, which is completely reasonable. But just a lot of people in the bleachers. We have like a full stand of people, a full bleacher. What am I thinking? The stands, yes, it's like a stands. But a lot of people in there, a lot of support for either side. Get a shot of that later. That'd be beautiful to the prod team.
Michigan at a disadvantage here, but they're still working as a team. What a push here. Desmond
about to be in a very sticky situation if they peek at the wrong time. Grifty knows there's 5. Not going to get aggressive there, but Des will. They'll get punished for it. Slam there. That's a great deagle shot. Sova, ooh, they got 2, but Knight able to bring it back. One more Grifty, one more in the ambush. stays on. What a great wait from Grifty. Standing in the other end, waiting for them to walk by, and Michigan State never turned around as Moby goes down. Michigan State, 4 attack defenders left, 5-0 Buckeyes.
I mean, the spams through the smoke. Ouch.
I mean, you can't even.
That sucks.
The Michigan State team is rolling right now. We talk about those 2 times of momentum. So many times, I think I'm going to say that, about 5 gazillion times, to prepare yourself, maybe get a bingo card. I don't know why you would count things on bingo. Just count it. You can tell me the final count later, but obviously Ohio State, I mean, you were looking for those rifle rounds, and now you're 3-0 on them right now.
And I mean, they save for next, so this is the round that they want to win here. Michigan needs to win this round.
Not sure what their buy situation is Hamburger. Shock dart down low. I believe Michigan State would have to jump into not a thrifty here.
Oh, hello.
Right? Hamburger off the wall. That's the wrong place, wrong time. Figured very right. Waldy's going to get 2. Red Lobe with a consolation, but they don't go down. Moby does. Waldy gets that Cypher trade there, and more information for Ohio State as they try and gain it. Red Lobe's going to get spiked, but goes down again. Waldy's third.
Those.
I mean, you cannot. You have to imagine Michigan State. You're crippled right now in momentum. You have just nothing. And that other end as Moonrow gets 1.
I mean, he gets his 1 there.
Momentum
that's
is
their little
just
consolation,
falling apart for Michigan State. You're down 6-0 right now. That's not, I don't think, what anyone expected. And I mean, what do you say to your team right now if you're Michigan State? I'm not sure they have. I mean, they do have I believe they do have a coach, or rather a sub. What do you talk about if you're the captain of Michigan State right now?
I mean, there's always next map.
That's a fair point at this point. They need to lock in at this point for Ohio State, who is just, I mean, it's a steamroll at this point. And look at those buys. The best team on Michigan State, rather on Ohio State. Yes, no, I was right. Michigan State is 5-6 right now. No positive KD ratios. I mean, that's not something you see too often from a team like Michigan State, who goes and competes at these best events.
And they're not used to this, you know?
They were confident. They were bragging. They were bragging earlier about this. And
easy dubs. What?
The team game, and you all had to participate.
5 HP though. Hello? Oh!
Oof.
Still alive.
Yeah, Ohio State, that's exactly what you don't want to see on a thrifty round. Very good start for Michigan State. And I mean, we talk about this being a team game. Michigan State has not showed up for each other. And so far this point, that's the first time I've seen it. Here comes an ult, and holding out for this. They need just 1. Only going to take just 1 to really get them back into this with rifles. Going to get some revealed, some intel. Moby.
Oh,
waiting for Cypher Trap.
It's time.
More cheering for Overwatch that you're hearing. Waldy forward through a bunch of traps. Gonna get 1 with the help. They had no help. Moby and slammed. Gonna get 2. There's 1 left for Ohio State. Can they pull it together? Knight with 16 HP. Maybe should just save here as Michigan State looks for their first round win.
Yeah.
Knight coming down low, looking to the right side. Who can they get? Nobody. As Sova knocks him down, and a thrifty win for Michigan State for their first round of the game.
And that is what they needed. That's the one they needed there. I mean, and this is the thing, is that like as many rounds that you lose, you can always bring it back, and you just need the proof, and you need the money that you can get those rounds. It's not a
For the good news for Ohio State is that you have 4 ults, or 3 ults rather, and you're still even with Michigan State on that end, rather 4-3. Michigan State holds the advantage. But now you're at a full buy. You have the ult advantage for Michigan State. Got to use some gear. Got to build some momentum. Cannot let Ohio State back into this. Rather, cannot let Ohio State back into the just complete control of this game. Down low, Dez. That aggressive strategy no longer working. Michigan State expecting it now. You got to change what you're doing.
I mean, yeah, I mean, the defense is becoming a little bit predictable here. And now it's, how do we switch it up?
Middle sight, Grifty, and a logical trade as both Omens go down. Jet on that other end. Ooh, no slam. Goes down. Hamburger.
Nice.
Greatly timed ult. Spike does go down. Either way, Hamburger on that top right side coming down. Here comes the breach ult for Michigan State. Got nobody. Absolutely nobody hit by that. Or rather, it was. No, Waldy was there. Waldy got clipped by that. But now 3-2. Still an advantage for Michigan State as Ohio State lost their Cypher with that ult. Still one that could be used for Michigan State. You're going to hold it if you're Jet. You're waiting for a thrifty now to use that ult.
Last player standing. Grab.
It's 1, and that's a 1-on-3. What can Knight cook up here? Manil trying to get one, has the jet in sights and goes down, can't complete. 2 in a row for the Michigan State.
I mean, wow. Michigan really played around with those angles there and like the different entry points because they did that wrap, and at that point, it is so hard to maintain control. I mean, they retook the site there. They were trying to defuse, but they didn't have it.
At a certain point, if you're Ohio State, you got to take a timeout here because 2 in a row lost. You know you're still in control. You still have a 4-round lead.
And I mean, they did invest some ults there to try and keep it in there. I mean, that Sova ult was really great. I mean, it pushed Slammed out, who we heard was one of the best players. So we got him out from there with the Sova ult. So he wasn't in the playing field. And it was like we invested so much for that round to keep it, but Ohio State lost it even with those investments.
And that's the thing about the Spartan squad. They're a machine. And they're rolling over Ohio State right now in the last 2 rounds. Can they come back? Can they get a 6-0 deficit and turn the tide here? But Ohio State, really big advantage. Just going to take that timeout, calm down, and look at this beautiful stage. That's the Michigan State Esports team doing a bunch of homework. Student athletes, let's go. But on the other end, a lot of different people here cheering on their teams. And you got to love to see it on that other end. I don't think they can hear us in the arena. Yes, they can't. Can they?
They're probably ignoring us.
Maybe. No idea.
It's okay. You don't like us. It's fine.
It's okay. It's okay. A lot of screaming. So that's positive screaming for SU on the Overwatch team. That's Ryan Blankenhorn screaming. One of my very good friends. Very talented coach. Gotta love it.
Oh.
Uh-oh. So ult here.
A little bit of body blocking occurring here.
They trade this time. Slammed able to get Hamburger this time with the Sova ult after last round, but Ohio State consolation pick. Jet gonna get shot there. Grifty one more. They've gotten back in the driver's seat, but go down anyway. 3-2 lead for Ohio State, or rather for Michigan State.
Oh, what a running headshot.
I mean, when the barrel is maybe a half inch from the other person's head, you can run, and that's that's a tough positioning opportunity for Dez, who maybe should not have
drive by there. I mean,
I'm not sure how close East Lansing is to Detroit, but it is the Motor City, and talk about getting run over.
Oh,
goodness me, and what a job by
Waldy.
Gonna get that Cypher ult. Needs this round, they know it. Illogical, trying to prevent them, trying to put Ohio State on the thrifty here. Backing up. What a headshot. Illogical knocks down Waldy in 3 in a row for State.
Wow. I mean, here's the push and pull here. Every round it's in the air. Who's going to win it?
I mean, you got to talk about how much of a back and forth it is. Watching volleyball or tennis at a point. I'm losing my voice. I'm so excited. I'm sure you can hear that on the stream. So much passion in this game, and I mean, coming off sickness, you have to imagine that this is even more disgusting with how fun these games have been. 12 and 11 for Grifty and Waldy, who've been leading the team, but you're seeing a lack of production from Des Knight and Hamburger, and this is allowing Michigan State back into this game. A logical Moby low, slammed Val. What can they do to bring Michigan State back into this game? Halftime could be even if Michigan State wins that next 3. They've already won 3 in a row.
Line.
It's a lot about hot streaks, it feels right here. This is a must-win for Ohio State. Here comes the breach ult. They're getting aggressive on that thrifty. Rather, not thrifty. Phantom forward, slammed Val, gonna get Dez. Bad stuff for Ohio State.
Spike goes down, though.
Spike goes down. Here's 2 for Hamburger. 3 for 2 for Hamburger again. 3 for Ohio State. 1-on-1. And Michigan State takes it back. Breadloaf with a 2-kill sandwich to bring it back for for Michigan State there. Goodness me.
They're just not closing out the rounds here, but I mean, I think Hamburger heard you. I think you made him a little mad about saying he wasn't doing things for the team, so he heated up a bit.
Hamburger producing, obviously, finally. Now, I think if you're a Michigan State fan, a computer science major, so, you know, spends a lot of that time around computers, have to imagine. Pretty tapped in. CS is something I am not smart enough to do, nor could I ever even imagine doing.
A little bit of a broken buy coming in here.
Yeah, I mean, you're forcing there, and I'm not sure you really need to. If you're Ohio State, obviously you want to prevent Michigan State from getting a win here. But, that's a tough situation. Illogical with that Jet. Gonna get one with the Vandal, and just sometimes spam is gonna work. But Dez, double headshot with the Sheriff. Goes down to their Jet, though. Illogical.
Trying to stay safe. Oh, my goodness.
Gonna get Dez. Illogical 3. Has the opportunity for the ace here. Can they do it? Nope. Moby gonna take it from their team, but it's not gonna matter. They just want to win, and win they will. 2 in a row for Moby to get 5 in a row for 6-5. And if you're an Overwatch fan, it's 2-0 on KU right now. 2-1, 2-1.
That was dirty with the judge trying to. But it didn't matter.
So, Alex,
That's
how do you think about a 2-1 lead for Syracuse right now? Speechless.
What? That didn't happen.
That didn't happen.
It's not
Denial. Okay. Denial is the answer.
That's what the government wants you to think.
Well, that's a river in Egypt, Alex. So, Swain Vale off the wall, going to try and get some intel, but less aggression from Ohio State now, finally. You have to imagine that it wasn't working earlier. You don't want it to work now, but Moby and Illogical moving up that seaside from Michigan State. Worked last time. Why not again? Omen gets seen there. That's the tough part about Haven defense. Is you're just kind of exposed, and you have to use those angles, and you have to be at a disadvantage. You need good players as Breadloaf.
He's in some danger.
Stuck in a corner, rock in a hard place for Omen. Walking in with the classic, and it's just too far to the left, too many pixels. Away is Grifty, goes down. Moby just gonna headshot them there. Routine back on that right side. Dez gets one, nearly two. Good call by Dez to drop back there, but Moonrow gets one more. 4-2 advantage for the Spartans. As Moonrow getting ready there, puts that charge into it, into that hallway, but still not able to get any more. It's a 1-on-4, and Knight can't complete it, or rather Dez can't complete it. And Michigan State at halftime turned 6-0 into equal. At half, it's 6-6. What a job. Look at that streak on the bottom from both squads.
Just a wee bit of a comeback here.
So just a little one. Only 6 rounds in a row for the Sparty, who led by Moby, who was one of those players who did not say much to me before the game.
I mean, on attack as a sentinel.
I mean, come on, that's just, I feel like that's Valorant at a certain point.
I mean,
at this point, where you just have these players who are good enough to do that. Some struggling production.
Because you're not the duelist. You're not the duelist. You don't have the the util that you're supposed to have to win those gunfights. So he's just a dog. He's literally just winning.
Moby is him, it appears, on that other end. 12-8-1, has that ghost. We're on pistol round again, and we talk about how Ohio State's done 6-0 on these rounds so far. Back on that other side, Illogical going to have to back off. Some more util usage out of Ohio State from on that pistol round. They're
classic and a dream.
They know that is true. There's a lot of dreams for Ohio State. When you're down 1-0, you want to get even on this. Down 2-0, it puts you in a way worse situation because they have win 3 in a row, and you do not want to do that.
What do we do now?
Caught by that shock arrow, nearly killed it there. A little too close to it there. Nearly a direct shot. Breadloaf spamming through the smoke. Can't even hit anyone. That's unlucky. Goes down. Illogical with that sheriff. Been good all night, but goes down again. Moby gets to Knight one more. Slammed one more, and it's a 1-on-1 to end it. What can they do? Knight goes down and slam with the headshot. 7 in a row for the Spartans.
They think they're
the cheers are here right there, by the way. Our Spartans cheers, green and white. Green and white. It's been all green and white this game. What a comeback. How do you even facilitate that? What is the mental that needs to go into that, Alex?
I mean, here's the thing is, we know Michigan State has a really great offense. So we wanted to hold off as many rounds as possible here. And I mean,
it's a bad start for Ohio State, obviously. Because you're 6-0 on pistol rounds. You walk into that, you should be at the advantage, and you just can't do it. You cannot pull out a win, unfortunately. And
I mean, with a sentinel like Michigan has here that was already fragging, and now he's in his, comfortable role, is he going to be oppressive here?
A split push here. They're all going to run it through mid. Haven here. Here we go. Don't see this too often. The Ares. God of War namesake pushing left.
A bit of a Radiant Buddy Flex there, okay.
Here we go.
Oh!
Whoa, that's 2 for the Ares. Don't hear that too often. That's 3. Going through the wall with 15 shots. And that's 4 for a Michigan State in a row. Breadloaf gets 3 with Moonrow helping there at the end.
Are you kidding?
I mean, that was a buzzsaw. Ohio State just got put on the chopping block and put into a million pieces.
With an Ares.
Wow. Goodness, we're watching a replay here. Breadloaf just turned them into mush. That's applesauce from Ohio State. Not sure if you can turn a Buckeye into any sort of sauce, like a fruit, but 5 seconds left, and Ohio State, what do you do now? What are you telling your players if you're the coach of Ohio State when you're down 8-6 after being up 6-0?
No, yeah. I mean, I'm the kind of person that's like, there's always next round. It doesn't matter. I mean,
that same mentality that's gone in for Michigan State has slammed nails Dez.
Oh, and we've got an op in the hands of Illogical who does win a lot of good fights here.
On round 3, goodness.
Oh.
Aggressive defense for Michigan State, working well. That guardian in the hands of Slammed again, doing very well. Knight evens it, though. Very two quick kills.
Yeah, Knight clean up
Ohio
crew.
State.
He just took out the mop a little bit. We're even, 3-3.
Cleaning up for Columbus there, back forward. Knight going to rotate with the rest of the squad. Michigan State, I mean, dominance. You're still at equal teams, same characters left on both sides, but I mean, obviously some skill level differentiating there as you talk about just how good this cipher for Michigan State has been. Waldy dominating, but we'll have to see. Michigan State pushing forward into B site here. What can they do at mid?
And they're so quiet about it too. But do they commit here, or do they surprise someone on another site?
Someone heard, Cypher should have heard smoke there, but he's currently on camera waiting. They're going to walk off B. Should have planted there, I think. That would have been a really good opportunity.
I love that.
But
Ooh.
it's not going to matter.
A little bit of timing. Was he just sitting on cam there? We didn't see that fight.
I don't know. I mean, maybe
That
too much of a
timing.
screenager. Stuck on the phone right there. Maybe Mom was right. It is that dang phone. Breadloaf going to get one more. More Omen
Aries.
domination. Or Aaron domination, excuse me. I mean, you're expecting an Odin with how good Breadloaf's been playing with it. Full shield. What can Breadloaf make out of this one? Waldy tosses forward, trying to keep Ohio State, rather keep Michigan State off of it. Stunned there, still waiting. Waldy against the wall. Can do nothing but watch. The Aries. Not enough. Waldy gets one. Moonro gets two, though, and that's 9 in a row. Triple Yahtzee, 3 of a kind for Michigan State.
Wow.
Goodness me. I mean, what do you even do at Ohio State?
At this point, we're telling the crackhead Aries guy to go in and just spray the bullets, and then Moonro cleans up the mess.
Yeah.
Just go in, do damage, and then I can pick it up from there, you know?
I can't even, I mean, this is not a thing that happens too often in Valorant. Obviously, this game can be very hot streaky. And that's because of buys, obviously. Sometimes you catch someone on the thrifty. When you're on a thrifty, you put them immediately around the back foot, and then you beat them again. And then you go down, I've got 3 in a row, then they get 2 in a row, and we get 3 in a row, and they get 4 in a row. It can be a tennis match, but, I mean, typically a tennis match, you don't hit the ball into the other end, and then it doesn't come back for 50 minutes.
Yeah.
We're about 2 hours into today so far, so you talk about the endurance part of this. If Michigan State wins here in a typical BO3 and a geometry dash, let's go. We've got geometry dash. Forget everything I was saying.
Oh, maybe go for a double tap here. Oh,
here we go.
Okay.
Oh my gosh, look at this
up.
go. Look
oh,
at this one. This is Michigan State player, I believe.
This is dangerous.
Look at them go. Smiley face right there. What can they do? One more. Getting close to the end there. You see that progress bar at the top. They're about halfway through. If that person can move their head to the right slightly, come on.
I'm trying to see this.
For the person watching Geometry Dash on that right, just a little bit.
Hey, just look at the screen, bro.
Oh,
come on
no.
now.
Oh, no. Cracked under pressure, unfortunately, as we jump back into this one. Ohio State and Michigan State obviously still tied, and that's the fun part of Outlands, I tell you what. Concussion.
Double fault line.
Whoa. Moonro. Goodness me. That was an interesting util usage to do. Oh no, Waldy. Waldy just got pulverized on that peak from Jet. Real aggressive from Michigan State, and what's been there contributing to them doing really well is mixing up their looks. Breadloaf, excuse me, pushing back. Forward is Moonro. Doing everything they can for that Michigan State side has been really good, obviously, already. That Breach util doing well. There's my favorite skin in the game that Crifty's using.
Oh my.
Fish Tank Spectre Knight gets
Stinger.
slammed. Stinger, man, that's Neptune. Thank you. Magical voice in my ears. I know nothing about Valorant skins. I know a lot about Valorant. I just forget the name of the skins because I don't have any of them.
Cover going out.
The Spectre is literally just like the cunty version of the Stinger. I would say it's like she's slim, and then the Stinger's more like bulky, you know?
Yeah, I mean, it's you have to love just how much love goes into the graphic design of
Oh,
the
and
skins. But Dez gonna come into a clash right here.
Oh.
Says the ambush, but looked the wrong way, wrong time. Moby, 3 of a kind. That's a good poker hand. Looking for 4. Full house defenders win. That's 10 in a row for Michigan State, running them over. They don't quit.
That's what I was waiting for. I mean, that's exactly what I want to see when I see Haven. When I see a Cypher, I'm waiting for that perfect Cypher sight hold.
Absolutely, and I mean, just look at that. Moby like Lawn Moby are just cutting the grass right there. Again,
I mean,
more
Moby, where's
landscaping
Tim?
puns. As many landscaping puns as we can get into this. Do you think anyone here knows someone on the landscaping team? Do you think that's like a... I wonder how many people are on a landscaping team.
Why is that a thing?
I mean, love for the game.
I
Come
don't
on.
really understand.
Why is esports a thing? Because you love esports. You love video games. They love landscaping. Breadloaf.
Breadloaf.
Continuing that cleanup crew mentality for Michigan State, who've won 10 in a row now. If you're just tuning in, 6-0 start for Ohio State, and everything has changed. What a run, a 10-0 run in rounds for Michigan State. Nothing makes quite enough sense here. Has slammed another
And he
kill on
wins
Baldy.
those.
They just can't win gunfights. Ohio State getting rolled over. Did not know Logical was there as Knight goes down. Hamburger going to get a pick for the first
He's
time.
so low.
No health, and
Wow.
you're shooting that much, you're expecting something to go through, and slammed Val slams Hamburger away.
I mean, Michigan State is being mean here. They're playing so aggressive. They're pushing the main side. They're supposed to wait for us to come to them, but they don't.
Michigan State's now playing offense at a certain point where Dez is just hiding
Oh my.
in the sight.
Ew.
I mean, goodness me, Michigan State, what can you do?
And a little like 3K
I mean,
for the.
look at that round total. I mean, you don't see this too often. I mean, now on another thrifty for Ohio State, who are just
And we're in danger.
crumbling.
Ohio State needs to get back in it.
Grifty has not seen a kill since the halfway point of this game, I believe. And you're talking
rough out
about
here.
just teams falling apart. Moby leading the charge. I mean, just 19-11-2 as a cipher. You talk about great players.
I mean, they had such a great defense, but then they lost their footing there. They became predictable, and it lost them rounds that they really shouldn't have lost.
Yeah, I mean, Ohio State really at a certain point should at least have gotten a few games here. They've made poor decisions, haven't won gunfights that are must-wins. When you're up 3-1 and an advantage, I mean, Michigan State is just able to do what they wish at this point with how good they've been playing. In terms of overall momentum and how well you're feeling, I'd say it's about an 100-0. But, I mean, come on. Got huge kudos to that Michigan State squad. Well coached. That East Lansing team is just steamrolling. And, I mean, honestly, it's, you know, maybe their second Power Esports Conference Championship game of the weekend. And they won, obviously. Rocket League did not win. Smash Bros. They dominated again, but Rocket League they fell in. They could have had a sweep and everything that the game they didn't play, but Boise State going to prevent that. They'll play in Overwatch 2, and if they win here, Michigan State, they could try and match.
And like they don't even know. It's like we know, so we're like, oh, don't do it, no. But they don't know. Oh.
I mean,
And what an ult.
just put into, just put through the ringer there. That's
in a dream.
3 in a row for Michigan State, or for Ohio State, who have finally found maybe some good luck here. Should have grabbed the
We
Vandal.
found a gun. That's not a deagle. I mean, that's big ups.
That's
an upgrade.
big Bulldog moment here, and we'll see
And
this interesting strategy. We talked about how good Ohio State was at range, and they have yet to plant on. See, they finally have. This should be an advantage for them.
I mean, yeah, Michigan does not have their smokes player. This is going to be rough for them to be able to stick this spike.
Nobody gonna get hit by that breach machine from Michigan State. Knight goes down to the Knight gets one with the op.
Oh.
Fighting his Moon Road,
Almost.
trying to get rid of the op.
A lot of damage
Has to
coming
defuse, peeking, goes down to Hamburger.
out. Okay.
And just like In and Out last night that I had for the first time, a delicious cook-up from Ohio State to finally bring themselves back. And you might have just lost 11 rounds in a row, but you're only down 4. Their first round since round 6.
And I mean, that's exactly what Ohio State needs there. They just need that ego boost. They're like, I can get another round. I'm still in it, and we can do this. Even if it looks dicey. We're not even at match point quite yet. And there's always another round.
Absolutely, as Knight charging that Ohio State team with the op. You see, once they have the op, I think they're about 5-1 right now.
What a spam
11
there.
straight rounds for
So
Michigan
much
State.
damage.
I mean, come on, I mean, you have to. Kudos to that Ohio State
Wow.
for somehow breaking that up.
That's not real.
Logical.
hello.
And
Goodbye.
goes down. You like the ambush idea there, but when you miss every single one of your knives, it's not a
rough.
logical decision, if you will. Illogical, if you might say. Horrible puns. I thought you were about to just get up and leave right there, actually.
Might as well.
At a certain point, it felt like Ohio State had that same mentality in this game, but they found a way to maybe try and back. And a great teleport by Grifty gets one. Leading the charge once again. Dez one more. 2 left for Michigan State. Can the Spartans maybe trying to get a comeback here, but it's not looking great. Hamburger in the throw down that spike and rocking a hard place. Moonro gets turned into a panini right there. Dez gets them right on the other end.
Number 1 last act rating here. Let's see what he can cook up.
Slam at some point was the number 1 player in all of NA in terms of rank. What can they cook up here? A 1v5. Can they find anything versus the Buckeyes? Maybe even just a pick. Nothing doing for Michigan State. 5, and it's flawless for Ohio State, who are charging back. It feels like only down 2 rounds now. You lose 11 rounds in a row. How do you collect yourself?
I mean, one of the things that I really like about these teams is, I mean, we've heard about how great these certain players are, but the thing is that, like, as a team, there isn't a star. You know what I mean? Like, there's just no, it's because, I mean, sometimes we see comps in pro play where it's like a really good player and friends. You know what I mean? It's like a really good player and then some people who are okay that are just really just trying to, like, set up the good guy to go and do good things. But we're not seeing that here. We're seeing different players really show out and show their skills here. And it's by the book. I mean, we're seeing great fault lines. We're seeing great omen flashes. And, I mean, the smokes are just beautiful. They're really doing great. I mean, and it's like those are things that you don't really think about. But that is what a mirror comp is seeing how well they can use their util and how different. Like, I mean, the play styles are different.
Yeah, and more Geometry Dash, but a third game that we're going to talk about. Syracuse wins 3-1 against KU. Your Jayhawks fall apart right at the end, and they will face Boise State later on in the grand finals. Ryan Blankenhorn, that coach, he's a great guy.
I mean, Overwatch will definitely be one to watch there.
I mean, I think at a certain point, everybody's kind of expecting Boise State to turn into a buzzsaw and annihilate everybody they play, but we have to see it's grand finals. Yeah. You have to acknowledge that there's nothing to lose. This Syracuse team, very well put together.
I don't believe in steamrolls. I will never believe in those.
It's a good point. I mean, I think construction companies would have something to say about that.
Yeah.
But
they're not sponsoring us, so they don't get a say.
They don't get a say in whether steamrolls really truly do exist. Grifty, back
At
forth.
least for esports.
We get a sponsor for blowouts called the Steamroll Cam.
Yeah.
That'd be really sad. Michigan State still up 3 another round there.
It's like we're poking and prodding, we're finding, but we haven't made contact anywhere. We haven't figured out really where they have their pawns placed right now. So
Fog of War chess, if you will. Fog of War chess.
What do we do?
Back on that other end, you see.
Where are we gonna drop those battleship bombs on the ships? You know.
Battleship shout. That's actually really good. As Moonro sinks that battleship, Waldy goes down on a great headshot, but Grifty able to even back with another 2. Point on the other side is oh my gosh, Breadloaf. Whoa.
With the 3K.
I mean, what? Trifecta, beautiful Breadloaf play. And that's 3 slices right there. Served up for Michigan State. Sourdough, with how beautiful that was.
Nice.
Sourdough is the best kind of bread. I'm not. That's simply true. We have to interview that guy. We have to ask what his favorite kind of bread is.
True. Like, what kind of bread are you talking about? And then, like, the hamburger, is it, like, no cheese or what?
That's what a hamburger is.
But, like, what you got on your hamburger? Like, lettuce, tomato?
Yeah, I mean, I don't eat hamburgers. I'm a cheese
You
believer.
just had,
I had a cheeseburger from
Oh,
now.
same difference.
No, it's really not, because the cheese is important. But why isn't it just a cheeseburger with no cheese? Why don't it just be a burger? Or is that too short?
Burger with no ham?
Either way, we'll see what either team can cook up.
Oh,
Logical with the ambush
nice
gets
try.
1, but oof.
Whatever.
You gotta love it here. That's a good pick. You need at least 1 if that's gonna work out in any way. And another
Ooh,
ambush on the other
Waldy.
side. Slammed walks into that one. Waldy shuts the door. Closed. Ohio State with 4 as they push in on the offensive side. Michigan State at another disadvantage, but it's match point here. Michigan State needs 1 round to put away game 2.
I mean, that's the aggressive Cypher plays I'm talking about. Like, this guy's a Sentinel, and how is he doing that?
I mean, goodness. Ref, do something at this point.
Somebody stop this guy.
Ref, he's
not
omnipresent. Ref, he's everywhere. Ref, he's got cameras. You're watching Big Brother shoot you in the head with a Vandal at a certain point. It's really rough. On that other end, Moby not able to do anything. Hamburger runs him over right there. 7-4-2. Not sure
low, but it does not matter.
Because they are just doing it from anywhere at this point. Moonro able to just knock over Breach. And I mean, come on. 4-1 Ohio State. Big advantage in Michigan State. What can they cook up here?
Breadloaf.
It's 2 kills. Breadloaf. We've seen how good they can be.
Put him in the oven.
Beautiful. East is rising.
Can he finish out this round?
Stunned by breach. No, they
Oh.
won't. It's going to force them in into an uncomfortable situation. Some great util usage puts Breadloaf away. 3 rounds away from Ohio State from bringing this to overtime, but only one. The Spartans need that 11-0 run fueling what has been a dominant performance after what seemed like it was going to be an utter crushing from Ohio State. What can the Buckeyes do? Who can they collect? Now 9-12.
I mean, we're still in it.
The dart competition obviously still going on. Saw the geometry dash earlier. A lot of things going on here. A lot of fun activities.
I mean, there's
Waldy's
not just
still
one
leading
thing to
though.
watch.
Goodness, what a dominant performance, right?
I mean, yeah. I mean,
On board with them pushing. That's a sim racing phrase.
no, I hear people say that like playing Sentinel is boring, but I mean, seeing from Waldy here, he's keeping it interesting here. Wow, a lot of util coming out.
Huge ults.
Oh,
gosh.
from the back.
Dez just clotheslined them as Breadloaf, the only one able to Constellation pick. Michigan State getting absolutely annihilated. 4-2 at this point, and you get that long range opportunity again. And Ohio
And this
State,
is the
what's
most-
that?
I as much as I want the underdogs to win, I hate this plant just because it's so boring. Like, you all just stack in main and you sit there and swing one by one and get them or whatever. It's so annoying. It's so hard to deal with if you don't have a smokes player, and they really don't.
As boring as it is, illogical should have not put that there. That's the worst spot to put it. You should smoke it long and then go down. But I mean, it's not going to result in anything. Michigan State just going to opt to save, try and keep themselves out of a thrifty situation.
I mean, that's what I would do there.
I mean, Ohio State's won 4 of the last 5. At this point, we're talking about Spike going to go off, and what can you collect? And it's 10-12. Ohio State still fighting after losing 11 in a row. They're now 4 of their last 5. The Buckeyes trying to find their way back, but they give up 1 round here, and it's over. They need 2 in a row to put us to overtime, and I mean, we've seen 26 rounds happen before.
I mean, I've seen them win 10 rounds. What's 2 more? Come on.
I mean, 26 plus you're hoping for if you are a Ohio State fan at a certain point. So much more Valorant to go, obviously, so make sure you're tuned in. If you're just tuning in, rather, the Allied Gaming Power Esports Conference Championships 2025 here at the Luxor, the HyperX Gaming and Esports Arena. Or I think it's just Esports Arena. I just confused our new space, the Shine Gaming and Esports Arena, which Daktronics helped set up the video, or other. Yes, I believe it's a Daktronics video board, and then Esports Integration helped set up our room. Very awesome situation. Big shout out to those sponsors, of course. Breadloaf had it in the crosshairs.
So
Had
patient.
no idea to Stinger, not like it would mattered.
What?
Shot wouldn't go there anyway. Moby Knight, there's a trade. And back on B side, 1 for Breadloaf, and has just taken over this game. But Grifty catches them in a bad spot. Slam gets 1 more.
Oh.
Trading everywhere. Hello, Hamburger annihilates
shorty.
Munro with a shorty. Illogical 1 more. Waldy 1 more, and it's a 1-on-1. What can they do? Putting it together 10-12. Michigan State wins. It's over. Wrong place, wrong time. 2-0 lead for the Spartans. What a shot.
No
what a
way.
kill. And Michigan State are up 2-0.
Wow. What a finisher there.
I mean, that is rough in every sense of the word. Obviously, I believe it's a best of 5 still, so still more round to go. Need 13 more rounds if you're Michigan State to try and put it together there. But this is very, very rough for Ohio State. You're down 2-0. What can you put together? Really good job, though, from 23-17.
We saw
10.
some
Beautiful.
great stuff from Ohio State, though. Like, this is not a team that's just not able to play the game. They're in it. They're doing great stuff. They're getting frags. They're working together. They're using util to the best of their ability.
And some confirmation on it being BO5, because I've heard 2 different things today. The entire Michigan State team is off the podium. I'm not sure if they're huddling. Oh, they are huddling. Never mind, it is BO5. Worry not, folks. We have more Valorant in store for you. It's 12:44 p.m. here.
And my tummy is rumbling because it's new time.
I'm starving for more Valorant, I have to tell you that.
Oh, okay.
2-0 lead for Michigan State. They're doing excellent, of course. Ohio State, a 6-0 run led to an 11-0 Michigan State run that finally turned down to 5-2. And really tough, really, really tough.
Yeah, I mean, I can't imagine how Ohio State feels because they're working hard and they're getting good rounds in there. But that doesn't win the match, does it?
No, you talk about that 11-0 run was just the fuel there. 5 of their last 2 rounds for Ohio State, but I mean, you lost that last 1v1, and that's Valorant timing for you. I mean, you lost just on luck at a certain point.
Just gross. It's not fair.
You're praying for the other person's neurons to fire in a way that does not result in them looking at you when you are not looking.
No, exactly. It's like which angle are you watching? And there's so many different angles. You just hope that they're not watching the angle that you're on.
Yeah, and you talk about just how these teams have played all year. Ohio State found their way back into that 2 seed. Such a good up program, such a good team. Have 2-0 and 2-1. So many teams found the way in overtime sections. But we're going to take a quick break here. I've got more Valorant action coming to you in the Allied Gaming Power Esports Conference Championships 2025 here in Las Vegas. More Valorant action coming your way soon. We'll be right back. Hello and welcome back. If you're starving for more Power Esports Conference action, I'm Carson Cass, back with my co-caster,
Alex Reimer.
We've got a lot more Power Esports Conference Valorant action for you. We're in the grand finals, of course. If you're just tuning in, it's 2-0 Michigan State over Ohio State.
But it's not over till it's over.
It's fair. Underdog rooter here. KU just fell 3-1 to Syracuse. Let that one sink in. Rub the salt in the wound.
Yeah.
Salt City, of course. They'll move on to play Boise State in the grand finals later after, I believe, awards. Don't quote me on that. If you do, post it on Twitter and make fun of me. Either way, my Twitter's Carson_.Cass. So make sure you follow me there for more broadcasting action, I suppose. But a lot of fun. Hello to the crowd down low. But so much fun that we've had so far. Michigan State coming back from a down 6-0 to bring 6-6 at halftime.
Yeah, I mean,
and 11-0 and 11 in a row to bring themselves just over Ohio State, who was dominant apart from those 11-0 rounds.
I mean, wow. I mean, that's like, that also shows like really great mental there. If you're down 6 rounds, and it feels so bad because every time you look at your economy, you can't buy a gun, and every time that you don't have like a good gun or you can't buy util, it feels like it's just like so much harder to get those rounds. And if you don't get the rounds, it's rough. But they brought it back, and I commend them for that. Like,
absolutely,
it's really great to see. With
the way Ohio State has aimed, to put it in the words of a certain musician from South California, it's just not enough. And it's really rough at a certain point with Michigan State is dominating them in every sense of the word, because Ohio State sometimes just can't hit those shots. They have the right angles, they have advantages. They're honestly playing like the smarter team right here.
And then there comes the debate, is this a gunplay game? Is it
at its very core,
is it tactical FPS, or
at its very core, Valorant is aiming. It's all it is. It's all aiming. As you see me in the back, hello camera. Valorant is all an aiming game, and you have to hit your headshots. You're not going to ever win a game if you are not hitting your shots, and this is a very good example of it. Ohio State.
I mean, especially like in competitive, like the higher tier you get. I mean, in like VCT, I mean, if you whiff, I mean, it's not about whiffing anymore, is it? So that is, I mean, I think that's the difference between collegiate and pro play. It's just the guns,
I mean,
being able to hit those shots.
You get to a certain point, it's no longer a gunplay game, and you talk about, boy, something smells delicious. They're cooking something down there, and we'll see if Ohio State can cook something else up to try and bring themselves down from 2-0. You talk about reverse sweep territory. Now, I mean, Ohio State flat out is playing better. Like, if you look at it, you look at the way they're playing better angles, they're playing a better offense, playing a better defense. But you cannot take it for granted like you can in a pro scene, where you have to hit those shots. In Ohio State, maybe they're a bit low, maybe they're not feeling as good, but you're seeing the teams in green. That's all Ohio State. You're noticing how low they are on the scoreboard. They're not hitting their shots. They're not winning games. They're not winning gunfights.
Looks like we're going to go look at maps and pick bands here. So let's take a look. Next up is Lotus.
Oh, boy.
Michigan State chose this one, so we know... nope, Ohio State. My bad.
Ohio State chose this one.
So Ohio State chose this one. So this one's the one they're confident on, right? So this is the reverse sweep. I'm a believer. And I mean, they chose this map. They're on defense. They know how Michigan likes to attack now. I mean, we've seen it time and time again. They just bravely take those first angles.
And now you think about what just happened on the previous 3-point map. Haven, one of those quintessential Valorant maps. It's like your Wrigley's, your Fenways of it feels like this game. And if this cable goes around my back one more time, I might cry. I might cry on broadcast, if you will. Prod might cry too, as they remind me every single time it happens. Either way, what can Ohio State do at this point? Because triple point again.
Yeah.
We're up 6-0. You had the foundations to win. You won multiple rounds that you lost, in the sense of you had a 3-on-1 and you missed all of your shots. You didn't have the reaction time to beat Michigan State at a certain point. What do you tell your team right now if you're Matt, the coach of Ohio State?
Lotus as a map, I think it can be pretty predictable the way that they push, especially Michigan State, who likes to really take those first initial fights. I'm excited to see what they do on that A site push and that first, like when they go, because it's so easy as the defense to just spam util there to keep them from getting out into that main area. And I know that Michigan would love to fight for that. I know that they could just take that if they play Jet, which I assume they will play Jet, just to like really dash in there and get active.
Haven's all about movement. If you can move faster around Haven, it's kind of like if you want to take it, in the sense it's kind of like if you took Icebox and you took Haven and you put them together, and it was the scariest thing ever as a Valorant player when it first came out.
Yeah.
And that is a little interesting.
And I mean, the doors are interesting too. This is like a completely different map because there's these weird doors, and I don't think we see that in any other map. And it's something that you have to keep in mind, and it deals with strategy as well and how you take those fights, because they could be in trees. So if you push that door, you're putting yourself in like a vulnerable position because you can hear the door, so they know you're there.
Yeah, and that cheer you just heard, Michigan State's been doing it all day. Go green, and then is the first chant, and go white is the response. Run us through what we just saw on those board screens of who is playing who. This is a really interesting matchup.
I mean, we're looking at, you know, a Neon, which is interesting. I mean, he's just in there to like run it. I mean, we see a Vice, which I love. I love a Vice pick, especially on this map. I mean, she has a lot of agency across the map because she's not like KJ, where she has to, you know, stick close to her util, and she can really use it to her advantage. And she's more like of an initiator. So, I mean,
yeah, it's just, it's tough because you're kind of looking at it where you have a Breach again. Knight is playing Breach again. Really good at controlling, controlled a bunch of fights that way. But now you're kind of with different characters who are going to move a lot faster.
Yeah.
And especially on Haven, movement is key at certain points of the game. But
I mean,
we'll
we
have to see
also have a
how they
Tejo
play.
that can prevent them from taking that space early as well, and really put them in tricky positions. And I'm excited because I love the initiator role. I love watching good initiators because it really comes down to that util use. It doesn't, it's like sometimes it does, like the gun doesn't matter if you have that stun, if you have those salvos, because they just, either they take the fight or they get salvoed.
Yeah, a lot of high-flying offense and a lot of explosives what we're going to see from that Michigan State side with the addition of Raze. Illogical already on point, and that's what we're talking about. How quick you can go here. That Tejo hitting Illogical there. And, ooh.
What a timing.
Yeah, I did not know they were coming there. Breadloaf and Illogical going to get 2 each between them. Michigan State off to a hot start in this pistol round. They've yet to win the first pistol round. We'll see so far. Ohio State currently 4-0 in that sense. Pushing forward, Breadloaf. I mean, also I think 8-0 in all
Yeah.
No. They won that first game on Haven. Excuse me. But Lotus obviously stationed in beautiful
I mean, this is exactly
Buffalo,
what I
New York.
expect from Michigan State here. Just moving fast, taking those fights, winning them, and getting onto site.
Another end and stuck in a rocked in hard place.
Oh,
He's aiming
wow.
at 1 kill, but yeah, that went very quickly. Is Illogical going to get 3 right there to bring the attackers over? Michigan State, you can hear the cheers, the rallies as Sparty goes up 1-0. Brutus would be disappointed.
I mean, I'm a big fan of those classic kills, and I mean, you saw it there with those, like the Tejo util there. I mean, you can really force fights with that util, and it puts them in a dangerous position because maybe they're not ready, maybe they're waiting for their team, but then it's like you either move or you die.
Big thumbs up from Joey there. Gotta love that.
Heck yeah.
Illogical, that Michigan State that you were watching right there. I mean, that's a really tough situation because Illogical is so good. I mean, finally on that duelist role, said, quote, they are the best duelist in this event. To me at the beginning of this. Let's see if they can do that.
Is that what you heard?
But it's looking like
Wow.
it. First time on the duelist, initial 3K.
We have a frenzy. Oh.
Ouch. That's checking your angles, and a great job as Waldy pulverized right there. Iron goes down. Moonrow gonna get 1 in the form of Dez. Neon lost for Ohio State, and again, it seems like a very tough map here as another one
And
goes
you can't
down.
miss those.
Val with the Guardian has been dominant all game. I see why they like it. Very
Yeah, I
good job.
mean,
Oh
it's
my gosh.
doing its job.
So I know you said that steamrollers aren't real, but whatever that machine I just saw right there, that kill animation was,
We
it's
are
currently
2
walking
rounds
over
in. We are 2
Ohio
rounds
State.
in. Like, there's nothing has even happened yet. I mean, once they get guns, once they actually all have Vandals, and they're on even playing fields, it's not... You can't determine from the first 3 rounds.
That's a fair point. But I think if you talk about how rifle rounds have gone, I mean, Michigan State is just dominant, especially with that Vandal. You know it's kind of like their fastball, and it's somehow 110 miles an hour. It's going right past you. There's not
I mean,
much
look
you
at
can
that
do.
util. I mean, that's
Yeah.
what you need here.
Absolutely. Ohio State still is the better buy right now because Michigan State hasn't needed to. Obviously had those guns from that last round.
Yeah.
See what they can do. Dez. And then Ohio State side. Good defense initially, prevented a very aggressive Michigan State push, which has been working all game. But those guns could help them out in a major way. Val pushing onto site with that Guardian. I mean, I think pushing is actually a loose word there. Standing, waiting.
Poking, prodding, kind of trying to find gaps. And
Moonrow just annihilates Knight right there. Another bad start for Ohio State. First pick, first blood again there on that other side. Here for Michigan State, we're still on the lower buy, but that's 2 for Michigan State again.
Neon on the hunt. What?
Oh my gosh! Just
is the stun real?
Just clotheslined. Moonrow just, I mean, that was like a melee. I mean, jeez, just ran right into it there. Unfortunately, that was a bit too quick and a bit too advantageous for the Ohio State side. 4-on-1 Ohio State. What can they put together here? You see that red spike presentation. I mean, you have to highlight how fun that is and how nice this facility is. Absolute blessing to be here.
I mean, if I'm Grifty, I'm saving my gun, you know?
And that's what you're seeing right now. If you look in the top left of your screen, in that radar, not a Michigan State player I mean, they're technically bordering states, which you'd have to imagine right now. One's in Michigan, the other one's all the way in Hawaii at a certain point with how far they are. And, I mean, that's what a save is at a certain point, right?
I mean, and like every gun costs money, so if you can save it, and I mean, they're bonusing. Every gun that you can keep and use for the next round means more money for later and more resources for later. Yeah,
and maybe this is the 8th time I'm saying it, but money momentum obviously super important. Things can snowball out of control really quickly because if we take a look at Ohio State's buys right now, I mean, that's not going to sustain itself very quickly. They pulled out last time. I believe they're going to have to be on thrifty here. If it's not this round, if they lose the next one, they will. But it's just tough. Moonrow not able to do much of anything there. And you see just, I mean, Moonrow doing much of everything. I apologize is what I meant to say there. and I mean, just already has 2 ults on the side of Michigan State on round 3. It tells you a lot about how this is going as Ohio State needs to put it together here on that defensive end. It's hard on a 3-point map, but they're going to need to find a way. They move to that C site, and if you take a quick look at C site, you're going to notice there's literally no one there on the Ohio State side.
I mean, what a gamble there. And now, I mean, we're working as a team, which I love here.
It's Vegas. Backside Moonrow pushing forward with the rest of the Michigan State squad. They're all going to have to move into the same 2 doors. Dez, ooh. That was very close, Teo, rather. Ult coming down, and the plant finally for Michigan State, which is not going to complete itself. Good util usage there from Ohio State to prevent that for just a few moments, but nothing doing. Spike planted goes down, slam going to get 1. Neon falls, pushing forward. Illogical watching that angle, can't do much of anything down at Seawater.
No.
Shots out, and Illogical, bang! That's 2, a double, a triple. As 1 more goes down. Waldy is still alive. That's a double kill. What can they pull out here? Shot comes up as they try and pick up the gun. Moby. That's bad timing.
Like, Waldy is low-key tough with it. The way he shoots that dig is so tough.
Aura farming, if you will, as Moonrow. Big provider right there. Thank you in chat from Waldy, who can, I think, hear part of it. And on the other side, not watching the stream because that would be cheating. Moonrow on the other end, down low, has just been excellent. Gotta love those knife skins too. I mean,
yeah.
Beautiful glaive right there.
We have this Visult here, and that's a really great way to take a site because they can't. I mean, unless they're crazy with the classic, which we have seen.
Yeah, obviously that ult right there going to be able to just take everything away. You can just drop the other team's guns at a certain point. It's kind of like Killjoy in a way. But
now
you talk about how defense in this city. Neon slams out, dies. The sacrifice at least has slammed. Oh no.
Cleaning it up.
That felt like
what a guy.
That did not feel good. That was like an atomic bomb going off right there.
You know, they tried some shenanigans and I saw the vision.
Forward slam, gonna get that util usage out. Teo obviously can take so much space with his util there, and has the ult right there for Michigan State. They should not use it here. Waldy gonna get 1 more. Talk about how good they've been. Waldy forward, doing everything they can for Ohio State. 2 to 3 disadvantage.
Go ahead.
Oh, okay, so they're using it.
Retrieving flash.
They don't need it though. They're like, they're thugging it out.
It's 3 for Waldy. Or 2 for Waldy, rather. Is
I mean,
Michigan State gonna?
Now it's just exits, no?
Yeah, everybody's got to leave at this point. Not gonna be much of anything to grab for Michigan State or Ohio State. Gonna leave it there. Is just gonna save, see what we can do on the other end, and that's gonna be Bomb going off. Spike, rather. CS in my blood. 5-0 Michigan State. And if that's any sign on a 3-point map, that's a bad sign for Michigan State if you were to go off last time.
Don't answer.
Well, I mean, like...
Anything can happen. I mean...
I mean... We'll wait till we switch sides.
That's what happened last time, I can't lie. I mean, you got to 6 rounds in a row, and then suddenly the other team is full confidence.
And I mean, the thing is that
Pieces.
we aren't... Are we at 6 yet?
Nope, we're at 5.
So, we're at 5. So here's the thing is, if we can get just 5 more rounds...
It does sound a little bit like Cope at this point, I'm going to be honest.
No, like we're still in it though, like because if you get it's like every round counts. So as many rounds as you can take from them, you switch the sides, we switch it up, and then it's like it's the climb. Then it's like, okay, as many rounds have I taken here, even if I'm down, then it's like, okay, this is how far I need to climb up here.
And now we've got 2 people playing Geometry Dash, absolutely legendary.
Yeah.
I believe that's Dice from
Oh, he looked up.
So much Geometry Dash going on being played. Gotta love it.
Is Valorant boring you?
Now we wait.
Geometry Dash certainly
Whatever.
isn't only pushing forward, doing a little setup as they move out towards that other side. Ohio State again. Gotta put it together. Really gotta put it together as this round starts here. What do you say to your players, Coach Alex?
Lock in.
That's 2 words is maybe enough. There's Ohio State. I'm not sure what you can say at this point. You went down 6-0. You can go, I'm going to do what they did last time. Win 11 in a row. Good pick from Knight to get slammed, but Breadloaf going to get Dez on that other side right there. No kills from Dez. That was a really good start. Average combat score of 318 and has not showed it right here. The defensive prowess from Ohio State, or from Michigan State, just shining as Dez can't get much of anything. I mean, I wrote for this Ohio State team that their ceiling was 2nd place. I wasn't sure that this team could put it together, but, I mean, they've done it here. I mean, they're still in this one, and down 2-0. What can the Buckeyes cook up here? But don't want to meet expectations is what they're at right now.
Cover going on.
Great headshot from Hamburger as
Hamburger
Moby
with
goes
1.
down. It's a good pick. Very good pick for Michigan State. Ooh, I lied again. The States are getting me from Ohio as they go down towards that east side.
Redloaf here just trying to find some good. Oh, no way.
Really good job. Saw that double rotate, and it's going to be a teleport from Redloaf on the C. But can that rotate come back in time? A really good call from Teo. Ohio State pushing forward. Wrong place, wrong time for Logical, who goes down. Knight, great job there watching that. Moonrow can't get Knight as they back off. That's
hunt.
Excellent. Ohio State right there.
Fault line though. Oh, and a flash.
Good stun. Still gets a kill. Gets 2. Gets 3 into the buzzsaw. Ohio State. I mean, that's a complete momentum flipper. Can't get 4 for Moonrow, but Knight. I mean, the only one left there after the Ohio State faces a buzzsaw. Goodness me.
Oh, it's just so oppressive.
So many good plays for Michigan State. My voice can only take so much. You might be able to hear that it's on the brink of elimination, just like Ohio State here. They need to put together a win or 2. This is rough. I mean,
it's hard to. It's a hard watch.
The condolence is that, look, Michigan State, they were down 6-0. What happened last time? This might be Cope, but what happened last time? We'll have to see.
We're seeing so much great stuff from them that I can't not believe in them.
The Spartans are the 1 seed for a reason. We're getting a great example of just why that is. Ohio State trying something new on defense here. Big split, but, I mean...
If only I could be in the room. Like, if only I could hear the comms.
For which team?
For Michigan.
Yeah. I have to imagine it's kind of like Navy SEALs talking at a certain point, cold calculated. But, I mean, when you're up this big, it might be a lot more smiles and laughs. But I haven't seen this team be very joyous. They're very much business
I mean, that
as
Ares
usual.
was kind of gross.
That was disgusting.
Yeah.
That is not how that's supposed to work. I don't even think Epic Games, holy moly, we're not playing Fortnite. Riot Games, I don't think they intended that either. To be that good.
No, yeah, the gun's not supposed to shoot like that. Pushing on the site, we're on.
Talk about breaking and entering. Slam's gonna get 2 with those salvos. Beautiful, beautiful job right there to get on site. have to just illustrious push. Slam it out with the shorty.
Good situation. Hello? Timing?
Oh, wrong
Hello.
place, wrong time. Knight and Waldy get 2
Oh.
each. Back to 3-3. Hello, goodbye. Door slammed for Michigan State there. Is Ohio State going to get 2, but
Patience.
can they get this reclaim?
Oh
Here
my.
comes the ult from Breach.
Boing.
Let's go in. That's a flash that gets their own team right there.
Oh,
Salos from Ohio State. I mean, have to push here. Nobody on site right now for Michigan
Yeah.
State who are holding that archway. They know they're at that wall. What's going to happen?
the-
Omen gets 1. Omen gets 2.
You cannot
Moby
miss
gets the
those.
last. That's 7-0 for Michigan State. Excuse me.
You can't miss those.
You simply can't.
You have your team with you. At least hit like. Where are they going? Where the bullets go? I need more bullets.
There's.
It's just, it's
Gosh.
so hard. It's hard to watch, you know? And like, I mean, every round was winnable. You know, I'm watching this and I'm a believer. And I see the good things and I know that they could win this round. And it all comes down to winning those gunfights. It comes down to that util use because it was super tricky. I mean, it was hard to retake that with that Omen blind.
Michigan State is flat out beating them on talent of aim here. And maybe that's the morning, and it does happen. It does truly happen when you're playing this early. It can really screw you up because, maybe you know, talk about esports. Some of these guys aren't up at 1 some days on the weekends, and I mean, credit to them. I'm normally not, but Slam Val has been awake as ever as Grifty goes down. Again, was the MVP for Ohio State last time, but Michigan State has got the answer right here. And it's the sound of the door slamming shut. Former #1 NA player. Here comes an interesting opportunity. Is Breadloaf. Wow, Breadloaf runs over Waldy right there. Logical up top. Back down low. And this is Spike going down for Michigan State.
Spike planted.
Well, we just
So I
trying
think
to-
you might have heard that noise about
Patience.
400 times so far.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna hear it in my sleep. I'm gonna hear it in my dreams.
Back up top. Breadloaf
What a-
gonna headshot Hamburger. Takes that top bun off. Knight. Moby.
No, I didn't kill people, Neon.
They get
Oh.
each. Breadloaf 3. Moonrow seals the deal. Michigan State up 8. Oh, I mean, we're talking about a flawless game here.
Moonrow's looking real good.
Mental has to be crushed on the Buckeye side here. That really is disappointing if you are an Ohio State fan. Michigan State potentially with their second grand finals win in a row right here. The most recent one, of course, being Super Smash Bros. Ultimate.
If Ohio State has no one to cheer for them, I'm dead.
That's a fair point, but they still have plenty of fans right here. And if I could, I'm not sure if I'm going over the speakers in the stadium right now, if the Super Smash Bros. Team from Michigan State could wave, they can't hear me. Well, they don't care, which I don't blame them for. 8-0.
And they're picking up this tempo again.
Logical slowed right there on the Thorns, pushing.
They're being told to slow down. Oh.
I mean, that util usage, that doesn't matter at a certain point where if you're not going to capitalize on those, why are those there, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's what I love about Sentinel plays.
Spike
It's
planted.
util, but I mean, it's not being used properly. Still Waldy for Ohio State doing a
Oh.
great job nevertheless. Des with that ult.
Doesn't even find one with that ult.
It's maybe 50 damage, I think, in total. Knight goes,
All right.
that got how logical to have. Back
So
down,
many
Knight
people watching
forward.
everywhere.
First
It's
on time is
impossible.
Moonrow Breadloaf.
Hey.
1-2 punch, and that's a knockout, 9-0. Ohio State can do nothing but watch as Michigan State just runs them over. Goodness.
Ouch. That was ouch.
Absolutely speechless, but this Michigan State squad, the Spartans, running through a wall at this point. I think the Kool-Aid man would be just proud at how fast the Spartans team is going into the objective. And they're saving some time for the grand finals later. Obviously stay tuned in. This game may be coming to a close. Could be a 3-0 sweep for Michigan State. But stay tuned. We've got plenty more action for you today. Overwatch 2 on the horizon. The grand finals, of course.
Exciting.
Plenty more action for the Bauer Esports Conference to come. Really great event here in Las Vegas.
We're
Nevada.
not really-
Michigan State seeking their second championship of a game in the Sin City.
Love
Here,
the
Ohio
pace it a
State
little
looking for
bit.
their first finals appearance. Logical up top. Good smokes from Michigan State. Logical somehow lives 400 bullets to the wall. That's a bit unfortunate that Ohio State couldn't find one on the other side of that wall. Red Loaf and Knight, that's a trade. Moonrow gets one more, who's just been a buzzsaw. Spike gonna go down for Michigan State. As Ohio State tries to get this reclaim now. Hamburger, aggressive right now, right off. Rip, not gonna wait, no time wasted. Grenade out for Raise and a stun for Hamburger, who is just stuck. You could say between two puns in a bad spot.
And I mean, there's that util forcing him off that angle, and he goes down to Moby.
Moby nails Hamburger. Grifty gonna get one. Grifty gets two, but goes down. Waldy gonna get it down to 1v1. What can you do? Same character. What do you got?
Oh.
Some tap shots there, trying to go through a wall. Needs to go forward. Moonrow backing off. Knows that they can keep this space anywhere. Wasting as much time as they can. Here comes the defuse. Goes half. Swings. Gotta drop it. Forward. Shot and killed Michigan State. Finally goes down. Ohio State gets around.
Oh. And there's the proof.
There's the proof. And Ohio State, that's a breath of air. I mean, it's not a breath of air that 8 rounds
I mean, it
down
will be a
would
climb.
be great with, but
It will be a climb.
if you're a
But
big
we're
rock climbing
still
fan,
in it.
Big rock climbing fan, there could be a big opportunity for you here. And of course, a lot going on here still. I mean, Michigan State still has that ult advantage. Ohio State barely able to keep themselves in that game right there. Michigan State with probably their best push of the round of the week. And I mean, you see how good that is. And here comes a Logical with that rocket launcher. Talking about that ult advantage, a Logical trying to use it, but nobody there. A bit too aggressive, advantageous. That's a waste of an ult. Some util, sure, maybe some intel, but see what they can do as they head towards Alpha site.
They're just running around the map at this point. Did you see that? Like
GTA free roam, if you will, right now.
This isn't like this isn't real. Like, where is everyone? Hello? Are you guys like playing the game?
Logical, pushing
like
forward with that judge into the wall, and that's 4 Ohio State defenders. They meet. Knight takes the top off of them. Headphones left, the only thing for Logical. Knight trying to bust open this game for Ohio State. Waldy, that's a great job. Good opportunity there with some util using there to keep them off away. Waldy knows that they're now in a bit of a dangerous location. Knight gets Moonrow. Moby, though.
The salvos.
Michigan State. What can we do? Knight, that's a 3K. Gonna go with 1 health. That's good math.
Surely
Slam forward. Stays down. Plant hasn't come yet. What can they do? And that's enough. Michigan State. They lose their second in a row. Ohio State, what are they going to do? Can they come back at this rate?
I'm smelling a timeout.
No sense in
I'm smelling a timeout because, I mean, they've been up this entire time, and now they've lost 2 in a row.
I mean,
that doesn't feel great.
It doesn't feel great, but it's not a 4-round differential that we saw earlier.
And I mean, you saw them invest those ults. I mean, like, the tail usually is like a round finisher.
I think most teams would see that timeout right there. And Michigan State's one of the more confident teams in this and believes that those 2 rounds are a bit of a fluke. I think they don't have to go even thrifty yet. They still have so much money. I mean, you're talking 1%ers with how many rounds they've been winning as a Logical up top.
But we're buzzing with the energy. We know we have the adrenaline that we can do this.
I appreciate the underdog rooting, but if Michigan State fans, I mean, are watching this, and that's a trade between 2 Teos. Dez, oh my goodness, just an absolute massacre in the middle of Ohio State with new plays out of the playbook, and it's working very well. Spike in a horrible spot for Michigan State. Could find their 3rd round in a row here. It's looking good for the Buckeyes.
I mean, they're moving like a pack. Did you see that swing with 3?
I mean, that's exactly what you want to see. You want to see team play from the Buckeyes. Losing my voice in Ohio State. Watching as Michigan State loses their edge. Moby gets 1 more. It's now equal. Can Michigan State find their way to double digits, or will Ohio State bring it to 3 in a row? Back towards that right side. Spike down at A. They were able to get it with a teleport. And a really good job from Michigan State to keep that ball in their court. Ohio State now on the offense. They got to reclaim.
Yeah. And it's always predictable to play from this angle here, this default angle. And it's just like, do you play that or do you try a different angle? You know what I mean?
I mean, predictable can be perfect. We'll see. Red Loaf peeking right. No, they won't. They're going to get peeked. 2-on-1 for Michigan State. They got 1 to beat. It's a 1-on-1. Moby going to seal the deal that round. 10-2. Michigan State. Sparty is rolling once again. Can they find their way here? Rifle rounds have been everything for Michigan State, and we finally have reached halftime of this game. Halftime that may have been, I mean, halftime may have been at round 7, but it'd be round 7. It's an odd number, whatever. You really can't exactly do it. 7.5, halfway through round 7. Either way, you're seeing that scoreboard. What you're going to notice is Munro absolutely carrying this Michigan State team on their back. We talk about team play. Illogical and Moby were the top of the board earlier, and I mean, one of them is almost under 500 in terms of KD ratio. KD ratio is not like a sports team ratio. So, but whoops. Either way, still plenty of game to go for Ohio State. 2 defusals right there, but Michigan State takes one back. And pistol rounds have been great for Ohio State. What can they do? And that's a good answer. Dez and Illogical trade at B site and A site. Moving over to help their teammates. Michigan State loses one, loses 2, and it's 2-on-2 with both remaining. What can
a little bit of timing here. What?
Hamburger nearly gets top down, but still top rope for Munro, who makes a interesting choice, to say the least, on that jump.
Maybe there was something there.
Just wasn't ready to see one right there, and Michigan State can do nothing as Hamburger gets that 3K. More pistol round domination for the Buckeyes. Whew, Ohio State, what can they find?
I mean, they're finding like these little gaps in Michigan's stall work. I mean, they're really great with their util. They're just by the book, great and amazing, and their aim is consistent. But then it's like Ohio State just needs to find those holes, like the times where they don't.
You gotta start dusting off the trick plays, right? You gotta do things that they're not expecting.
No, yeah, and it's like, there it is.
And that's one. Moby gets clotheslined by Knight. That's knowing habits and seeing teams play before, and that's what happens when you scout a team. I think you have to see these teams obviously played 4 rounds of Valorant between them. They know some of their habits. That's one of them right there. Plant early for Ohio State. I mean, this is an offensive-sided map, flat out. 3 points makes it easier for the offense in almost every way, shape, and form. Grifty, that's one more. Ohio State with a huge advantage here. Spike down at a 5v3. Dez leading that offensive charge earlier for Ohio State, but hasn't been much of a presence. Let's see what they can do. As Knight again, Hamburger, that long-range shots for Ohio State doing everything. And with some close range from Dez, that Guardian, great. When you talk about an offensive-sided map in Ohio State, looking to change the tide of this one, 2-0 in pistol rounds on this second half. What can they do? But Michigan State, this is really where they've been taking it. Ohio State has to put it together right here.
Yeah. I mean, I'm kind of girl mathing it right now because they've won 4 rounds. So then they can win another 4 rounds because they've already won 4 before. So that's 8. And if they get 8 rounds, they only need what? 4?
Absolutely. I mean,
and we've done it before. We can do it twice again, no?
You have to see that. You have to hope for that if you're a Buckeye fan. But the presence of a 3-0, even with 2 rounds in a row, seems daunting.
Dez.
With plays like that, maybe not. Illogical gets one with that big ult right there. Only gets Dez, though. Still a 4-on-3. Can't reach equal. Dies in the process. Slammed. Gets Knight. Now we're equal. Sparty's team looking forward.
Oh.
That sucks.
Ouch.
Nobody getting much of anything out of there. Some intel gained, and Ohio State going to back off.
I was watching Ohio for a second.
Hamburger tries to get that ADS over the top. Get that util out. Moby going to get one of Michigan State back in the advantage pool.
Locating targets.
Hamburger pushing forward. What do you got? Ohio State down 2 to 3 players. They're trying to get everything they can out of this one, but like you mentioned, it's tough for underdogs. And what a shot from Grifty. Nail slammed in that other end, and that's quick reaction time. Exactly what Ohio State's been needing is winning those gunfights. Is the path
to greatness just buying snipers?
Is the cure to loneliness snipers? Truly, at long-range fighting, at close range? Come on, that's beautiful.
Is that who we are and what we have to do to win this game?
On the other end, Hamburger back atop, putting down Spike right here, and is going to give Michigan State a run for their money here in the second half. 3-0 would be a great start for the Buckeyes, but you got to win here. Health advantage going towards Ohio State. And you're watching some crucial moments right there down on the stage here in the HyperX Esports Arena. Here at the Allied Gaming Power and Esports Conference 2025 Championship Valorant Grand Finals. If you're just sticking with us, you should stick with us as well. We've got some adhesive between these two teams as they just can't get away from each other. 2-0 lead for Michigan State as they look to close out at 3-0. But Ohio State just cannot leave this rearview mirror in the second half.
Last player standing.
And that is a rough run for Hamburger, who does not react in time. And Moby Gonna bring it to 11-4. Crucial round for Michigan State right there, and you're seeing exactly why. They're gonna have money now and gonna be able to cruise potentially 2 more rounds, and it's over for Sparty. See, more
wow.
geometry
I mean,
dash
they
above the
did.
rim.
I mean, Ohio State did the thing. Like, they did find like ways
Now
to
we wait.
put gaps in whatever like stronghold they have, but then they had so much time to regain their footing.
I'd like to see more aggression out of Ohio State, kind of going off what you said right
Yeah.
there. I mean, you can't let them do that. It's miserable. You're making it
Like,
miserable
once
for
they
yourself
can
when you're giving a
recollect
team-
themselves and figure out what they can. Oh, Des!
What a shot right there, and aggressive like I
No!
just mentioned. There's a double
That's
kill.
crazy.
Ball coming out,
3K.
one more. There's the triple. Can you go forward? Can you get sight? Completely domination on that A site. Ohio State's gonna have the chance to plant right here. But they need to get on site right now. They're waiting way too long. They need to get spiked down, and they need to force Michigan State's hand already.
But do we win just by killing everyone? Is that like the strat?
Potentially, but you're giving Michigan State the best opportunity they can. You're letting them back onto site right here. 2 up top on ramp. What can they do? That's going to be seen in that Teo. Drone right there, right side. Dez going to swing. Headshot.
Oh.
That's 4. Ace opportunity for
Ace.
Dez. 318 average combat points, and you're about to see why. Dez pushing forward. It's a 1-on-2. I'm sure Waldy
He's
wants
so
to give this back
patient.
to their teammate, but not enough.
Oh!
That's an ace! Ohio State, there's some life, 11-5. They're trying to fight their way back in this, and there's a start. Dez with 5.
We're coming back. What an ace.
I think this might be the first
That
time
was insane.
somebody not from Ohio State is rooting
I'm
for Ohio State.
I'm seeing Michigan isn't as consistent as they have been with those gunfights. I mean, it's also the util. I mean, like the stuns and the blinds is really, but wow.
Yeah, what a slide
What
right there. What a
an
swing.
ace.
That's a home run at a any point if you're in the baseball season. It's just starting right here in Michigan State. Having a field day at this point, but really good sign from Ohio State. That's a sign of life right there, and Ohio State is at its best when they're at their most aggressive. We jump right into the round like right here, and you're seeing just how good they can be when they're aggressive. Hamburger going to lead that charge, but it's a good guess from Michigan State. A lot of teams.
Oh,
Here
Waldy.
comes the ult from Neon on that Ohio State side. Des
Oh.
nailed in the head. Illogical with a
Elijah
headshot.
said by turn with the sniper.
Kool-Ace last time. Illogical takes their shoulders off their back. Waldy plants that bomb and said, "What?
Oh,
No party for you."
what?
That's a showstopper
That's
right there. And
insane. Oh, a little bit of patience here.
2K for slammed on that patient shot, like you mentioned. Getting that reload. What can they do?
What
Dale.
trigger discipline?
One enemy
Gonna be
remaining.
util usage
Wow.
here. 1-on-2, 1-on-1. What is Grifty gonna be able to do? Has to find a way right here.
Oh,
They
the
get him.
timing!
2 in a row for Ohio State. 6-11. Signs of life for this Buckeye team, who are now 4-1 in the second half. But is it too late? Are you too far away from that end? I mean, this is tough. They've got some momentum. They're going their way, but that
I
Columbus
like
team
it.
is
They're
doing a really good
switching
job.
up the way they play. They're doing new things and they're just having fun while they're doing it. And that's what Valorant. That's what being at a LAN and playing against people is about. Is having fun and also winning.
Yeah, and sometimes it's a having fun competition in esports where if you're the most mentally prepared team and most willing to like swing for the fences and you're the most relaxed, I mean, Ohio State, you've got nothing to lose at this point. You're down 2-0. Just make a swing for the fences. Do things you're not used to doing. Play the game untraditionally right now. You're playing a very traditionally oriented team who plays the game in a conservative,
And
understanding way.
maybe I take back what I said about like not turning your brain off, because maybe that's what a duelist needs to do. Just go in and shoot heads.
Do it by the book if you're Michigan State, but for Ohio State, take that book, light it on fire, dust out those trick plays, see what you can do. Hamburger, gonna get one. Moonro Knight gets one more too, is slammed, able to respond to Hamburger. It's a 3-person effort for Michigan State, who's now stuck in that A and B site.
What a beautiful rotate from Ohio there.
Really good aggression here towards A as Grifty gets one more, goes
Oh, they're
down though
catching
to
the timing.
Breadloaf. In the Omen
Oof.
battle of the century, Grifty goes down. Breadloaf
Oh
forward,
my.
clothesline by Dez,
Oh,
shooting the body. Goodness me.
Okay.
Knight forward, as this is getting chippy if you go down the stretch. 6-11 as we head just towards the final end of this matchup here. What does Ohio State have? Can they finally put it together?
I mean, we've
Logical.
got people everywhere. We've got it's going to take some work for Illogical to really get everyone off the site and be able to defuse the bomb. I think it's impossible, to be honest.
Clearing the corner, trying to mind jump. Illogical forward clothesline. And Ohio State 7-11 within 4. They are climbing back into this one. Michigan State on a huge run, but I mean, you got to talk about the second half. This is an offensive-sided map. Can Ohio State find something? And like you mentioned, I mentioned earlier, and you mentioned earlier, it's going to take a while for Michigan State to take a timeout, and that'll be there first.
And I think that kind of feels good as well. It's like you're putting that pressure on them. Like, we came back, we had 0 rounds.
And you have to not psych yourself out if you're Ohio State at this point, because you're very good right now, and you are doing an excellent job.
It's just patting yourself on the back where we have pressure on them. Let's continue to, like, be great and do crazy things, because, I mean, that's what they were doing, too. Like, the Aries and the op, I mean, like, things, the attack op, it's just finding ways to catch them off guard, because we're playing, like, organized. And maybe the strat is to be a little bit disorganized.
Yeah, and you need to have some relaxation if you're the Buckeyes here. You don't want this timeout to ice you here. You don't want to be suddenly in your own head. You want to keep that momentum that you just had. I mean, you're 5-1 in your last few games. I mean, to be honest, Michigan State was just cruising past them. East Lansing, it's obviously close to Detroit and comparatively to other schools here. And I mean, Motor City of the world, you're watching Michigan State just automobile roll over them at a certain point. Very good opportunity, but right in the end here, 5-1 in their last few games. What can Ohio State put together? Still technically could win without overtime, but one round for Michigan State puts them on match point.
I mean, Michigan State has so many ults right now, and that's terrifying.
Dez forward, right side, had that ace earlier, but gonna back off here. No damage taken, but Illogical gonna get Knight on that sacrifice.
Hello.
Headshot for Dez,
Goodbye.
looking forward. Really good player, obviously, for Ohio
Dez
State, who's been
staying
part
alive.
of that offense.
Oh,
30 HP, back on
peekaboo.
that right side.
Through the
Amber,
box.
Deagle in a dream, and everything's crumbling right now for Ohio State. That timeout has put them the right way. His primary is unfortunately jammed for Waldy with that ult from Michigan State. And what a shot as the cage goes down. Illogical. Deep headshot with that Sheriff.
I mean, what a fast round there. It was so scary.
I mean, you're talking about playing by the book. We were talking about earlier how well Michigan State has done in those situations where they have to just play how the game goes. And suddenly when they turn that off and they play very aggressive, they take you and they put you in the kitchen and they cook into a dish right there. And it's Buckeye soup right now for Michigan State, who are going down. And just, I mean, it feels like down the stretch, almost impossible to beat if you're Ohio State, but we saw those 5-2 still in that half.
Oh,
Red Loaf going to get one. Dez, Illogical
really
going to get a second right there for Michigan State. 3 in a row, and on the brink is Ohio State. Illogical now, just camping there right down on that A site, pushing forward. What can Ohio State do? Back against the wall. You just got to swing at this point.
With the Cypher ult.
Everything against you. Teo Util, it's going to kill one potentially. No, it's the stun. Can't get two. Slam falls to the ground. Moonrow looking for one more, and that's the golden pick from Illogical. 13-7. Wow. Down go the Buckeyes. 3-0 for Michigan State. Expected to win, and they take care of business. Your 2025 Power Esports Conference Valorant champions are from East Lansing.
Wow. What a game.
Just a stellar performance from Michigan State, and you have to love what you saw as a Valorant fan. Great offense, great defense. Everything went well for the Spartans here.
It's like you really had to be here. I mean, on paper, it looks like a sweep. They were 3-0. Wow. They were so good, and, like, they just got swept. But no, like, if you're in the stream, you saw there were rounds where they did amazing. Like, it wasn't... It was truly, it just came down to the cards being played and really being able to play as a team.
Yeah, and it comes down to a certain point of, we talk about this all the time. We have these notes right in front of us, but you don't play this game on paper. And it takes a lot of pressure. What do you do under pressure? Do you turn to diamond or do you falter? And do you crack apart? In Michigan State, they're looking pretty high in bling so far, as they are the second championship for Michigan State here tonight, or rather this weekend, I apologize. And just a beautiful Beautiful job. Let's take a look right back at those replays to see just how Michigan State did that. Starting here off on that first triple point map is Waldy from the top rope. You gotta love all of that right there, Waldy. Again, a big piece of that puzzle right now. Grifty, again, also a big player for Ohio State. One of the only reasons that they fought for so long in Haven. But you talk about that 11-0 run, very hot streak heavy during that last 2 games. Slam down the other side. I mean, just come on. Ohio State really did fight, and you talk about how you don't play this game on paper and how it looks on paper like a sweep. Ohio State did fight. They fought very hard, but I mean, Michigan State.
And I mean, it's like they took those maps. I mean, there are times where you play against people and you don't get a single round in, and it's like 13-0. But it's like, if you take rounds from them, that in itself feels like an accomplishment for a team like this, for Michigan. Which, like, I mean, now that it's over and done, I can be honest. Like, they're a great team, and they have great players. So, being able to take rounds from them feels great, and that is an accomplishment in itself.
And you saw things like that, like Moby, who was just as good as this individual is at Geometry Dash right there. But that replay, I mean, come on, just how good Michigan State was playing down the stretch. Ace obviously had that, Dez obviously had that ace, but couldn't put it together right at the end, and just a piece of machinery. No cog in the wheel for Ohio State as they took it all out of Logical with that beautiful 2-kill right there, Knight. And Logical just, I mean, you saw how good this Michigan State team played. And to be honest, they looked like the hammer, and Ohio State, they got nailed. And I mean, you go down through it, it's just a beautiful performance from the Spartans. Moonrow, obviously, another big piece of that offense.
That was electric.
Yeah, I mean, that sucks, and you're seeing a lot of Ohio State reactions right there. That's what it felt a lot of the time. Michigan State did a great job.
There's that victory screen.
Yeah, that's what did it right there in the very top right there. That's the hype tunnel right in the top, going green and white for this Michigan State Spartans who just completed their second championship. Gotta feel good if you're from East Lansing, but we'll be on later. We'll be on other things down the stretch. We'll be right back here in just a moment. Just checking if it was ready with Jacob, who I casted Rocket League with yesterday. Going to be hosting today, and obviously you saw him earlier. He's down with the Michigan State team who just won. Jacob, well, how's it going down there?
All right, I am here with the inaugural PEC Valorant champions, Michigan State, for a post-game interview. It was great to see you all up there firing on all cylinders. I have to also give a shout-out, not just to you as a team, but to the great cheering section that you had here, especially whoever was playing Geometry Dash. You were the secret sauce, okay? Shout-out to Geometry Dash guy. But anyway, just overall, how do you feel about the community? How's the team been coming out here to Vegas, the overall experience? Anyone want to speak to that?
Yeah, so the team's been great. I mean, we all mesh really well together. We have a great time playing together. And, you know, it doesn't get much better than being in Vegas, so we're really happy to be here. Yeah.
One thing I want to ask about just a little bit more specifically was the second round in Haven. It was an amazing comeback, one of the longest win streaks I've ever seen. Even more impressive due to the fact you played those first 6 rounds like a $3 violin. But what was the turnaround point for you as a team that got you back in the groove?
Well, it really just comes to us. Like, we were making some small mistakes at the start, and we just had to lock in, you know, get it together. We were being a little sloppy. But, you know, we've practiced this stuff before. We've been there before. We've been down rounds. We're used to all kinds of situations, so we're able to bounce back there.
All right, I got just one more question for you. I have to ask about the big fiasco you had on that last map, Lotus, because, I mean, yes, you won 13-7, but there were 20 rounds played. That means you lost 7. That must have hurt. How are you going to live with that?
You know, we were up like 10-0, 9-0 maybe, and we kind of fell apart. We got a little cocky, losing a couple rounds, but, you know, nothing like having a little fun when you're up, so.
Definitely. Well, congratulations to all of you. You're great sports and great Valorant players as well. Congratulations, your PEC Valorant champions, inaugural Michigan State Spartans. All right, and that is just the first part of the 2 championships we have here today. We've got a great match for you in Overwatch. It's going to be Boise State versus Syracuse. That's right. Joey Gariziak is either going to have his best day ever upsetting Boise State or his worst nightmare, Boise State and Michigan State winning all the championships. That'll be so heartbreaking I couldn't bear to watch. maybe just a little. We will be right back with Overwatch coming up soon. Don't go away. Final champion to be crowned.
flawless. Okay, now we're good. Now that everybody can hear me now, so even better. Get to our award ceremony here. Before we get to our last grand finals, our Overwatch grand finals, was Syracuse against another team. And so let's get started with some of these awards and to present Boise State, they're amazing. To present the awards, we have Mike Tracy from Daktronics, one of our sponsors for this event, to help us hand out all these awards and recognize all the players, the staff, the programs that have made this happen. So big round of applause for Mike.
All right. Thank you, Joey. And thank you all for coming to Las Vegas. Daktronics is proud to sponsor. In case you're unaware of what we do, we're a manufacturer of displays, so direct view LED, indoor, outdoor, and we're very proud to be associated with the growing sport of, or growing the esports market. So we'll just quickly go through some of the awards. In 2025 PEC Rocket League Coach of the Year, it goes to Peyton Wilkin, Boise State.
Give him a quick, yeah, let him do a quick word. There you go. All right.
Congrats, Peyton.
Thank you so much. I just want to thank, obviously the staff, Doc. Everyone's just always so supportive, and again, just thank you all for coming out, from the parents to the folks putting on this event. Just everything has to come together for these, and it's great to see it all come together like this. So appreciate all of you.
Thanks so much. That was my daughter calling. She always has a sense of great timing. All right, and the next one for the 2025 PEC Valorant Coach of the Year, the winner is Alexander Xander Mills from Michigan State. Also take note of all the finalists. We're not going to name them, but they're up on the screen, okay?
I just want to take a minute to just kind of appreciate all my players. We play all the time. They play all the time on their own. JJ's playing over 500 games in ACT, hitting rank 1. But the dedication comes straight from the players, and I just appreciate all of them for putting in the hard work. So, yep.
Congrats.
All right, and next category, it's the Overwatch Coach of the Year for 2025. The winner is Boise State's Doc Haskell.
Congrats. I'll be honest, I've always wanted one of these. But I can't accept this. I appreciate the voting of the committee, but I wouldn't be here without Joey Gariziak. And so I want to give this to Coach Joey. Can we hear it for Joey?
Yay. Number 3, Haskell.
Technically 4, but thank you.
Thanks, Doc. All right, the next category is the PEC SSBU Coach of the Year. And that goes to Grayson Lunges Harding, Michigan State University. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you. I've always wanted one of these. But I have the opportunity to work daily with some of the best people in the country, not just as players, but they're great people as well. Makes my job really easy. So, unfortunately, all of them are coming back next year. So, the gauntlet has been thrown for the PEC. So, thank you very much.
All right, in the next category for 2025 PEC Director of the Year, the winner goes to Joey Gorziak. Syracuse.
Oh, great. I've always wanted 5 of these. So, actually, the first silver one I've ever had, though. So this is a unique one. This award actually goes to me. So I see the name on there. I'm going to keep this one. But seriously, directors, thank you for all your hard work. We're in this together. We made this happen. We're going to continue to push, continue to get bigger and better and bolder as we go, as I mentioned in the press conference on Friday. Players, awesome job. Seriously, thank you for bearing with us. You all made this happen. And this is why we do it. We do it for you all. So players from every single institution, especially Syracuse, thank you for all that you do. Thank you for being here. Really proud of what's happened here.
Good job. All right, and the next category is 2025 PEC Program of the Year, and the winner from Michigan State University. Congrats.
Well, first, I will say this was completely unexpected. I look at the programs that we have here in the PEC, and when we decided to build the Power Esports Conference, I really said, what is the best group of programs with the best group of directors that I can think of? Let's get them all together to build something special. And so Standing Side programs, Boise State, Syracuse, all the others that are out here, right? You programs, you're really what make the Power Esports Conference special. And like, I can't say thank you enough for honoring our program. We had a phenomenal year. That goes to my staff, the players, everybody involved with the program. You know, I'm up here talking about this award, but you're the ones that earned it. And so thank you for everything that you do on a daily basis. This is just the beginning. You know, this is year 1 of the Power Esports Conference. We as directors have already talked. We have some upgrades. We have some new things, next steps coming forward. So really looking forward to where this program goes in the future. But thank you to everybody who voted for us. Thank you, directors, for recognizing us. Anytime you're recognized by your peers, it really is a special thing. So I appreciate all of you so much. Go Green. Thank you very much.
All right, in the next category, 2025 All PEC Valorant. The MVP goes to Maxwell Mobywitt. I may have butchered that. Humes, MSU.
Not much to say. Shout out to my team. They carry me. Shout out to coach. He does all the hard work. Shout out to Bilski, Jonah right here with the camera. Thank you guys.
You're welcome. Also, I wanted to note first teams and second teams up here. So, congrats to everybody. Next category, 2025 All PEC Overwatch. That MVP is to be determined. So stay tuned on that one. Next category, 2025 All PEC Rocket League. Cade Woozy Hall. We already. Where is he? Ah, great.
Thank you, sir. Oh, it's for me. Once again, I just want to say thank you to everybody who came out here to support not only Rocket League, but just this event as a whole. Obviously, this will be the first of many, and I hope to be able to perform like this in many coming years. Once again, thank you.
Good job. Also, please take note of the MVPs, first team, second team, above. Next category, 2025 All PEC SSBU MVP goes to Adam Suspect Ismaili Alawi, MSU.
I just really want to shout out all of the MSU teams, the program staff. Jono, he's a fun guy. I like his camera. I don't know where the chain's at. I kind of want the chain right now. Can I get the? Oh, the chain's far away. But I want to shout out everybody, my teammates, the teammates that couldn't make it. It's been a great year. I'm looking forward to next year. I'll be back.
You're welcome. I love the bling. Great job. All right, and next, we're just going to thank everybody. We're looking forward to everyone coming back next year as well, and get ready for the Overwatch final. Oh, most importantly, all conference academic. We didn't mention that, and that is why we're all going to college. So congrats to everybody up here. Keep up the great work.
And welcome back to the HyperX Esports Arena in beautiful Las Vegas, Nevada. We are here to crown the final champion of the tournament. We have got the Boise State Broncos versus the Syracuse Orange here in Overwatch. I'm your host again, Jacob Palmer. And I'd like to say after all those awards were given out, I would like to officially say that I've always wanted none of these. And I would like to thank Riley Boyd and Ray Barnes. We're going to have our celebratory dinner for nothing tonight, so make sure you make it. Here we go, though. In terms of true celebration, I think Michigan State said it beautifully during their acceptance speech for their awards. The gauntlet has been thrown down. The Spartans have 2 championships under their belt in the PEC. Boise State has 1. The question is, will the Broncos match the Spartans, or will upstart Syracuse dethrone the Broncos in Overwatch? Either way, both universities have great cheering sections for each other, so let's get ready and wild to cheer these 2 teams on. I'm going to take it away to our 2 great casters up in the booth. Take it away, fellas.
My name is Bryce Jensen. I'm joined by my co-host. I'm joined by my co-host Nathan. And honestly, looking at these 2 teams, we have what is honestly a clash of David versus Goliath. You have Boise State. They have been in this position so many times before. This is almost like a natural feeling to them. And then you have Syracuse, the upstarts, the underdogs. And who doesn't want to root for an underdog in the end? And I understand that we've seen both of these teams play. So what are the different play styles that we really should be looking for, and the key differences between these 2 teams?
Yeah, so Boise State, the clear favorite coming into this tournament. They are sort of a more dive composition style team. They're going to look for hard engages and make use of their mobility to really find openings in team fights and get those early picks that will snowball into team fight wins. On the other hand, though, Syracuse, they love their tank player, Lunar, who is an Orisa I wouldn't say one trick, but they love to play them quite a lot. The Syracuse is going to focus a lot around that Orisa as their tank. They're going to play fast. They're going to play with that Lucio, maybe some Juno in there, and really get going into the backline in this brawl style sort of comp. So 2 strong teams obviously have made it to this point, but they're a little bit different in terms of play style, and I think we might see that expressed today.
Yeah, but relying so much on one character might cause a detriment as we move into the picks and bans for this first map of Overwatch. So from the looks of things, Lijiang Tower will be the first stop on this finals destination, a personal favorite of mine, and honestly, the second best control map. Nothing can beat Ilios in my opinion. I mean, the well, just too iconic, but Lijiang Tower, especially Gardens, more than makes up for it with those 2 bridges.
Yeah, Lijiang is going to be a strong start for both these teams. Relatively neutral in terms of playing that dive versus that brawl style comp. Keep in mind that this is a best of 7, so these teams are going to be facing off quite a bit. It needs 4 games to win this series, and coming from the winner side of bracket is Boise, so they're going to be given a 1 game advantage in this best of 7. So something to keep in mind as we continue through our picks and bans.
And that might just be the upper hand that Boise State needs to take another PEC victory under their belt. And considering that the map band was Ilios, it'll be interesting to see what they decided to pick character-wise. Boise State kind of is known to play those off-meta picks. I mean, heck, they've been playing Wrecking Ball for almost a whole year now.
Yeah.
And I think he was meta about a few months ago during one of the last mid-season patches, but other than that, it's been a lot of Malga, a lot of the Ramatra, Zarya for a portion of time there.
Yep.
If you ban those niche picks, they can fall back onto those characters, and it's sort of like a catch-22. Do you ban the obscure character, or do you ban the in-meta character who may be stronger?
Yeah, it's a tough question to answer. Most of the time, you're going to look to ban the characters that your opponent's the most comfortable on, but also you want to be able to ban characters that will benefit you in the long term of these series and games. Some great stuff. I'm excited to see what the picks and bans are for characters and maps here. So,
yeah, I mean we got the map pick with Lijiang. So when it comes to the dive characters, we've seen a lot of bans on characters like Cassidy, those characters who can really just shut down dives super easily. But then if you take out Cassidy, you have other characters in the DPS pool that may not be as good at stopping dives. Like, I mean, Sombra's pretty good still, but with a bit of a nerf, she's maybe not as good as she once was.
Yeah, and we just got word that the first bans of this match are Brig and Orisa. So they're obviously targeting Lunar from Syracuse with that Orisa ban, and then Brigitte, just a strong character overall. Great support, trying to defend backlines and stuff. So first map is going to be Brigitte and Orisa banned.
Yeah, and this might hurt just a little bit more. I was talking with some of the players from Syracuse a little bit earlier on in the week, and they told me that Orisa was meta, so this should be easy. But Orisa, even though she's meta, she's banned.
Yeah.
So maybe it might not be as easy as they thought.
Yeah, I mean, that is a great point to mention. Not having your Orisa, it now kind of waives the question of what is Syracuse going to play as their tank? What kind of depth do they have in that position? I'm sure Lunar will be able to pull something out, but we'll see how this first map goes, and they may have to adjust from there.
Yeah, especially in a game like Overwatch 2. I mean, you only have one tank to work with. It's not like you have two tanks and, okay, I may not be great on Orisa, but I can fall back on my other tank to play better, even if I'm struggling on, like, a Reinhardt, for instance.
Yeah.
But it's pretty much it's you by yourself in that tank role. I mean, you have your team behind you, but nobody else can really step up. And banning Brig as well, who's the closest thing to a tank that you have outside of the tank role, it makes it even more, it puts even more pressure on these tanks, especially if it's someone that you're not comfortable with.
Yes, you're totally right. And the introduction of 5v5 removes that second tank, so it requires less flexibility on that role nowadays to be able to compete. So if you end up slotted into one character and that character gets banned, it could spell doom. But we will have to see Syracuse and Boise State still warming up, still getting ready for this first map of Lijiang Tower.
And while we wait, let's check out the rosters of these two teams, because they have a pretty stacked cast. For the side of Boise State, we have Clear and Strider, Jenny Cummins, Carter Jones, Amanda Bailey, Will Hess, and Mark Thana. All spectacular players that I have had the pleasure of watching grow throughout the season, and I am incredibly excited to watch them do another play tonight.
And then on the side of Syracuse, you have Jackson Phillips, Harris Levinson, Emilio Franco, Lucas Stolman, and Steve Lynn rounding out the lineup for Syracuse. Two teams, we've introduced them.
Yeah,
we've talked about the map bans. We've talked about the character bans. Now it's time to finally get into some gameplay.
Yes, we have. We've seen it a little bit, but now it is time for these teams to show their mettle in the final games of Overwatch that will be played for the PEC. One team will rise, one team will fall, and we'll figure it out here fairly quickly. Anyway, no matter what way you slice it, this is going to be a very competitive matchup from both of these sides. They have everything on the line right now. This is for the whole enchilada, all the marbles, the entire cookie jar if you're at it.
Yeah, being the last games of the day, too, we have quite a few spectators in the arena ready to cheer on these teams. We're going to get some great reactions, some great moments coming to you shortly on Lijiang and the maps to come. Let's get into it soon.
Yeah, I mean, no matter which map you start on Lijiang, it sort of sets the precipice for the rest of the maps. I mean, the momentum that you get from just winning one is really enough to snowball. All these maps are so well made that it doesn't really matter how close it was on that first round. It gives you enough time to really keep it competitive. I've seen overtimes go super long on these maps based off just how short and compact they are, but it looks like we are going to be going to Night Market to start things off.
We're seeing the Hazard off the rip from Lunar. We know the Orisa was banned, so Hazard is going to be another sort of brawly tank that can also get some dive potential. We're going to start off here on the right side.
Yeah, Clear trying to make a move on the inside. Lunar with the Hazard, chasing down Hex on the Lucio, just a little bit too fast. Strider doing what he does best, taking out the first pick on Emmy. First kill goes to the Broncos.
And get the ground slam here. Forces some getaway abilities, and we're just going to trace this Strider, Tracer Strider, keeping it going. And Lunar's stuck in a corner, so there's the tank down for Syracuse. I believe Boise State's going to be able to cap this point here now.
Yeah, winning that first fight is incredibly crucial to Night Market. It's such a enclosed area. You win that first one, especially on a dive composition, and you can just shove your opponent right back where they started. Maxwell with the Pharah spamming the one choke point they need to use to get through. Orange Men kind of trapped, taking a bit of damage. Azer taking a lot of damage in the process with recall forced. Not a whole lot he can do still, but everybody is relatively healthy on the side of Syracuse.
Yeah, and Syracuse is taking this opportunity to get some point pressure here from Lunar, farm some ultimates. Now we're seeing pulse bombs on both sides here coming on shortly, and they're going to be used to get some early picks in these team fights as we kind of brawl for some control here.
Point does end up getting flipped, but the boop comes through. Hex falls off the map. Emmy also falling in the process, but Maxwell and Clear quick to be cleaned up. M3 going crazy with the Lucio, taking out Strider. Lyric the final to fall, and we are going to be paused as Syracuse comes off their first team fight win.
Yeah, important things to note here. That boop was massive for Syracuse to win that team fight. They were able to flip the point before the fight was actually over, and that gave them some extra percentage to start off. There's also some ultimates online already. You have the barrage from Syracuse and the pulse bomb from Boise. I might have flipped that, but ultimates online early from these DPS heroes, and we're going to get into this next fight as soon as we're done with our short pause.
Yeah, characters like Pharah on Night Market specifically, where everybody is pretty much forced into one of two lanes, you get so much value from the splash damage. And Maxwell has been playing Pharah so well in a lot of these games that he's fairly used to just sitting in a spot where nobody can get to him, spamming rockets down a corridor and just building that barrage. And now with perks able to be gained for these characters, barrage is no longer a death sentence. You can actually move while doing it. It's kind of crazy. You're not going to die as soon as you use it.
Yeah, that's another important thing that we may have forgotten to mention at the beginning of the game. Perks are going to be a huge difference to some of these heroes, and selecting the right ones could either win you a map or lose you a map. So if used in the right circumstance. So important thing to note there as we continue to talk about that first team fight. Points relatively even percent, I believe. So except it's obviously Captain Syracuse favor here.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like I heard it said the best from one person. Perks are not going to make a character worse, but they are going to supplement play styles to make individual players a lot better. I'm going to use Strider for a little bit of an instance. As we've seen a few times this week, his Wrecking Ball can deal a ton of damage to squishier characters in the blink of an eye using that upgraded Pile Driver perk. And for another character, for another player who's maybe going after tanks a little bit more or doesn't go for squishies as much, which I don't know why you do that on Wrecking Ball, but hey, I mean, it's a video game. Play it how you want. It supplements his play style really well, while others may not. And that's where I think perks are super effective. They're not going to make bad characters good, but they're going to make those good characters even better.
Yeah, and while we're waiting here for the pause, we can take a quick look at the bracket just to see how these teams ended up in this position. Obviously, Boise and Syracuse are in our grand finals right now, but Boise defeated Syracuse in the winners finals 3-0. So there's potential here to see another sweep like we did earlier in the bracket, but Syracuse really battling their way through this Overwatch gauntlet, taking Ohio State to 4 games and then winning through the loser side of bracket to make it back to Grants.
Yeah, and in their losers game, they only dropped one map as well to Kansas, and that is fairly impressive considering Kansas's track record, 3-0ing Nebraska and only losing out 1 to Ohio State. I got to watch that game. They played it really, really hard, and both sides came out of it relatively even. I think both of these teams are around the same skill level, and the Orange Men ended up showing their prowess, and they came out on top in the end.
Yeah, and there was some really heated encouragement coming from that losers final match. Both teams, Kansas and Syracuse, really wanted to be in this position. And at the end of the day, Syracuse ends up in the grand finals. We're doing just a great job of having these competitions run smoothly, but also like keeping them extremely competitive. We had both teams sitting side by side, got real loud down there. So it was a ton of fun to watch those teams.
Yeah, it got even louder at some points than the actual Valorant grand finals that were happening. And I'm sure that if you guys were watching those Valorant finals that you heard that a few times too, because it was very loud, very exciting, and most of all, you could tell everybody was having a little bit of fun in the end, too. And really, that's one of the reasons we're all here. We're here to have a good time with people that we spend a lot of time with, people that we care for a lot, and then we win. That's just the cherry on top of the big piece of cake.
Yeah, the other important piece is you're here competing in person against your opponents, being able to sit across the row from them, and have some friendly banter every now and then, and just compete in the same space makes the whole difference. So we're extremely thankful to be here in this space, and we're almost at the end of the day, but it feels like this could last for a whole week if we wanted it to.
Yeah, and honestly, going back to the match at hand, we have Boise State and Syracuse. I mean, Syracuse just came off of that with a fight win. They have Pulse Bomb in their pocket, but also Boise almost has Pulse Bomb. They're getting fairly close to it, and a barrage. Their ability to build those ultimates is fairly quick, and in the end, I feel like that's going to be what edges out the competition there. Yep. Sure, you can take fights, you can win fights, but if you can't build those ultimates quick, you're not going to sustain yourself in this game. So I feel like Boise State has a slight edge there when it comes to feeling their way through these games. And I think if Syracuse wants to find their way through it, they're going to have to bait out those ultimates. They're going to have to win a few more fights. They're going to have to deal with Strider, who has already proven to be a thorn in their side.
Yeah, and I mean, ball players can be slippery and slimy sometimes, so really having to deal with that ball. I believe Syracuse even brought out the Sombra to start. I mean, not as hard of a counter anymore, but can still really be a thorn in ball's side. So keeping kind of the ball discussion going, talking about the other tank is Lunar, and we're seeing the Hazard come out. Not a tank we've seen much from them, but I'm excited to see what Hazard can do, because it really makes a big difference having extra depth in your tank's pocket.
Play has been resumed. Strider and Clear both making moves towards the point. Clear and Azer both having recall forced. Azer manages to get Clear to back off. Strider still camping out in the back line. Maxwell with the barrage onto Lunar. That's one tank down, and a lot of pressure away from Syracuse and the Orange Men. Anti comes through, hits M3. Azer uses Pulse Bomb, but to no avail. Maxwell taken down low, finally taken out, but not before taking two with him. Strider with a melee is going to flip this point back to Boise State.
Yeah, important here for Boise State to flip this point back, or else they might have found themselves in a first point final fight, because 53% is nothing to scoff at. Boise State's going to get somewhere near that, and we have Nano Boost and Kitsune Rush online for both support backlines, and now we have the B coming up for M3B.
Strider once again sneaking around that back line, gets brought low, but recoups back up. Hex also chunked down quite a bit. Lunar put to sleep and manages to take out Clear to start this fight. Strider forced back to his team, and it looks like they got to run away, but the downpour to the Nano Guevara. No, Maxwell's alive. They're keeping him up. Beat and Nano Boost both spent on both sides. Kitsune Rush coming out as well. Clear and Strider have their ultimates back up, and Emmy's off the map. Whoa, two off the map with Strider. Saint going down as well. Two members from Syracuse down, and that is a fight win for Boise State. Mines on the point to prevent the capture. Clear might go down, but Boise State keeps their point.
Yeah, 85% and ticking. Syracuse actually, during that fight, flipped the point, got some percent for themselves, but Syracuse is going to be in a rush to find themselves back to the night market point. They have to really push the tempo here, which may cause some issues, maybe getting picked. Yeah, it looks like Emmy's going to have to touch, but they lose Azer as their transport to the point. They're finally here taking this team fight. Clear's going to get one on Emmy, so both DPS down for Syracuse, and Boise State's clearing up this fight, and that's going to be it. Lunar trapped in a corner. Overtime ticking down. First point's going to go to Boise.
Whew, man, what a first round started out. Talk about a back and forth on that point. Just so many kills being traded, and not to mention Syracuse getting that point flipped several times throughout those past two fights, getting themselves close enough to Boise State to remain a threat.
Yeah, and a fast start from Boise State on the first point means that they have not just the first point, but also the first map under their belt. Keep in mind they have the 1-0 advantage coming into this best of 7. So if they're able to win this map, they go up 2-0 in the series.
And honestly, that is a huge head start. Having to win one less game than your opponent is already a really big mental boost. And I'm sure that Syracuse can feel that as well, but at the same time, Boise State is just fishing for this first win to start things out. Emmy with the hack onto the health pack, starting stuff off. It looks like Strider does get hit with the hack, and this point is already falling on this point. Azer trying to get something through, but Lunar's being chunked down low. Saint and M3 unable to give him any support. Emmy taken down by Strider with the Nemesis form, forcing the Orange right back off point, and Boise State's gonna get the first capture.
Yeah, important swap here for Boise State. They're now on to the Ramatra and Symmetra here. They're actually keeping it. Most teams use Symmetra to just teleport to point, but looks like Boise State's going to stay on Symmetra. She's really strong in these chokes, throws the turrets up above, and it's going to make it really hard for Syracuse to push here as they're going to pop the Nemesis form and get some punches in.
Oh, Strider already at 50% ult charge. Looks like Clear's trying to teleport in. Nothing really comes through with it. Oh, teleports back to point, actually, not in. Probably a better choice than trying to go all the way into your opponent. Does look like M3 trying to take that off angle with the Lucio. Lyric trying to keep Strider up, but Lunar being forced right back into his own backline, and Strider's just gonna roll right off of him. Can't forget about Azer though, taking out Maxwell in the process. Strider goes down to a joint effort from Saint and M3, and I feel like the rest of Boise State is just going to crumble to the Syracuse tidal wave.
Yeah, a couple Boise State stragglers left on this point, but Syracuse has actually flipped it in their favor. Maxwell back from spawn is going to pick up Saint. Good stuff, though, from Syracuse. They kind of weathered that storm through the choke there and finally made it to point and was able to swing a team fight. So we're going to be close. Like, it's been close, and we're getting right into this next team fight with the teleporter.
Oh, Azer goes down early. Clear also falls to Saint. Saint goes, gets Clear, Lyric 2. Hex falls soon after. The Maxwell with 2 with the barrage, but Lunar finds him and ends him as well. Emmy now hunting down Strider. So many ults used, both DPS ults from Boise State, but Syracuse has nothing to defend what's coming at them. Strider trying to challenge Lunar. Both Nemesis forms come out. Ravenous Vortex is on both sides, but Strider's is better. Emmy falls to him. Swift Step comes out, Beat gets cast, and nobody survives that encounter. Actually, M3 managed to escape.
He's going to get out, but Boise State using the teleporter to immediately get back into that fight. Syracuse had no support ults left, and Boise State knew that. They really took the advantage to them with the annihilation coming out from both sides, except there was no support ults left for Syracuse. And now we're going to see another team fight coalesce towards this center choke.
It just goes to show how important that movement that gets brought is, especially when Lyric and Strider are finding 2. Hex with a boop kill on Emmy. I wonder if he fell off the stage. And that is yet another team kill for Boise State, and that one was pretty quick.
And we're at that point where Syracuse is going to have to rush their way. We're going to teleport behind, but the kill ends comes through in time to save M3P, but not quite. Now it's Boise State pushing the tempo and getting these kills to pick up more percentage.
Poor Clear gets stranded.
Stranded by his own teleporter, but the percentage for Boise's way too high. It's left for Azer to try to touch with the Tracer. He gets the kill onto Maxwell, so there's some life left in Syracuse.
Yeah, Beat got thrown out by Hex, meaning they don't have a support ultimate. Strider going up against his main, the Wrecking Ball with the Ramatra. And, you know, it's not a terrible matchup. Lunar can just spin around this point, keep contesting it, trying to get some damage in. Strider taking quite a bit of damage, but it's instantly healed. Emmy and Saint falling to Clear and Hex. Lunar with no support goes down, and this overtime kicks off. Boise State goes up 2-0.
Yeah, quick 2-0 to start off this match. Of course, they were given that first game because they are from the winner side of bracket, but now winning that first game in such, honestly, it was quick. I wouldn't say it was dominant or dominate, whatever you want to call it. Like, Syracuse really gave some effort here. They had high percentage on both these points to start off. So, I mean, I think we're going to have a close one, even though this map was quick.
Yeah, especially with the amount of times that the point did get flipped during that exchange. Almost every fight, the point was flipped. And it might not have been flipped for as long every single time, but we did see a lot of fight left in Syracuse, and that last fight went to show it. I mean, they got back to the point super quick. Lunar was able to stay in for a really long time. It's just unfortunate that Boise State was able to single out the Kiriko, keeping him up. and then quickly put an end to her and taking out the Genji along the way as well. And that's really where Wrecking Ball sort of falls a little bit short. He can sustain himself in those long fights for a pretty long time, but the issue is you do still need a team to back you up. You're pretty much a big punching bag if you're just by yourself.
Yeah, you need those DPS to come in and support when you're on Wrecking Ball. But a player I want to point out from Syracuse on that first map was Clear on the Kiriko, landing tons of headshots. I mean, we saw certain team fights swung back into Syracuse's favor because Clear was able to get picks with those daggers. So an important person to note as they keep playing. Can we see more impact from them moving on?
You know, I want to point out the Lucio players on both sides, Hex and M3. I mean, both of them had really good sound barriers that helped them win fights. I mean, we saw how many boop kills off the map with the sonic impact from Lucio. I mean, there's just so much fun stuff that you can do with Lucio. It's almost impossible not to take him on some of these maps. And if I see this correctly, speaking of maps, we're going to be going to an old classic for this. Typically, we go to hybrids after Control Point, and this time, just like many times before it, we are going straight to King's Row.
King's Row is a classic map all the way from Overwatch 1 to Overwatch 2, and we're going to get a quick preview here of the depths of London in the future. So maybe the Orisa's still banned, maybe it's not. This map we will have to see, but usually a brawly map. Both teams are going to try to find these brawl comps and take over controls of the streets here.
Yeah, unless you're Boise State and then you force Wrecking Ball.
Yeah.
Because that's just kind of what you're known for at this point.
I mean, you can. You can force that Wrecking Ball, and if it works, it works. I'm totally for it. I do love playing Wrecking Ball. Such a fun character, great mobility, and obviously, like you said, kind of a punching bag, but has enough impact.
Yeah, as much as I would love to see the Wrecking Ball once again, I have the unfortunate news to tell you. He was banned.
Oh.
He was banned. They took him away. He was too powerful. But Kiriko was the second banned for supports on a more serious note.
So we're going to see some Orisa, most likely.
We're probably going to see some Orisa off the side of Syracuse, but I wouldn't doubt we see a little bit of Hazard being played from the Broncos.
Yeah. Okay, so Hazard from Boise State, maybe some Orisa from Syracuse. This is our speculation as we load into this map, map 2 of this series, but map 3 in terms of scoring.
Yeah, or, you know, maybe Strider's trying out a new character. Maybe he wants to play a little bit of Doomfist, you know. There's a lot of skill that can be expressed in Overwatch, and there's a lot of characters to do it with. I mean, Wrecking Ball is one of those characters that takes hundreds of hours before you even start to really know how to play him. Yeah. So maybe Strider's expanding his map or his tank pool. Maybe he's going to play a little bit of Doomfist to keep that movement tank energy going.
Yeah. We're currently working on making sure we get the right maps and the right things banned from these players. That's super important here. And we're just going to keep talking about, like, maybe some other players that have stuck out to you so far through this tournament and then through this first game of the set.
You know, I would like to shout out Maxwell on the Pharah. I mean, taking out people super early on in fights is really good, and he never goes down by himself. He's always taking one or two out with him. Even when his barrages fail, and I mean, he's playing Pharah, you sort of expect them to fail just because that's the nature of the character. But when you are able to not only get the barrage out, but live to tell the tale, that is, in my opinion, one of the best things that you can do. Also, Lunar as well, being able to adapt to a different character than Orisa. We know he loves his Orisa, but he played Ram really well into the Strider Ramatra, and even the Hazard we saw wasn't terrible. He got a lot of he shut down a lot of Clear's dives on the Tracer, so a lot of really interesting play.
Yeah, so we're going to do a quick take to the pick bans for this next map that we're going to be going into. Syracuse is going to select King's Row. We were correct on that one, so we know the map, we know the character bans. So like we were speculating earlier, probably some Orisa coming out from Lunar, and these teams preparing to play on the streets of Kings Row.
Yeah, and Orisa would be a pick that I think everybody sort of expects on this map. I mean, if you are playing in a Brawl meta, if it's not Reinhardt that you're playing, it's probably Orisa. I mean, she has pretty much been a brick wall since the start of Overwatch 2 with her Fortify abilities, and now with perks, she can have her old Overwatch 1 shield back. Yay. Because she didn't have enough health already.
Yeah, well, thankfully, no more double shield.
Oh, yeah.
Because there's only one tank, but
yeah.
We're glad that...
Supplement a Brig in there. Temporary double shield.
In a way, you get double shield, but it's not that traditional Sigma Orisa comp that you can see in Overwatch 1. So getting ready to assemble the heroes, get them to their respective positions, and get this cart moving. So yeah, Syracuse already locked into that Orisa. Boise State going to opt for the Vermatra on the attack side.
Yeah, not a terrible decision, especially into this Orisa. A lot of Orisa teams will stack really close together because they utilize the Lucio that M3 is really known for. Saint on the Ana, though, might pose a little bit of a challenge, being able to keep people up. Actually, no, my prediction was correct. Strider is going to be trying out a little bit of Doomfist to start things off.
Okay.
I mean, the Ramatra would make more sense, but Wrecking Ball also doesn't really make sense a lot of the time, and we see him do really well. So you never know. We see a lot of the we see a pretty typical team for the Syracuse side, but Boise State rolling out on a predictably unpredictable composition.
Yeah, Ashe here for Syracuse as well. We know that she does great damage with the dynamite and her rifle there. It's going to be super potent against Maxwell and this Vera as he's targeting him right now. But we're seeing Lifeweaver come out for Boise State and Hex.
I mean, Hex is the #1 Lifeweaver player in the world, so we were bound to see him at some point.
Yeah, Lifeweaver, important pick, but Speed Glasses is going to start us off with the pick on clear. Great headshot there, and it's going to force some pressure here onto Boise State as they try to walk through this first choke.
Maxwell unfortunately falls to one of his own rocket splash damage. You really got to watch out for that when you're playing Pharah, taking too much damage. Will most of the time be the end for you. Does look like Boise State is swapping off of the Lifeweaver. I mean, even if you are the #1, it's probably not the pick all of the time. Back onto the Brig. The more standard pick when you're playing with an Ana. Strider looking to go up, but gets antied along with Hex. Hex almost falling in the process, but is kept up. Lunar brought down to half as the rest of Boise State rotates around to try and pressure out Saint. Lyric does take a spear to the face, but it doesn't matter.
Whoa.
Speed Glasses with a headshot on Maxwell, quickly reciprocated, and Clear is going to find Azer as well. Lunar by themselves on this point, only M3 to keep them up, and they are going to manage to come back. Oh, wait, nope, never mind. He gets caught sleeping on the job and is unfortunately put down. Boise State is ticking the point forward.
Yeah, and Saint's going to pick up a quick KO there onto Clear before they give up this first point. It's going to be a really easy cap for Boise State.
Yeah, now that that point is captured, that cart can stop rolling and can start rolling, and now we get to arguably the hardest choke point in Overwatch. This S-shaped curve on the way to the third point is so easy for defenders to sit in one spot and really hammer on the pressure without a lot of kickback from the enemy team. Hex is going to be put on the payload duty, relinquishing it to Lyric as Strider pushes forward. Azer on the Genji trying to find something here. Strider taking quite a bit of damage in the process. Maxwell though, Lunar with the Terror Surge finds 2. Strider manages to take out 1. Maxwell finds another in Speed Glasses, but Saint's quick to put him down. That nano boosted Terror Surge was just a little bit too much.
Yeah, even in numbers here, but Syracuse is going to be able to clean up Lyric, and that's going to mean that they're going to be able to stop this cart in this first choke where you have this archway. Now, Boise State going to put a little bit of pressure on the Lunar. He does not have a team behind him. He only has his Ana and Saint, so they're going to be taking a lot of damage here.
Ooh, anti does come through. Sound barrier needs to be thrown in. Bob used by Clear, kept up. Everybody on Boise State managed to recover, and Strider finds Saint. Huge source of healing out of the picture. Another Bob is reciprocated by Speed Glasses. More health being distributed. Lunar almost gone, but Bob does unfortunately go down. The best player on any team. Azer also finds his match in Clear, finding Speed Glasses as well, and that's going to be another fight win for Boise State as M3 tries to get a little bit of chip damage from the back.
Yeah, and Boise State's going to get this most important cap at the end of the street phase. We're going to go into the indoor side now. Again, it's kind of similar to the streets where you're going to have these corners for these teams to play around. But Azer with the deflect on the Maxwell rocket is going to be able to take him out. Great stuff.
Yeah. That is a tough pick, and I'm honestly kind of surprised that he managed to hit that. A very fast target, but both DPS are now, or no, Clear was the one who picked up that kill on Speed Glasses. He's still in this. Maxwell with the swap over to Widowmaker, but the rally is going to let the Broncos a clear path into the orange. Azer does have Dragon Blade, but I bet you they're waiting for the Nano Boost to come online. Clear chunks down M3's health, but luckily for him, Health Pack was right there for him to take. Clear getting a lot of chip damage onto the orange, and not too much they can do about it. And Lunar gets shoved into the corner. Lyric goes almost down to nothing, but Azer manages to come in with the Nano Blade, takes out Clear, forces back the rest of the team, and Boise State's going to have to regroup.
Yeah, a switch to the Widowmaker here as well on Maxwell. The power indoors is not going to be as strong as you once thought it was. Ooh. And that's going to pick up a KO onto Azer, maybe overextended just a little bit. But, I mean, so far pushed back was Boise State. So they're going to have a lot of ground to cover here. And that support line from Boise's putting in the work. Lyric's going to find a pick on the Speed Glasses. They're going to initiate this tempo.
Oh, good opening pick from Maxwell onto Azer. Speed Glasses is also down. The sound barrier needs to be thrown out by M3. Clear with the Bob, though, isn't going to let that happen, and Saint finds his match. Lyric goes down before he dies, though. Speed Glasses finds Clear, and Hex quick to pick off Lunar. This point is still ticking. It is just Bob holding the line here. Speed Glasses is gonna have to find his way in. M3B goes down, and out comes the Ravenous Vortex. Boise State finishes the map with just under 3 minutes on the clock.
Wow. I mean, we saw lots of picks there to come out to start these fights, but they always came down to the last kind of group of players to close that up. I mean, the Widowmaker duel at the end there, I mean, that's something you always want to see. It's just pure skill expression, knowledge of angles and this game. So great stuff from Boise State. They put up a great time to start. Syracuse is going to have to match it if they want any way into this map.
Yeah, not only match it, but they're gonna have to actually get to the end first before they can match it. Even if they manage to get to the end, on 0 seconds, it is going to be a Boise State attack where all they have to do is take 1 tick. So the Orange have a lot of pressure mounted on them right now to keep this point rolling.
Yeah, and as the defenders, Syracuse, they're going to opt for attacking now, Syracuse. Going to opt for the double sniper on the door open. That Widow perch at the top of the attacker spawn is always a signature. We've seen many plays from that location. And then Echo from Boise is a cool pick into these hit scan from Syracuse, though, may struggle.
I think Azer is trying to recreate the Pharah magic that Maxwell had in the last round, and it looks like it's going to be Speed Glasses on the Widowmaker, trying to find an early pick from that high ground, but Boise State is not even going to respect that angle. They are going to hide away, which is the best play that you can make. Speed Glasses once again trying to find a better angle, but Hex with that shield out, he's not going to be able to get anything. Misses the shot onto Strider, but the rest of his team is pushing up. Clear almost gets his head taken off, but luckily for him, manages to duck just in time. Azer, though, is going to find the first pick of the round onto Maxwell. Lunar in a pretty tight spot inside of Hotel, and Strider trying to corner him. M3 goes down, and Clear almost falls as well, but luckily he is able to back off. Lunar does get splashed by the anti, but he does hit the spear. What a shot!
Crazy stuff from Lunar here to start. They took control of Hotel, but ended up getting picked by Clear from the high ground here. Speed Glasses goes down, and we're just going to get some point contest here from Lunar. They're really going to pressure the back line of Boise State right now. Hex is getting low on shield and health as Azer makes their way around the side of the point.
Strider is going to pick M3, though. Azer is really the last one left to contest, and he's going to fall. Maxwell with his, I believe, 3rd swap of the round onto Tracer.
Tracer, yeah. The other thing is not really too many ultimates available. We're only going to have Saint's Nano Boost as the first ultimate online here to start these fights. Lunar is also building that Terra Surge, which we've seen have crazy impact in that first push from Boise State. So the ultimates are coming online, and I believe Syracuse is going to have to use a couple of them to cap this first point.
But Azer getting chunked down by the fire is going to allow Clear to take an early advantage. Speedglass is caught off guard, though, but he does take out Clear. There's an anti in the backline, allowing for Hex and Lyric to chunk down their forces, and now it is just up to pretty much Strider to force them out of this alleyway. Lunar forced back with MB, and that is going to be another fight win for Boise State. Well, but Lunar is going to stick around to try to get a little bit more percent on his Terra Surge.
Yeah, they're actually going to go for the touch here and try to solo out Hex, but they have the shield bash to get away. You have to keep in mind, Strider's still behind them on this Ramacho with the Annihilation, and Lyric's going to pick up a quick pick onto Azer, maybe a little bit too deep in the backline, and the Pulse Bomb gets eaten.
Oh, MB takes out Hex, but not before Speedglasses falls, but that Nano Darissa is just going to be a little bit too much for them to contest with. Strider does end up getting the Nano boost. Nothing comes out of it, though, as Lyric and Max will fall. Strider trying to take out Lunar on the way out, but that clock is, that percentage is ticking. Actually, yeah, using Annihilation, but nothing comes out of it, unfortunately. That 5v1 is a little bit hard.
Yeah, a little over-ambitious from Strider there. Maybe thought that there was less players on the point for Syracuse, but Syracuse gets this first cap. They have 3.5 minutes to push through the streets phase. Bob is online for Clear here, too. You're going to get pressured by Azer on this Genji.
Uh-oh, Azer with the Genji on to Clear. Not much is coming out of it, but not able to find the kill. Clear able to clean up the Genji in the backline. Not something you see a lot of people able to do on the Ashe, but M3 on fire. Is he going to live? He does! Just barely able to live, but the Bob comes out, and is that going to be enough to take someone out? M3 falls to Strider and Ashe. Just a little bit of both. Lunar huddled in the corner.
Yeah, he's hiding low HP. He needs some help soon. Clear is aware of the location, but cannot get shots onto him. Gets the pick onto Lunar.
Gets the pick.
Yeah, the supports were respawning while Lunar was stuck in that corner, and the Lucio healing's just not quite enough to keep him alive.
You know what that reminds me of? The elephant that got caught eating sugarcane and he hid behind a little telephone pole.
I do not know that reference, but that seems like a funny one.
It's a funny little photo, but we're gonna have to take a look at that afterwards. Strider taking the first initiative. Pulse Bomb does come out, doesn't find anybody. Overclock, quick to reciprocate. Hex pops the rally in order to keep everyone up, and it is working so far, but with the anti, it's gonna be a little bit more difficult. Clear finds the pick on Azer, and Speedglasses is forced out before Overclock is able to finish. Lunar finding himself once again behind the telephone pole, with Fortify being used, forced back to his spawn to regroup. Clear actually did go down in that exchange, but taking out so many, Boise State is able to keep themselves in.
Yeah, and Syracuse came into that team fight with 4 ultimates online, but M3B was picked early enough to where his beat could not have any impact. He still actually has it, but they only were able to use the overclock from Speedglasses to initiate that fight. On the other hand, though, Boise State still has their nano boost to keep someone alive just long enough.
Maxwell and Azer both having a scuffle in the back line, but Clear is going to be taken out by Speedglasses. Azer quick to follow up with a pick on Strider. He's still hunting the supports, finds one more in Lyric, and Hex goes down to Speedglasses. Finally rounding that first curve. Boise State needs to get back, but with 4 ultimates on the board, Syracuse should have an easy time getting right through them.
Yeah, I don't know if Boise State would be smart to contest here for this cap, knowing the ultimate economy situation that Syracuse has, but it may be worth it to get some of Syracuse's ults off the board. Maxwell in the backline applying some pressure with this Tracer.
Yeah, and sometimes that's all you can really ask for. Nano Blade comes out with the Terra Surge, and it's going to be enough to take out Clear. Azer left on 16 HP, forced to go back before finding another, and Strider picks 2. He takes out everybody in the front, and Azer is quick to fall to Maxwell once that blade falls. Lunar getting picked by Lyric, 1 person left from the orange, and oh no, Saint is held by himself trying to push the point, but it's not going to be enough. Hex is going to finish it off.
Yeah, he tried to C9 there by sitting on the cart, but Boise State is alert and attentive. They're able to clean him up and them up, and we're going to see a switch to the Juno here after we use that Nano Blade. clearly it's not doing what Syracuse has wanted it to do, and Maxwell's just gonna keep applying pressure here, and they're gonna pick Saint off.
Oh, but the sound barrier goes through. It hits Lunar and Azer. He falls, but just a little bit more time to contest. But unfortunately, Bob is a crack shot and takes out 2. Hex with the shield dash to finish it out, and Boise State takes their 3rd round, bringing them to match point.
Yeah, important stuff there was the contest from Boise. I said it may not be worth it doing it, but they said let's do it anyways, and they combated that Nano Blade, and then they were able to win that team fight and secure Kings Row as their map 3.
Yeah, they just demolished the health bar of Azer so fast, and then applying the anti-grenade to him as well. It really just didn't allow him to get anything done. And I would like to shout out Speed Glasses on the Sojourn for having some honestly cracked aim when it came to those railgun shots. And it did work for a little bit. It's just unfortunately when your Lucio is getting picked so often by Clear, you can't really use that speed boost that Sojourn would really benefit from.
Right. So we're going to take some time to get these teams into the map 3, but could be potentially our last map we see today. Boise State has a 3-0 lead in the series, and we'll get some word on the character and map bans coming up shortly. So great stuff from Boise. They pushed with a lot of time left and then was able to stop Syracuse after they were able after Syracuse capped the first point.
You know, speaking of push, I do believe push is going to be the next on the docket for map choice. And there are a lot of different push maps, a lot of different ways to play. Or I guess there's not a lot. There's 4 push maps, but they all play a little bit differently. So if you wanted to see one push map, what would it be?
I like Dorado.
Dorado, yeah, Dorado's a pretty good one.
Dorado,
oh, no, Dorado is an escort map.
Escort.
It's the
push.
Oh, yeah, push.
Yeah, sorry. Toronto?
Toronto's
New
a pretty
Queen
good
Street,
one. Yeah.
I believe.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
That's a pretty good one.
I like the vibe of it.
Yeah, it's in Canada. It's all the snow around.
It's in Canada. It's a little cold out.
It's a little cold outside. A lot different than
nippy.
here.
Yeah, it's warm down here in Vegas. It's been awesome.
Yeah, it's been great coming from a place like Idaho where it can't really make up its mind whether it wants to be spring or not.
Yeah,
it is
same with Ohio.
It is a pretty nice spot to be. Consistently nice 70 degrees outside.
Yeah.
Get a nice little tan while you're here.
Yeah, but we're inside playing esports.
Yes,
gaming.
we are. Or we're not playing esports, but we get to watch esports. So, I mean, it's a win-win.
Yeah, exactly. Map 4.
Yeah, we are. Or map 3.
Map 3.
Yeah, map 3.
Game 4. Yeah. It's confusing. Thank you for sticking with us on this. We want to make sure that you all are keyed into how this tournament is working. Again, Syracuse defeated Kansas to get to this point. Will they be able to take a map off of Boise? What are your thoughts?
You know, I think if you're going to take a map, this is the time to do it. Boise State, while they are incredibly strong, there are certain maps that they don't exactly have the best track record with. Coliseo, Kansas was able to take one of the few maps that was taken off of them in the regular season on that map. So if they went through, did a little bit of their homework, you know, they know their team a little bit, then you pick Coliseo, and then it's the Coliseo curse.
Yeah, and we just got word that the bans for this next map are Farah and Zenyatta. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I heard the Farah. And, you know, that one sort of makes sense.
Yeah.
Maxwell was going a little bit crazy on the Farah. The Farah was a little bit of a weird one. But the Zen ban is a little bit odd.
It may be map dependent here. You know, we don't know exactly what map we're going to next, but Zenyatta can be strong on some of those longer sight lines where they can really dish out that damage. That's where Zenyatta gets their value from, by being able to use those orbs and the Discord orb from distance. And it looks like we're going to go to a map with long sight lines.
Circuit Royale. And I was completely wrong. It is not a push. It is a escort map next. And, you know, Circuit Royale, great map to play on. I love Circuit Royale, and you know, I love Zen. So, you know, having Zen as a pick is incredible. My favorite character in the game. I mean, he's got his orbs. He's basically a third DPS.
Yeah, that, like I said, that's where he provides his value. But he is banned for this map, so we're gonna have to see a different backline from Boise State and Syracuse on this escort map, pure escort. So we're going to push the cart right out the door and get it going up this hill into the casino,
Into the casino. I mean, we don't have to go very far to a casino where we're at. It's just like around 30 yards. You can't see which way I'm pointing, but that way.
Yeah, we are in the HyperX arena here in Las Vegas at the Luxor.
That way.
Yeah, sort of that way. So thank you to them for hosting us, and we're going to get into Circuit Royale soon enough. Circuit Royale is also a Widowmaker map.
Yeah,
we see Widow.
A lot of Widowmaker on this map. You can really make a lot of use of those long sight lines, a lot of Sigma as well to sort of protect the Widow, and if I'm not mistaken, that is Speed Glasses on the Widow, looking for an early pick from what a spot we don't normally see. Is he going to find one? Oh, it's a hit marker.
Yeah, and another staple of Circuit Royale has always been the Sigma. Sigma's got the great shield for these sightlines, can put it wherever they want, and use those orbs that he has to deal damage from afar. Super strong pick we've always seen Sigma on these maps.
Yeah, Baptiste coming out with the Saint to keep this team up. Iari as well to make advantage of those longer sightlines. Maxwell with the dive. Clear being taken down quite a bit. The googly eyes on the cart are shaken as it moves fairly fast through the streets of Pariso. Not a pick yet to be found, but an anti onto M3 forces him out. Lunar is able to stay up though, and trying to prevent the move forward, but Boise State just keeps it pushing, and with Maxwell taking Saint and Azer, it's going to be a little bit easier.
This Genji is the anti-sniper character. They're really trying to make their impact felt on the backline and on this Widowmaker that Speed Glasses is on. It can be super annoying. Widow has to hit a really good shot in order to take out a Genji who's moving at literally light speed sometimes.
Well, I mean, you just got to click heads.
Yeah, sure.
you gotta click heads, but I mean that's a lot easier when they're 80 yards away down a really long sight line instead of up in your face. Out comes the accretion from the Sigma, takes Maxwell down low, but not enough to kill. Strider forced to use the black hole in order to gain a little bit more health and protect his teammates from projectiles, but that cart is still being pushed up. Hex on the Life Weaver, ready to save his teammates. Maxwell gets the nano boost, doesn't even need the blade to take out Speed Glasses, finds Azer as well. Can he get the third? Nope, the Iari healing is a little bit too much. Saint manages to back off, but now he is very low and gets taken out by Clear. It is just Lunar and M3B trying to go against the world. Accretion comes out. It is enough to take Maxwell, but they're pushed so far back. Boise State is going to have no trouble taking this second point.
Yeah, and like Strider has held so much space on these streets to start these fights, and you get the sleep. We're not gonna see a contest. 0.17 meters contest on the cart. The Tree of Life comes out from Hex to block off parts of this choke point, but Boise State's gonna edge out this fight. Clear's getting 3 to start this fight, and it's gonna be an easy cap for Boise State.
M3 with the Captive Sun as well, not able to find its mark, dying before it gets shot off. Boise State has 3 ultimates on the board. Speed Glasses is going to go down early, and Strider takes full advantage of the corners in this map. And then there's Hex on the payload.
They're enjoying their time,
yeah,
being the cart pusher.
Enjoying the scenery. You know, maybe spinning a few of the slot machines while they're at it.
Yeah.
And you know, I think Payload Princess has a little bit of a negative connotation, but Maxwell with the blade also is pretty negative for this team's health. The Graviton Flux does come out, and it is going to be a little bit too much for Saint to handle. Lyric is going to get that final pick, and the Immortality Field does go down as well. Strider holding this angle, trying to keep Lunar off of it, and the anti-grenade comes through. Lunar with the pick off. Azer and Speed Glasses soon to fall. Clear with a triple overclock to almost close it out. Biotic Grenade hits him, but he has the slide. He can get out of there just as quick as he got in. It is M3 trying to touch, and it is going to be Boise State capture with almost 5 minutes still remaining.
Yeah, that Boise State walked out the first door, walked out their spawn, started moving the cart, and the cart did not stop for that whole push there.
I think it stopped once at the very beginning.
Yeah,
but
maybe.
I mean, they kept it pushing that entire time.
Like legitimately, the cart did not stop for very long periods of time there. Props to Strider for holding so much space for their team, and Maxwell on the Genji cleaning up. Same with Clear, like they're just cleaning up these kills. Strider's holding the space, and then these DPS heroes just doing what they do best.
And then you have Lyric also with the Ana being able to keep up such aggressiveness of play. You don't usually see Sigmas playing like how Strider likes to play Sigma, that really in-your-face Sigma composition. But when you have a really good support behind you, you can do just about anything as tank. It's essentially like a game of Pokemon. As long as you're able to keep your Pokemon up, they can usually beat the other one.
Yeah, you're right. I do love me some Pokemon.
I do too. It is one of my favorite games.
So we're going to get into the attack side for Syracuse here. They just defended. Will they be able to do exactly what Boise State did and push this cart as far as possible with as much time left? 4.5 minutes is the time to beat. They're going to have to get it all the way to the end here, cap the 3rd point in order to be in contention to win this map, to sort of put up what Boise State did in their first round.
Back on the Widowmaker, Speedglass is trying to predict a cheeky little snipe out, but nothing's going to happen because Maxwell is on his patent-pending Genji gameplay. Strider is going to be slept out from a really odd angle by Saint, but Lunar taking so much damage and getting that anti-effect on him is not going to help out in the slightest. Maxwell, though, going down to Speedglasses. And another on clear. 2 down to start out the fight. That is how you want to see this game start.
Yeah, Speedglasses is on the character that can carry them through this game. Widowmaker, super great character on this map with the long sight lines. Another important thing I want to note here is that Lunar has not been able to keep their Sigma shield up for long. Boise State's doing a great job of almost immediately destroying it. Obviously, Sojourn wants to be shooting shields when they have to in order to charge up the railgun and sleep off the side of the map. But Maxwell back in on the Genji, pressuring Saint on the Ana, and they're going to find the pick. They're already in the back line looking for more. M3B is going to have to scamper away to save their life, and Maxwell's still chasing.
He's like a horror movie villain, the way he appears around the corner and just watches them walk away. Just like, I'm going to get you. It might not be now. Like, I didn't get you now, but I'll get you next time.
Yeah, exactly. And Maxwell's just kind of been everywhere. Like they're on the back line, they're on the DPS, they're even on the tank sometimes, putting enough pressure on the shield of Lunar to force them to play behind corners rather than walk down these long sight lines.
Yeah, Maxwell trying to get around to a spot where he can challenge the Speedglasses Widowmaker up on that high ground just above the hotel. Strider taking a good job with a lot of space, giving him a lot of space to work with. Azer, though, getting taken down to very low health. And Clear does get picked again by Speedglasses. Graviton Flux comes out of Strider. The Sleep Dart doesn't hit, but he's able to stay up. Lyric falls. Lunar quick to follow. It is back and forth in this exchange, but Maxwell goes down to M3B. Not today, Mr. Genji. You are not taking out the Juno. It is just Strider to keep this cart from pushing. Hex is there trying to keep him up, but they are going to be taken out of contention for this fight for the time being.
Yeah, and I mean, Speedglasses has pretty much won them 2 team fights so far, and they're going to find the headshot onto Clear after they slide up into the air. But with no real tank presence yet, Syracuse is losing some of their space here. They're going to pop the orbital ray from M3B, and they're going to take some space, stunned out of mid-air. Maxwell's doing damage in the back line, gets Speedglasses and Saint, and they're going to be continuing to do some damage. Maxwell finally goes down to Lunar, but I believe their damage has been dealt.
Oh, and the Graviton Flux cancel as well with the accretion. Strider with the triple. Wow. What a play out of Strider. That would have been bye-bye Hex if that was to happen, but luckily for him, his knight in shining armor, Strider, managed to pull up and save him. And Lyric wasn't able to hit the sleep. I'm a little bit surprised. He's been making sure that Lunar had gotten his full 18 hours, and same with Saint. Both Ana's been able to hit sleep darts really well in this game.
Yeah, and the Nano Boost is online for Saint here. Azer has the Dragon Blade available. We're going to have to see Syracuse push this extra point with this Dragon Blade Nano Boost combo, and here it comes. They're going to flex the back line, and down goes Saint in the back line. They're going to lose Speedglasses and Saint, but we're still tied up here. Azer with the Nano Boost Dragon Blade is going to do their damage. We're still tied here in terms of teams. Strider's going to clean up too. Will he get the third? No, Lyric cleans it up, but that's going to be the team fight for Boise State. They're still holding this corner. There's 7 seconds left. Will Syracuse be able to touch?
I do not think so. 3 seconds left on the clock. It is just Speedglasses on the Tracer. He gets there to push them into overtime. Looks like Lunar back on the point with the ball. Gets antied, brought down low, forced out. Speedglasses also goes down to Lyric. Overclock gets popped by Clear. Saint manages to kill Clear on the Lifeweaver, but he falls soon to Strider, and that is going to be Boise State winning this game 4-0.
Boise State is your PEC 2025 champions for Overwatch. They're going to be able to take this crown home. Beautiful stuff from them. It was a 4-0 series win from Boise State. I mean, really great stuff from them. Clear, obviously, being super dominant play of the game here. And just impressive stuff from all players on Boise.
Yeah, an incredible showing from Boise, showing that they had full control almost the entire time. The biggest struggle they had was on that control point. Syracuse really put up a good fight there, being able to flip that point back and forth. But in the end, they just could not break through the defenses that Boise State had. They got really close on Kings Row, but unfortunately, they didn't have the ultimate economy to really keep up. And I feel like that's another spot where Boise State just did a little bit better in the end, keeping those ults ready for fights and using them a little bit better.
Yeah, huge props to Syracuse for fighting their way through the losers bracket. Great matches versus Kansas. And then just like Boise State being dominant from the winner side of bracket. They got that extra game advantage to go into this best of 7, and they took advantage of it. They made this afternoon quick for us, but huge props to all the teams that competed in Overwatch and just put on a show for us, to be honest.
Yeah, it was an entertaining show. A lot of really big plays made, a lot of hero plays. I mean, I was not expecting Speed Glasses to be able to touch, even on the Tracer in that final part. I'm surprised that one went to overtime. Like,
yeah.
I mean, who would have expected it? He managed to dodge like 6 hyperspheres from Strider to get to the point. And then you had Lunar. And then you had Speed Glasses again somehow.
Yeah.
And then you had... who was it? We had the Lifeweaver getting the pick just to end it off. You don't see Lifeweaver picks mostly at all, but I mean, we see a lot of the unexpected today.
We're going to get into some replays here from that last match and the series as a whole. So on to Kings Row for this first replay. Yeah, and I mean, this was a dominant win from Boise State to kind of recap this map. And then here to Circuit Royale, kind of dominant once again. They were able to hold the first point from Syracuse, and just the Genji from Maxwell on this map was a big difference maker.
Yeah, I mean, even without the nano boost, he was quite the threat when it came to pressuring the backline, especially the Widowmaker and the Ana. Not a whole lot of space to really work with when it comes to having a Genji straight in your face almost the entire time. But that is going to be it for us two tonight. We had an incredible time casting this game for you guys. We hope that you guys had just as much fun as we did, but don't go away just yet. While it's our time to sign off, we have an exclusive interview with our host down on the main stage with Boise State, the winners of this tournament. Signing off for now, and we hope that you guys had as much fun as we did.
And we are here with the inaugural Overwatch champions, Boise State University, up here on stage. Round of applause for them and Syracuse for putting on a great final show for us. I gotta ask though, first of all, I just gotta mention it's good for all of you that you did win this championship, because after Doc got the nod for Overwatch Coach of the Year, that would have been really embarrassing should anything else have happened. So you dodged that bullet, but I just gotta say, Clear, gotta ask you, in terms of this season so far, got Mountain West and PEC, just amongst the team, the general vibe, which do you think the team has had more fun with, Mountain West or the first inaugural PEC championship?
I think that they've both been really fun. I'm really proud to play with a group of these people. It's really fun, and I'm looking forward to going to CECC with them in May and wrapping up our really amazing season.
Now, that's one. I still got 2 more in my holster. Now, I gotta say, a lot of the teams that have been coming here to this tournament flew in, but Boise State has hit the open road in a whole bunch of vans divided up by teams. I gotta say, what's it like traveling with this cast of characters right here? How's do you wish you were on a plane, or are you happy in the van with the team?
I think that driving like 11 hours definitely builds character. That's all I'll say.
That's very, very well put. Now, I got one final question to ask. I think Michigan State, when they were up here claiming their trophy earlier today, and Valorant said the gauntlet has been thrown down, and considering that both of your universities now have 2 PEC championships, you know, kind of a draw, do you think there's any tiebreakers that gives the crown to Boise State, or do you think this rivalry has yet to be decided in PEC 2026?
Well, they don't have an Overwatch team, so not much I could say about that. But I think a Bronco is cooler than a Spartan.
Oh, well, there you go. That's your win. You know, there's no better win than one by default, I suppose. That is going to do it, though, for our Overwatch Championship. Big round of applause to our inaugural PEC Overwatch champions. I want to give a shout out and a thank you to all of the other casters, all the players who showed up here to make this tournament a great first hurrah for the PEC. I look forward to many more successful seasons of the PEC. A very big thank you to all of our sponsors. We've got Esports Integration, Allied Gaming and Entertainment, and Daktronics. I want to thank all of you as well. And as a caster, I have to give a shout out to all the people behind the scenes, the production team who helps make all of this look as good as it does, not just here in the HyperX Esports Arena, but all of the programs for the regular season as well. You all put in a lot of work, and it was a great first season. And the final thank you to all of you watching in the arena and online as well. That's it for us here at the first PEC Championship. We look forward to many more years of competition, and we will see you next year in 2026.
On point.